In September of 2011, DC Comics made their boldest, riskiest decision since the death of Superman in the 90s. They canceled their entire line of comics and relaunched with a brand new universe comprised of 52 series, all starting from issue number 1, dubbed the New 52. This move was met with mixed reactions. The buzz was palpable as people waited eagerly to see what DC had in store. But left out in the cold were the DC loyalists who had invested years of their time, money, and passion into characters whose entire histories were now erased. With the exception of Batman and Green Lantern, which were DC's most successful titles prior to the New 52, we'll get back to them later. Every other character was rebooted, making every prior story irrelevant. You could chuck your pre-New 52 stories in the garbage for all that they mattered anymore. People showed up for this new direction for DC, though, with sales that rivaled DC's competitor Marvel Comics, in a rare situation, because we all know how infrequently that happens. All was well for the first year from a sales standpoint, but it didn't take long for the cracks to begin to show. Creative team shakeups within the first year, contentious interactions with fans at Comic-Con panels, and behind-the-scenes turmoil set the stage for an unprecedented fall that leaves the New 52 in an interesting place in history. Arguably, nothing DC has done since has brought more new readers into the fold, but also alienated DC's core audience, fractured relationships between creatives and the company, and exposed many flaws in DC's editorial processes, making it DC's most successful venture that ultimately failed to be the rebirth for the company that it set out to be. This is the New 52 deep dive.
Whoa.
Let's go.
It's like a time machine that I'm not sure I'm ready for, honestly.
52 years.
Oh, that maybe. Well, hold on.
Oh, too far?
In some ways, it feels like that, right? We've got a full house on deck. We've got Cale,
What's up, new dogs?
Marco,
Hello.
Tyler.
Cale, I think those are called puppies.
Oh, interesting. 52 puppies.
They should have launched that series, maybe. And I'm Sean. Thank you guys for joining us, whether you were with us live or in the future. If most of you, because of how things have changed since the last time I did one of these, have never heard a deep dive or a history of here. And so welcome. This is going to be a series that will play out over the next few weeks. This is the first installment in our history of the New 52 deep dive. I have been poring over historical, articles and comics and everything else in order to present this to you guys. It's New 52 month here, and it wouldn't make any sense for us to do New 52 month without looking back. Notably, DC is about to embark on an incredibly similar endeavor with Absolute Comics. 13 years since the New 52. The point of the New 52 was to try and engage new readers with DC's characters. The same way that the point of Absolute is to bring new people into the fold. The difference, though, as you will go on to hear, is twofold. One prong is the fact that DC is not telling you that all of the history prior to Absolute is bunk, because the mainline universe is remaining in place. But the second prong is that the Absolute endeavor, is a creator-driven initiative, whereas the New 52, as you're going to hear, is very, very much an editorially driven endeavor. And the differences between those are the reasons why the New 52 ultimately was not a success, and Absolute has a much greater chance of being what the New 52 wanted to be. So we're going to get into all of those things here over the next few weeks. Now, really quick, I just want to talk to Cale and Tyler. Marco, You can share if you have it, but I don't think you were tapped in.
But go ahead and take your headphones off.
Yeah,
Just-
I was
Just
about
Cale
to.
and
I was
Tyler,
about to.
like,
Wait. Ask the question first. Hold on.
Just like your immediate moment when you were there at the start of the New 52, without reflecting on like the quality of the books, without getting into that. What was it like for you on the ground floor when that happened? What did it feel like?
That was my first time getting into like the machine of comics. So New 52 was the initiative that brought me into the fold for weekly. I was picking up so much at the time because I was so excited about comics. I had transitioned from doing the archaeological work of stuff like Watchmen, V for Vendetta, the Wolverine, the big hits, and now being like I'm ready. I felt ready to enter this new force of the weekly grind, and I got my LCS and all that kind of stuff. So in the moment, I was absolutely thrilled because it was for my part the majority good, exciting, and everybody around me was saying that it was new. And so it felt like I had entered on the ground floor for a lot of it. I maybe missed like the first trades worth of some stories and titles, but otherwise, I was full feed in with picking up maybe 12 titles at a time. I was deep in there.
And that's impressive too, because you just learned how to walk.
Yeah, exactly. Barely crawling.
How about you, Cale?
So I was an active DC reader at the time. I'd been on in the DC trenches through Identity Crisis, which was really where I started picking up, and then Infinite Crisis, and all the way through to Final Crisis. And I started hearing rumors about a great big reset, and Flashpoint came along, and I was like, oh, okay, this is a weird experience, because as I recall, I feel like there were still a couple of titles that were just like finishing off. And so I was reading those, and then Flashpoint, and then all of a sudden everything stopped, and Justice League #1 happened, and I immediately was like, I hate this. I hate this so much. Because and you've spoken about it a little already. It was a complete throwaway of everything I had spent so long getting to know and falling in love with, and a lot of my favorite characters that I followed, Tim Drake and Superboy and Impulse, they were gone. Tim Drake was in Teen Titans, but he was somebody completely different. And, I know we'll get into it, but, Scott Lobdell was actively telling fans that they were wrong for the way they felt about how the characters were being treated. And I was not having it.
Sorry, Tyler, before you go, in direct contrast to that, Cale, I was appreciative of that sort of culling because the comics had felt like this gargantuan task to get into. And so they told me, here's a place to start that isn't #1 in 1940, whatever. And I could just dive in.
So you were
So it's interesting to hear that.
you were pro gentrification of DC Comics. Got it. Cool.
Yeah.
For me, I had been reading DC Comics weekly since 2008 when Batman R.I.P. started. That's where I kind of got in. But DC was still not, it was my B, where Marvel was my A. I was reading a ton of Marvel at the time, and the occasional DC title, Green Lantern, Detective Comics at the time, all that stuff. So I had already been ingrained. not as ingrained as Cale was. I would say I was maybe a little more casual, and I was a sucker for a new number one. The amount of new number one books I would pick up, I would pick up pretty much every number one book at the time, but even before New 52. So once New 52 started, I was like, all right, hell yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff for me to try. And the guy that, and then the books I cared about, like Green Lantern and Batman, or Green Lantern kind of continue with Jeff Johns, and Batman was the Detective Comics guy I really liked. So there are things that I enjoyed that were kind of continuing. So I kind of lucked out, and the stuff that I wanted to get into were new starting points for me, like Flash, Aquaman, stuff like that. So for me, it disrupted some things, but I think overall my sentiment towards it was pretty excited.
MP with the $10 super chat. Thanks, MP. He says fans who got it the worst from the New 52 were those whose favorites were erased. Examples are Cassie Kane and Wally West. It's the worst thing that can happen to a comic character. Not derailed or killed, but erasure, an unperson. That is a tremendous way to put it.
Yeah.
And that is definitely a prong of this conversation and this deep dive that we're going to delve into heavily, because of what feels like disrespect to fans who really do care about these characters on a deep level. And I think that, when we talk about the failure or the success of the New 52, fan happiness, I think, is a major barometer for that. And if you ask a DC loyalist who's been reading DC for 20 or more years what they think about the New 52, their answer is often very different than somebody like Marco or even Tyler or myself, who just didn't have that level of connection at the time. So, yeah, you're totally right. And thank you for that super chat. My deal with DC is very similar to Tyler's. I was a baby. I was afraid of, DC. It felt impenetrable. And I used the New 52 as my way into the larger DC world. But let me get back into this. So Flashpoint is where the whole thing sort of kicks off. For those of you who don't know, Jeff Johns he was the writer of Flash, and he wanted to tell a story that revolved around the idea that, which I think we already knew this, that that Barry's mother had been killed, and he wanted to know who did it and everything else. And in this story, I think he saves her life, and having done so, changes the world. It changes the universe, and it creates this chaotic world where everybody is different. Aquaman and Wonder Woman are at war with each other, their respective kingdoms. Superman has got a totally different origin. He's been captured and experimented on by the government. It's a wild, different world. But the thing about Flashpoint that not everybody knows is that while it was what DC utilized to lead into the New 52, it originally was never intended to be that. The world was supposed to go back to normal. And in fact, the world of DC Comics at the time didn't reflect Flashpoint at all. Every other book was still doing its own thing. Flashpoint was an event unto itself. It was a Flash event. And if my memory serves, it wasn't even supposed to be an event outside of the Flash books. But DC saw an opportunity to do something different, and they took it for a variety of reasons. So I want to refer to a very important person, and I'm going to refer to this person a lot. There are some characters who will make up this story. And the first character that I want to introduce is Dan DiDio. Because Dan DiDio is probably the most important piece of this whole New 52 story. So Dan DiDio was a part of DC Comics for 18 years. His tenure, well, at least as far as his editorial tenure. His 18 years at DC were full of incredible highs and some baffling lows. On the one hand, under his leadership and guidance, DC would see success after success in the 2000s with hits like their multiple crisis events, the weekly series 52 and Countdown, and the stellar Batman run by Grant Morrison and their many brilliant collaborators. Near the end of the 2010s, though, DC sales had softened. Fans were frustrated by what they felt like was a company that had lost the plot, and stories like Final Crisis were dense and alienating to all but the most dedicated readers. And DC struggled to generate interest in their books outside of Green Lantern and Batman lines, which maintained strong sales due to creative teams that garnered trust from their readership. So all of that sort of sets the stage for why the New 52 felt like a good idea at the time. This is what Dan DiDio has said upon reflection on the New 52. And a lot of times throughout this, I'm going to be referring to a very incredible. I've got a lot of sources, and I'll cite them as we go along. But in particular, Popverse did a remarkable retrospective on the New 52, and so I'm sorry, it wasn't Popverse, it was Polygon. They did a remarkable retrospective on the New 52 and what went wrong. This was largely done by Graham McMillan 3 years ago in 2021. So this is what Dan had to say at that time. He said, the origin of the New 52 came from a couple of places. First things first, we had a change in management, which it's always a change in management, right? Going back, we had Diane Nelson coming in as DC's new president, and she really wanted to challenge us and really to make an impression and a statement. So we needed to make a statement. That's part one. Part two was the market was extraordinarily soft. Our numbers were off by double digits. I want to say 30 to 40%. Some big number from what it was from the previous year, and trade sales were slowing down and periodic sales were slowing down. It wasn't just DC, it was the whole marketplace. From the moment I started at DC, I was always trying to get to that spot where we can sort of restart the wheel and really create this entry point for everybody to jump on and contemporize our characters. Marvel had such success with Miles Morales and the Ultimate line, and I kept pointing to that. I thought to myself, we need that. I tried a couple of times. The All-Star line was supposed to be a shot at that. The Earth One books were supposed to be a shot at that. They were good as standalone concepts, and we got some great work from that, but it didn't drive a line. And ultimately, the only way it works is if you drive the cohesiveness of the line. We were doing it piecemeal, but to really make an impression, to really catch the attention of the marketplace, you had to do something dramatic. And ultimately, that's what turned into the New 52. Now, 52 books is a lot of comics, right? That's a lot of books. It's worth noting that 52 is not crazy. It's not a crazy amount of comics to be publishing in a month for the big two. But to launch them all at once, that's a different story. I'll refer back to Dan again. Why 52 books? I mean, it's interesting because ultimately the office was constructed to support somewhere between 60 to 80 books on a monthly basis. Okay, so if you're going to put out less product, you're going to make a staffing change. So realistically, we're working with the in-house staff that we have. We did not want to rearrange the staff. We didn't want to do that. So the challenge was to create enough engaging material to support the structure, but also to be able to broaden it out. So hear what I just said. Those are Dan's words. DC was structured editorially and creatively to support between 60 to 80 books a month, which is markedly less than 52 at the top end. That's a lot less. So why was it so hard to scale down? Because of what I said before. They were launching all these titles from one.
You're saying the issue being scaling down from the larger docket of what you had running, because you were already operating at that point, bringing it down became troublesome or cumbersome.
I think the issue is that the editorial structure allowed them to support what they were already doing.
Yeah.
Because Detective Comics was in number 700, Action
Sure.
Comics was in a similar spot. The books were already doing what they were doing, but to go and say, okay, we're going to number 1 and we have to figure out what this new universe looks like, that's a lot.
There's previous to this, there's 60 years of foundation, and they're throwing it out the window to relaunch everything that they're already doing at once again.
Right. Yep, exactly. And by the way, I want to say hello to Julia Raul, a name I have not seen in chat before. She says I didn't like the new 52. Well, a lot of people share your sentiments. Catherine Stars, what's up? Good to see you. Mike Ratigues, good to see you. Very active chat on our Discord server. Pedro V says New 52 could have actually worked if they rebooted the comics. Amin Perez, how you doing? Brian Atkins, good to see you. Benjamin Loudly, good to see you. Dan Trudeau, what's up? CW Gordon, Atomic Hound, thank you for being here. Spiral Storm says, I've arrived. You have.
They've arrived. Let's start the show.
There it is.
And those are just the names I can see right now. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Be subscribed to the channel if you're not. MP broke super chats open, so they are available. We're going to be referring to your chats occasionally, but this opening bit is largely going to be this presentation. The New 52 was announced on May 31st of 2011 with this post on DC Comics website, which of course was then disseminated across the internet. DC used to make a lot of major announcements on their website. I don't know if you guys remember those days.
Remember websites?
Yeah, a lot of the internet used to do that.
Fair play. So this was what the initial announcement read. This year, changes in the air at DC Comics. On Wednesday, August 31st, DC Comics will launch a historic renumbering of the entire DC Universe line of comic books with 52 first issues, including the release of Justice League by New York Times best-selling writer and DC Entertainment Chief Creative Officer Jeff Johns and best-selling artist and DC Comics co-publisher Jim Lee. The publication of Justice League issue 1 will launch day and date digital publishing for all these ongoing titles, making DC Comics the first of the 2 major American publishers to release all of its superhero comic book titles digitally the first day, same day as in print. Sidebar. That was a huge deal. Very controversial at that time.
Wow, I didn't even know that was like a thing that wasn't.
A thing.
Yeah.
Well, and Marvel, it took a long time for Marvel and DC to come to Comixology.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I only picked up Comixology, a couple years after the physical pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Remember Comixology?
Yeah.
That's going to be me this entire episode.
All right, back to the announcement. DC Comics will only publish 2 comic books on August 31st. The final issue of this summer's comic book miniseries Flashpoint and the first issue of Justice League by Johns and Lee, 2 of the most distinguished and popular contemporary comic book creators who will be collaborating for the first time. Together, they will offer a contemporary take on the origin of the comic book industry's premier superhero team. In the hours, days, and weeks to come, we'll have more news about the other titles. Tomorrow, we'll hear from the co-publishers DiDio and Lee about this momentous occasion. Keep checking the source for updates about the other first issues. This year, make history with us. For those of you who are babies, the source was DC's website news piece where they would, do all this kind of thing. I'm going to read something to you again. I'm going to reread something that I just read because this is very important and I want to make sure that you understand this. On Wednesday, August 31st, DC Comics will launch a historic renumbering of the entire DC Universe line of comic books. I said renumbering. I did not say reboot. Comics fans did not know, because DC deliberately did not say, that they were rebooting the line. It was bad enough when this announcement was made that the implication was that books that had never rebooted, like Action Comics and Detective, would be rebooting. Many people were upset by this. Volume 2 of Action and Detective are what they relaunched with. Think about that. We're on volume who even knows what of things like X-Men or, whatever else. But they were never rebooted or relaunched, I should say.
Thank God we have legacy numbering now.
Right.
I feel bad for the people who had to keep track of that stuff, though. Like, at what point do you make calls and decisions for this is ultimately going to sum up to that? But yeah, that's wild.
Well, Action and Detective were a straight line from their launches.
So,
go ahead.
I was going to say, so at this time, they had announced New 52. They have announced Justice League with Johns and Lee, but they've only announced it as a renumbering. They haven't announced it as a complete line-wide universal reboot with continuity and everything yet, right?
That's the exact point I'm making. Yes, exactly.
Did they release the image of the Justice League, the cover with this?
So the image was not released in the initial source piece.
Interesting.
But in the announcement article, think about how they discussed what the origin would be. It says, together they will offer a contemporary take on the origin. It doesn't say a new origin. It says a contemporary take. So this was crafted in a very specific way to obscure the fact that DC would be getting rid of everything that you know about these characters.
To make a huge press release like this without images is wild. But I guess Cyborg would have been on the image, so that might have tipped their kind of peeked behind what they're actually doing here.
They couldn't give that away. They deliberately didn't want to, because they knew what the reaction was going to be. So yeah, it's remarkable how this went down. But August 31st would come, and Flashpoint 5, Justice League #1, that would mark the initial kickoff of the New 52. Jim Lee and Jeff Johns, they did a midnight signing at Midtown Comics to commemorate the release of the New 52. Now, this is something that I did not attend. I very much wish that I had, but I was not there for that.
You had a bedtime.
I did, yes. I was a baby. So I didn't make it to that. But I certainly was there that day. That August 31st, 2011 was a Wednesday. And I was there at the comic shop that day. And my personal reflection, is that it was packed. There was a lot of buzz and excitement. It's one of the few times that I can recall going to the comic shop and being able to feel it. Like, my comic shop, you guys know where I go. And it's not the kind of place where you're generally going to be hearing all kinds of chatter, or like, it's not that type of shop.
Yeah.
But on that day, it was.
It's not the kind of place where excitement is a good thing.
Right. You see too much excitement, you think there's a bomb threat.
Yeah.
But on August 31st, 2011, there was that excitement level. And DC only had 2 books out. It was just these.
That's wild. 2 titles.
That sounds great, honestly.
Well, it's bold.
Yeah.
Sean, during this New 52, what happened to Vertigo? Vertigo was still publishing at the time, right? So DC was still publishing books, just not under the DC. Like, this is specifically for the DC umbrella with the DC logo in the corner.
Yeah, so notably, Constantine had a series. I think it was Hellblazer.
Yep.
And that was still doing its own thing. And it ended up getting canceled later on to be brought into the fold of the New 52 continuity.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that being big news, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, with this, was there a price change?
No,
We did. Okay. Okay.
no. DC held the line at $2.99 for
Hell
some
yeah.
time.
Until they invented that slogan.
So now what I would like to do is get into the New 52 titles themselves. DC wasn't playing games. They really did launch 52 new books, and they spread the release of their titles out across all of September and, you know, going forward. I believe that we saw the release of all 52 new releases within September of 2011. And it wasn't until 2012 that we got a second wave of books that were new outside of the initial 52. We're going to get into those next week. So we won't be talking about the next wave of books. We're going to stick strictly to the initial 52 comics. And what I'm going to do right now is something that I did when we did the history of the DC Comics explosion, but now it's going to happen on a whole bigger level. I am going to list all 52 of the initial releases.
Sean,
yeah.
can you do it in the tune of Billy Joel's "We Didn't Start the Fire"?
I don't think I'm good enough. I don't think
man.
True,
I
true.
bet I could.
Yeah.
Superman, Hawk and Dove, Flash and Green Lantern.
Yeah, I knew Cale could do it. Yeah.
Cale, do you want to do that?
No.
Okay. All right.
The bit's done. The bit's done.
That would take some. That would take some effort.
Okay, so here we go. This is in alphabetical order, not, or should I do release order?
Can you do release order? I'm curious about
Yes,
release order.
yes,
I want
I
to
can.
see.
Do release order. Yeah, do release order.
What happened?
All right. I'll do release order. August 31st was Justice League. September 7th was Action Comics, which was Volume 2. Animal Man, Volume 2. Batgirl, Volume 4. Batwing, first volume. Detective Comics, Volume 2. Green Arrow, Volume 5. Hawk and Dove, Volume 5. Justice League International, Volume 3. Men of War, Volume 2. Keep that one in your mind. Keep things like that in your mind. OMAC, Volume 4. Static Shock, first volume. Stormwatch 3, Volume 3. Swamp Thing, Volume 5. So that's September 7th. That's the first week of, you know, DC releasing the New 52 in earnest. I didn't say Batman. September 14th. This is the following week. Batman and Robin, Volume 2. Batwoman, Volume 2. Deathstroke, Volume 2. Demon Knights, first volume. Frankenstein, Agents of Shade, first volume. Green Lantern, Volume 5. Grifter, Volume 3. Legion Lost, Volume 2. Mr. Terrific, first volume. Red Lanterns, first volume. Resurrection Man, Volume 2. Suicide Squad, Volume 4. And Superboy, Volume 6. September 21st. Batman. Now we finally have Batman. Volume 2. Birds of Prey, Volume 3. Blue Beetle, Volume 8. What the fuck? Captain Atom, Volume 3. Catwoman, Volume 4. DC Universe Presents. Green Lantern Corps, Volume 3. Legion of Superheroes, Volume 7. Nightwing, Volume 3. Red Hood and the Outlaws, first volume. Supergirl, Volume 6. Wonder Woman, Volume 4. The final week, September 28th. This is the last week of new number ones until the following year. All-Star Western, Volume 3. Aquaman, Volume 7. Batman the Dark Knight, Volume 2. Black Hawks, number 1. The Flash, Volume 4. Fury of Firestorm, The Nuclear Men, first volume. Green Lantern, New Guardians, first volume. I, Vampire, first volume. Justice League Dark, first volume. Savage Hawkman, first volume. Superman, Volume 3. Teen Titans, Volume 4. And Voodoo, Volume 2.
That last week was the runoff. Jeez. You're reading that, I'm like, why did Wonder Woman and Batman come out the same week? Couldn't they just push Wonder Woman to, like, I don't know, anchor that last week?
I feel you. So this is all those books comprise the initial launch of the New 52. And what I want to do now is talk about this list of titles because I think it's a very compelling and interesting list. Now, Dan DiDio, it's important to understand the kind of person that he is and his thoughts about DC Comics overall. Dan DiDio loves a lot of eras of DC. He's not just a fan of superhero comics, like a lot of other people who have been in positions of power at DC and what the readership was trained to want by DC and Marvel themselves. Because those of you who are historians will understand that the big two did not only ever publish superhero comics. There was a time where they published other things that had nothing to do with capes and cowls at all. That's why I specifically pointed out Men of War, because this list has a lot of books that are not superhero titles on it. All-Star Western is on here. That's a title that didn't, I'm not going to say specifically when the last volume was, but that's only volume 3. And it's not because the book was selling like hotcakes. It's because it stopped existing at a certain point. They took it off the equation.
And I remember those titles being interesting to me, honestly, because they kind of stuck out in the line of books. And I know Jonah Hex by Graham Palmiotti, or at least I know Palmiotti worked on Jonah Hex previous to this, was well regarded. So this was like, all right, it was the same book, but relaunched the new title. Sure, I'm into it. And I remember liking that a lot.
Yeah, I avoided those books because I had no care. I was, here for the superheroes. But let's talk about the quote unquote diversity of the line. Obviously, when you're launching 52 books, you have to stretch yourself in order to sort of make that line happen. And so there are some things on here that are interesting upon reflection in terms of like, did you really want to start with this? But at the same time, I appreciate DC's balls with this relaunch. I appreciate the fact that Dan specifically wanted to try to do some things that were a little bit different. Do you guys feel the same way?
I think you need a good mix. Like I think you lead with your big titles, and I think it's smart to launch with some pieces like Men of War, like an OMAC, Voodoo. No idea, because you never know how they could be received, especially knowing that you have a new launch. You're backed by in that first week, Action Comics, Batgirl, Detective Comics, Green Arrow, right? So you have that piece. So yeah, throw in some curveballs there. And on the following week, you had Batwoman, you had Batman and Robin. Sure, Green Lantern. Throw in some random things there, because I feel like you can win with the big books that from previous eras were titles that had probably staying power and existed previously. So at that point, yeah, Legion Lost for sure, Grifter 100%, Red Hood. You don't know, and things like Red Hood and the Outlaws were, if I remember correctly, standouts. Something like a Frankenstein, a standout, and so like I think the strategy there worked.
And this was the first official time that the Wildstorm characters were integrated in proper, right? Like from the get. We had Voodoo, we had Grifter. Was Wildstorm part of this too? That was like the one with Martian Manhunter in it. And Midnighter and Apollo.
I don't know if it was I don't think it was a part of the initial launch.
Got it. Okay. But there was still integration of Wildstorm characters in mainline DC. And I remember that being interesting to me because I was unfamiliar with them. Honestly, I was like, who the hell is this Grifter guy? And that was something that piqued my interest. I liked the ancillary titles. Honestly, when I look back at the New 52, those are the titles that stick out to me. Sure, Snyder's Batman always will stick out. But like the stuff that's like Animal Man, iVampire, Demon Knights, that stuff is what stuck with me because I felt like I was on the ground floor of this like fan movement. Like Tumblr was huge at the time. Twitter was kind of in its infancy. So like the online discussion was happening in different ways at the same time. So I felt different about a lot of these books because I was kind of in that community.
I think for me, it was just that the diversity wasn't the direction I was interested in. Like I was following the JSA, and so a lot of those characters were just gone. Eventually we would get Earth 2, but it was a complete reinvention of the JSA characters and the Earth 2 concept. So I just, as far as that goes, like I was left out.
And a lot of people felt that way. And I would love those of you in the chat. I would love for you guys to share now where you were at in your DC journey and how did the New 52 affect you? That's what I'm most interested in, because going into Absolute, what I appreciate is that now I am Cale from 2011, in the sense that now I have an appreciation for DC Comics, and I would not want them to reboot. I would not want them to, just say, okay, everything you've been reading for the last 13 years is bunk. Let's start fresh. I appreciate that Absolute is its own separate thing. So where were you guys at in 2011, and how did the New 52 affect you? While you chat that out, here's how the New 52 affected Scott Snyder. Scott Snyder said, and it's worth pointing out, he was the writer of Batman, of course, the legendary run that took off after Grant's time, and he worked with Greg Capullo on Batman, and then of course he did Swamp Thing as well, which was incredible, and a little later on he did Superman Unchained. But this is what Scott had to say about his initial hearing about what the New 52 was going to be. He said, I thought I was doing Batman with Jock and possibly Francesco Francavilla. Then Dan took me out to breakfast at C2E2. Sidebar. C2E2 is, at the time, I want to say it was in February, March. That's typically when C2E2 is in Chicago. So that means that we are in 2011, about Marchish. Okay, and the New 52 launched in earnest in September. Keep that in your mind as I read what Scott said.
Okay.
He sat me down. He was crazy nervous, and it was like a breakfast at a booth. And he kept looking around. And I'm like, what is it? What is this? Is this where I'm getting fired? I remember him saying, I'm going to tell you something crazy, but we're going to try to reinvent the wheel a bit here. We're going to do something called the New 52, and nobody knows about it. But what we're going to do, and you can't tell anyone, but we're going to start everything over at number 1. So you're going to be on Batman number 1. The first new Batman number 1 there had been in 70 years. So if you think that I had anxiety before that, I had a literal panic attack at the booth. I could feel like I was having a heart attack. I was sweating. I was like, but I'm not writing Batman number 1. And he's like, yeah. And we're going to get a new artist for it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a big blockbuster. You can still do the same story. I don't remember the rest of the con because I was so terrified. I was just like, I have no idea how to do this.
And Snyder is still pretty new in comics at this point. Like, he had done, there was this horror book he did for, like, Vertigo, I think.
American Vampire.
That, and there was another one too. There was like a Severed, something like that. I don't know if it was for Vertigo. It might have been Image. But like Detective Comics, this stuff with Dick Grayson Batman was like the
Black
only
Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror. That was like the only big thing he had done. Like, dude, I'd be having a panic attack too. Jeez.
Yeah, marquee title, the weight of that carrying on you, following up on some of the stuff that Grant did.
With an unknown artist for him at the time. Like, DiDio doesn't say it's Greg Capullo, and they had never worked together before that.
Sure.
Couldn't be me. I'd have been fine.
You said you would have been fine?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, calm, collected. Cale.
Just It's just Batman.
It's just Batman.
Well, it's interesting because if you pay attention to, Mike Critiques points out Gates of Gotham. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great book.
I love that one. Snyder says that he thought he was going to do a book with Jock and Frank Avila. And if I remember correctly, that was the same art team that he had on
That was Black Mirror.
on Black Mirror.
Yeah.
Yep.
He also says that Dan said you can tell the same story. Now, this is an extrapolation on my part. Scott did not say this in the article. But what that tells me is that Scott was already planning to do the Court of Owls, and that the only difference is that it was going to be with a different creative team.
Huh.
Sure.
Which, provided that nothing changed in the interim, Scott did not have to adjust himself in order to tell this story. And I would argue that if you read Court of Owls with that context, outside of the bit with Joker at the beginning, nothing about that couldn't have happened in prior DC continuity.
And also, like, Gates of Gotham kind of seeds a lot of that if you look into that book. There's
That's
a
what I
lot
was
of
going to
DNA
say
there,
is Dick would have been Batman for that.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
And so I think that does shake out a bit better with, especially with, is it the ending of City of Owls?
Bruce
Where
was
the-
back. Bruce was back by that time.
He was back for sure, but I don't think he was on. He wasn't the main character of Batman or Detective. I don't think. I don't remember where they fit.
I don't know about Batman, but I know Detective was the Dick book until it relaunched.
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
But
you're thinking of the Black Label book. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
That one, yeah.
But I want to say that Batman core title had returned to a Bruce book, but
Okay.
my memory may be failing me here. Whoa. Atomic Hound. Oh my God, you took my breath away with a massive $49.99 super chat bomb. Hound, much love, brother. Thank you so much. Hound says, I nearly quit at the start, but was glad I didn't and still am. This was a good idea that got lost in the monthly production churn. Great show and much love, pals. Much love right back to you. That is an incredible level of generosity. Thank you so much, Hound. You're the man.
That's also a big thing to say. Like, Hound is embedded in weekly comics, and he has been for decades. So to say New 52 was a good idea from a veteran like that, as a whole, that's an interesting thing to hear, because that's not usually what I hear.
I think where you come down, and Chad is saying that Cale's right, so excuse me on that.
Thank you.
I think where you come down on that will largely center around the kind of reader you are. And Hound is certainly the kind of reader who is able to look at things from a perspective that's larger than himself. And that is something that I think a lot of people were unable to do at the time, and maybe still are to this day. You know, chat is flooding with people's reflections about their experience with the New 52. And I do want to refer to a lot of that, but I think it was hard for a lot of older fans to accept that what they loved was no longer a thing. But I thought it was really interesting that Scott Snyder, who was writing, I mean, I guess if it's not the A book, it's certainly the A1 book. If Justice League is the A book, then Batman certainly got to be the A1. Didn't know that he was going to be a part of this big relaunch until what, 6 months?
6 months before it happened.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy.
That's nuts.
Which makes me question what everyone else knew. If this was one of your flagship titles. What, did I just set you up? All right.
The story of the New 52 that everybody doesn't know is way crazier than the story that you guys do know. This deep dive is going to challenge your knowledge of the New 52, your love or dislike for Dan DiDio, and it's going to expose a lot of the flaws of DC at the time on a lot of levels. This is going to go deep. Deep. Creatively, the New 52 was fucked. Fucked. I want to get into that, but I want to stick a little bit longer on our reflections now of the titles that we were reading at this launch. So, strictly the first year, the books that you guys were messing with. What was on your initial pull list?
My initial pull list was every single new number one. I picked up every new number one for the New 52. I dropped a lot after one. Like I don't think I picked up Voodoo 2. I don't think I picked up Green Arrow 2. Sorry, that Green Arrow New 52 run, JT Kroll, could be a great guy. That was not good. So I picked up a lot of stuff. What I stuck with really tended to be like the weird titles. I was big into, I think Umbrella Academy was around at this time too, but like I like that stuff. Like Animal Man, Demon Knights. Demon Knights was my jam. And Frankenstein Agents of Shade. Those were phenomenal to me. So that kind of section, Justice League Dark, that kind of section of the DC universe is where I kind of honed in on. Like I wasn't too big on a lot of like Superman #1. Action Comics was good. That was Grant Morrison, so that was my jam. But it was the weird section that really piqued my interest. And the best Wonder Woman run of all time, in my opinion, Azzarello's, Cliff Chang. I fucking love that. It's the only absolute DC book I have. So, yeah, that's what I was into.
Yeah, I picked up a lot of what I felt like was coming from the world of Vertigo. So the stuff that I based it off what I was already familiar in, and so all of that was obviously Swamp Thing, the Animal Man pieces. I had stuff like Demon Knights, Frankenstein for sure. I dipped my toe in some of the bigger books like Batman. I didn't touch Superman. I wasn't necessarily interested in that. So a lot of the Batman, Detective Comics, the Nightwing, Wonder Woman, I didn't pick up until maybe later, if I remember correctly. Otherwise, yeah, like an all-star Western. So it was a lot of the ancillary titles because I was only familiar with some of those characters because of their other appearances, but only from a Vertigo perspective. So I came in through a slightly different angle and then explored the larger swath of titles.
Yeah, I was other than JSA, I was pretty strictly what I was already reading. So I hit Justice League, Batman, Green Lantern, Teen Titans, and Flash. I think were the ones that I hit the hardest. And then once I realized that Teen Titans was bad, I dropped it like it was hot.
Not a Bunker fan, Cal?
I didn't have a problem. It wasn't Bunker that I had a problem with.
Who was the art on that one too? The Teen Titans at the time. That was very specific artist. What was his name?
Brett
Booth.
Booth.
Yeah.
Yes. And it was fine. I like Brett Booth.
So I remember telling myself I'm gonna dive in, head first, which you should never do, by the way. But you should do it in comics, but not in pools. So I was picking up a lot of this. I remember being really excited for things like Batgirl, because I love Gail Simone. Even back then, I was a big fan of Gail, and I really wanted to care about Barbara Gordon. And it's controversial. We're going to talk about the controversy of this more later, but Batgirl was one of the many controversial decisions. Taking Barbara from Oracle to putting her back in the costume was a very controversial choice that they made, but I was on board for that. Obviously, Action Comics, massive Grant Morrison fan at the time. I couldn't believe. I remember feeling like I can't believe that they're taking my favorite writer and they're putting them on the book that I most want to try. I was desperate to like Superman. So they're taking Grant and Rags Morales and they're putting that creative team on action. I am all in. And in fact, I actually just read that first issue again last night. Because I wanted to, because I remember not liking it. I remember not liking action, and I wanted to try the first issue again. And I didn't like it again. There are things about it that I liked, but it doesn't feel like Superman. And that's one of the biggest failures of the New 52 for me.
It made Superman cosplay real easy, though.
Yeah, he's wearing just jeans.
Loved it. I did that costume immediately.
You're doing that costume right now.
Well, I'm not wearing pants, so.
I stayed away from the non-superhero stuff, and I picked up a lot of the superhero stuff.
Yeah, tracks.
What's chat saying about the books that they were oh, well, speaking of chat, MP with the $5 super chat. Thank you, MP. Do you think New 52 would have been more successful if either one, they gave the pre-Flashpoint DCU a send-off / finale, or two, had it as a separate universe? That is a great question. Let's think about Crisis on Infinite Earths. It took, I believe I said it was 5 years. I think it took 5 years to craft. And it acted as a send-off to the entire DC universe before they went into what's new. If you read Flashpoint now, whether you like the book or not is immaterial. It definitely doesn't feel like a send-off to DC in any way. It actually isn't. It has nothing to do with DC at all in terms of reflecting the past. And then it jumps into something completely new. It feels awful to read as a lead into the New 52.
That final page with Pandora, right? And Flashpoint feels so slotted in. Like it feels out of place. And I think that takes away from Flashpoint itself as well. Like neither side of that equation actually wound up benefiting from one or the other.
Well, and at the time, like you had Final Crisis, which was followed up by Blackest Night and Brightest Day, and then Flashpoint. And it felt like they were just circling around something. But, even according to, Dan, Scott Snyder didn't even know about the New 52. So to me, that reads nobody knew what they were circling around other than the DC universe had to end. But if you could take that year or something, or 2 years, after Final Crisis, and, slack the New 52 there, like I feel like it would have worked better because there was so much universal and crazy outer brain shit that Morrison was doing, that there's a degree of it that would have made sense that everything changed. Whereas Flashpoint just felt like an alternate universe story, and it didn't make sense that the Flash could have this power where just everything changes.
And it's worth noting that they retconned that on some level with Rebirth.
Yeah.
And Dr. Manhattan's involvement.
Oh yeah.
And it sort of retroactively explains why the New 52 was a markedly darker tone than mainline DC was prior, which was another thing that really bothered a lot of people who just didn't see the characters that they loved reflected in these versions. As I said earlier, Superman did not feel right to me. Knowing very little about the character other than what you could see in popular media like movies and stuff, I was like, why is he threatening people? Why are his eyes red all the time? Go back and read Action #1. I would love, especially you guys on the panel for next week, I would love for you guys to go back and read that first issue.
Which is wild because that's Morrison who wrote All-Star Superman, which is probably considered the modern best take on the character.
Yeah.
But it hasn't ahistorical viewpoint. You know what I mean? Like All Star does, and it's a commentary on Superman itself. It's not the start of an entirely new initiative.
And it wasn't Grant's fault. Something that we're going to discuss a lot here in the next few weeks is the fact that every book had editorial mandates. No one was safe. Grant and Jeff Johns at this time are DC's heaviest hitters.
Yep.
As far as the writers. And
Yep.
Grant wasn't allowed to do whatever Grant felt like doing. And this is the first time that they tried to force Grant to do a darker turn on Superman, but it wasn't the last, because they did the same thing to Grant in Rebirth, where they wanted, well, it was in Rebirth, but it was a little later on, leading into 5G, where they wanted Superman and not the Outsiders, I'm sorry, Superman, Superman and the Authority to be a dark Superman, and Grant was like, I ain't doing that shit again. This is not gonna happen. But before we move things forward, let's let chat have their word a little bit. Julia Raul says, I didn't like dark and edgy DC. A lot of people didn't. My critique says the hierarchy of DC Universe was about to change. Leonard Pig says Frankenstein Agent of Shade was an amazing title.
A lot of people with me that Teen Titans was just bad.
So a lot of people in the chat are saying dark and edgy. Do you remember it being dark and edgy? I remember it being modern, but I'm not like in hindsight, I don't really remember it being dark and edgy. When I think dark and edgy, I think
read Action Comics number
okay.
1.
Right. I actually plan on doing it now. I'm very interested because if that was your take, because I liked it at the time.
Even Justice League number 1. Justice League number 1 ends with Superman attacking Batman and Green Lantern having red eyes, which I keep pointing out because it's just bullshit to me. Superman doesn't run around with red eyes. And the finale tagline to that issue is, next issue, Superman versus Batman.
Huh. Yep. Don't remember that.
All I remember is the giant shark, which I think is like issue 3.
Oh, yeah.
And the even in the animated Justice League adaptation to that, it was only a couple of years later, but in the same story, they have Superman murdering Darkseid's, scientists or whatever, like straight up, Man of Stealing these guys.
Oh, hey, Gavin Guidry's in the chat, artist behind Birds of Prey, which just dropped this past week. Gavin, tremendous job on that. Congratulations, buddy. Wow, you killed it.
He says might not have been dark, quote unquote, but definitely edgy, quote unquote, in a teenager try hard kind of way.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not remembering any of that. Maybe
I was just a teenager at the time, Marco.
well, you probably also really wanted that.
But I feel like I was maybe caught up in the fervor of it that I don't.
Yeah.
That for me it just felt like excitement, not necessarily like I was used to coming from the darker stuff already. V for Vendetta, a Watchmen, a Swamp Thing. Like so, like my perspective on what dark and edgy at that time felt so different from what the New 52 had been. The New 52 felt bright, felt shiny. It felt relatively happy.
You go back and look at some of that Jim Lee art in Justice League number 1 and tell me that same thing.
I'm gonna do Justice League. I'm gonna do Action Comics. I'm gonna do Swamp Thing again. You guys had mentioned Brightest Day previously. The only reason that I picked up anything for Brightest Day was because there was a 3-issue miniseries called The Search for Swamp Thing, in which John Constantine, Zatanna, and I'm forgetting who else were literally just wandering the universe looking for this guy.
Amin Perez with the 5 spot. The worst thing they did was the 5-year mandate, cramming every Batman and Justice League or Green Lantern story into 5 years. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amin. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that is another prong that we're gonna get into. And I guess we should talk about it now. So, what are the failures of this initial launch. One of them is the fact that DC wanted to have their cake and eat it too. Every other series, with the exception of Green Lantern and Batman, was sort of struggling prior to the New 52. Both of those books felt really cohesive and connected, and the creative teams involved were doing excellent work. And so when the New 52 happened, DC decided, okay, we're going to maintain the history of those books, and they're going to continue on essentially as if nothing had changed. That was crazy, especially in the context of Batman, because prior to the New 52, Batman had what? I want to say about 37 Robins. He had a child. He had been dead. Jason Todd had been dead and revived. He had faced off with all of his rogues gallery. And you mean to tell me that Dick Grayson went from a child that Bruce recruited and was his ward to a grown man named Nightwing in 5 years? All of that was continuity. That didn't make sense.
Sure.
And on top of that, Action Comics and Justice League took place 5 years before the other books that we were reading at the time. So Action Comics by Morrison and Rags Morales took place 5 years before Superman by George Perez. George Perez.
That's wild.
Who is
Name
it?
alone.
The modern take comes before the classic take.
Who is on record as saying that DC would not tell him, could not tell him critical facts about the history of this version of Superman. Who were his adopted parents alive or dead? What's his relationship with Lois Lane? All these questions Perez couldn't get answers for. So he was writing blind. And Perez said, I'm not doing this anymore. 6 issues in, he left the title.
Damn.
It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace.
You can't operate like that as a writer. Like, and especially if you're leading into something, like, what do you do? You're in shambles.
Yeah.
That affected the buzz around the book too, because I remember people being like, "Yeah, Superman feels weird." Like Action Comics was like, "Oh, the New 52. This is what they're doing. It's interesting. Grant Morrison's back on the book. They're doing this weird take," and then Superman just felt detached from it. Perez was having. I mean, obviously was having to fill in the blanks that he didn't know, or at least kind of walk on eggshells really around it all. Costumes weren't even different. Weren't even the same between the two titles, with no real explanation why.
MP with another $10. Thank you, MP. You are incredibly generous. DC already went uber dark edgy in the post 9/11 era with Identity Crisis to Infinite Crisis, then made a pivot to a more hopeful DCU. New 52 going back to dark edgy a few years later was exhausting for some. That's an excellent point. And I want to stick on that for just a moment because it's important to understand this. DC under Dan DiDio, Jim Lee, and Jeff Johns was a place of constant power struggle. It didn't have the one overseer type of leadership that Marvel had at the time with Joe Quesada. Joe Quesada was the editor-in-chief, and he was making the decisions. He was the head honcho. And, obviously under him, Marvel was thriving. At the exact same time, you have Marvel Now, which did pretty well. You're just hot off the heels of Civil War and Secret Invasion and all those things, which were excellent and did very well for Marvel. Marvel's the top dog at this time. There really isn't a competition. Dan DiDio is the one who loved the sort of darker, edgier tone and tenor. To him, that was associated with what was modern. He used the Ultimate Universe as a guiding light in terms of what DC needed. I said that before. They needed their own version of that. And this reflects that. That is not Jeff Johns. Look at what Jeff Johns chose to do when Jeff Johns had more power. Jeff Johns did Rebirth. That was what Jeff Johns wanted. That was his initiative. And he chose to retcon the New 52 and say, it's not that these characters are like this. It's that Dr. Manhattan took something from them. Dr. Manhattan did this to them. So anytime you see something that feels like, whoa, that's like dark and heavy, remember what I just said.
Well, and even this is long past the New 52 launch, but even death metal, one of Scott Snyder's big character critiques or whatever is that there's a great big cosmic level god character that carries a briefcase that lives past the source wall and controls everything that happens in the universe.
Yep, exactly. And Dan Trudeau says something really funny. Dr. Manhattan equals Dan DiDio painted blue. I'm not explicitly saying, because I don't know for a fact that that's what was in Jeff Johns' mind, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. Because the power struggle's real.
I just watched Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and you know how Bruce figures out that the Joker is behind all the stuff. He draws the red lips on that picture. You go ahead and color in a goatee on Dr. Manhattan and tell me that doesn't look like D&D.
Little soul patch.
That's funny. Mike Retiques drops 5 on us as well. Thank you, Mike. With the negative reception to New 52 Superman, is it not a bit silly to do the same thing again with Absolute Superman? So first of all, thank you. And thank you for choosing to drop your first super chat ever with us. That's awesome of you. So my opinion on that is the difference is that Absolute exists separately from Mainline. So you can do whatever you want in Absolute because it has nothing to do with Mainline, where we're getting the Superman that feels right.
It's almost like DC has this built-in explanation for all this, almost like a multiverse.
Yeah. And that's the thing. Is the difference there is there's a through line, right? There's a basis that the creators can create from. Whereas what was happening in the New 52 was, let's throw stuff at the wall and that will stick. We'll see what will stick.
Yo, chat said Dr. Dan Hatton. Oh my God, I'm dead.
And it's funny because C.W. Gordon and Russell Smith's message came up at the exact same time.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, dude.
Yeah, Cale, I feel like I think to that also is you have your cake and you can eat it too. You have both worlds to make it how you feel and like you need to tell your story. And I think that's the thing is, as much as they are going into that dark and edgy space, if it's going to lead to something that has that through line and has a story worth telling, then let them tell it, because worst case, I'm going to have fun going back to, all in, right? So I have that option, whereas the New 52, you didn't have an option. That was the title, and if you didn't like that title, well, all right, go read Supergirl.
Exactly. Karsten K says, do we know for a fact that Absolute Superman is like the New 52 Superman? The only things we know for a fact is that he's going to be angry, and something is different that causes him to be angry. I mean, you look at Batman, you look at Wonder Woman, clearly they're going down a darker path, and Snyder and Joshua Williamson have been explicit about the fact that this new universe is built upon dark side energy. And so the characters are losing a lot of the things that make them so hopeful and heroic, and that they're going to have to work their way toward that. So I guess the answer is yes. We do know that for a fact.
Mandela.
Yeah.
Oh, I really want to hit this comment. Mandela says, a Marvel-based channel giving commentary on DC Comics. Awesome.
First time
What are
here?
you talking about? Like,
Yeah.
have you been
We-
here before? Do you even know us? What are you talking about? That makes no sense at all. Like, you should probably not be here if that's what you think, because it's not the case. We talk about DC all the time. We love DC.
I feel like it's
That's where our bread's buttered.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Literally, there are 91 people here with us right now. Thank you, by the way, because we talk about DC so much. I
We
love DC.
try to talk about Marvel, but they just keep pulling us back in.
Yeah, we can't even talk about Marvel on this channel. It's ridiculous. Figure Drawing says, hit that like button and Dr. Manhattan will save the world.
Yo,
Hey, there it is. Again?
finally. Damn, maybe get rid of my student loans.
I wish Dr. Manhattan could save me from that dumbass comment we just read. I'm not going to hold back against that. That's just ignorant. Like, learn what we are about before you say something like that, please. Okay. Now, let's talk sales. Let's talk sales. The New 52 was very successful at the outset. In fact, 8 out of 10 of the top 10 selling books for the month of September were DC Comics.
8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. That is incredible success. Marvel Comics trounces DC most of the time, most weeks, most months, most years. You can't look at the sales charts and see DC having more spots in the top 10 than Marvel. But here in the early days of the New 52, that was the case.
And Sean, I actually pulled up my market shares doc just to further illustrate that point. In August of 2011, Marvel had 37% of market share to DC's 30. Come September, Marvel was at 35 and DC at 36. Come October, 42% of market share, with DC dropping to 29%. A historic flip if you look at the chart that I have currently up. And overall for that year, we see that they take a huge chunk of Marvel's share at large, where for the entirety of the year, they come Marvel's at 34 and DC's at 31. One of the closest points that they've ever been at.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
And that hasn't happened again.
Yep.
That was the last time that happened. I suspect that it will happen here in October with Absolute. But, we're talking about a 13-year drought. But this, the title of this video is the most successful failure. And that's the success part. It worked. They brought new people into the fold. Now, whether those were readers who didn't exist, the mythical person who's desperate to read comics and just doesn't know about them and then jumps in with the New 52, whether it's that person or whether it's people who were reading Marvel books at the time that jumped over and added DC books to their pull list, that is a matter that we really can't speak to too much. I can say that the market seems to have grown at that time. A combination of the Marvel movies sort of opening the floodgates again to the idea of comic books with Iron Man and Avengers on the horizon in 2012. And of course, DC's massive success with The Dark Knight and The Dark Knight Rises to come. I think it's a combination of that and both the big two's new initiatives, the New 52 and Marvel Now, and a third factor being Image Comics and them getting big and getting hot at this time.
Yep.
So I do believe that the market grew. I don't know that DC's New 52 exclusively grew it, but I do believe the market got bigger. So, bully for comics. That's beautiful.
Hell yeah. It was the same year, same graphs up, that it actually spread, Image itself spread the pack from the other publishers, your Dark Horse, your IDW, your whatever. It's what it surpassed all of them and has maintained that sort of third place position since. This only goes up to 2020, but
But it wasn't all sunshine and roses.
Damn.
What?
Huh?
In fact, behind the scenes, it was the opposite. And there's a lot that I want to say on that. But as we close out, there is a critical factor that is going to be a part of this story over the next few weeks. Now, let's refer back to the 52 initial series, because there are some things that are very, very blatantly absent. So, of the titles, of the 52 titles that we rattled off, here are the ones in which women were a primary character. Batgirl, Hawk and Dove. I guess we'll give it to Justice League, even though it's just Wonder Woman. The Just Men League. Birds of Prey, Catwoman, Supergirl, Wonder Woman, of course. So that's 7. I guess we can give it to Teen Titans. 8.
Yeah, again, just one woman.
Maybe Suicide Squad?
Suicide Squad, 9.
Yeah.
And Voodoo. That's 10.
Yeah.
I Vampire. I don't know about that. Is that a
She was the antagonist, but it really was a male-led book.
okay. Yeah. So, okay. 10 out of 52. And we're giving DC some grace on some of that stuff. But that's the front side of things. That's the, hey, this book has a woman in it. Hooray. Behind that, there were exactly 2 women
Damn.
working on the books. Gail Simone and Amy Reeder.
Yeah.
Between the prior era and the new 52, so we are talking about a span of roughly 6 months, DC went from having 12% of their creative individuals being women to 1%.
Yikes.
1%.
The new 50 dudes, more like it.
Now, this is again 2011, so it's not that long ago.
Women
But-
hadn't been invented yet.
There were babies, Cale.
Of course.
It's not that long ago, but the comics landscape has changed dramatically since then. There's also a distinct lack of a minority of any kind among the list of creators involved in this. DC was all white and all dudes. The women were the 1%, which in our modern linguistics, the 1% is the billionaires of the world.
Uh-oh, Sean on his Bernie Sanders soapbox right now.
And this problem was evident to fans pretty early on, because at San Diego Comic-Con that same year, there was a big problem that emerged during a panel where DC was discussing the new 52. So by this point, DC has already shown the creative teams and they've shown the characters that will be involved in the initial wave, the first wave of the 52 books. And during such a panel, which if you look at the panelists right now, Tyler has it up on the screen, you can see what I'm talking about. This panel of all men was confronted by a person, a man, who yelled during the panel, "Hire women."
Nice.
And Dan DiDio
Uh-oh.
responded to that.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Dan DiDio responded to that with a whole lot of aggression. he was not happy about this. Now, I have tried very hard. I spent a lot of my time trying to find the audio of this encounter, and I could not. So if anybody has more luck than me and you are somehow able to find this, you would be helping me a lot. You would be making me feel really great if you were able to find this audio. But I was not able to find it. Dan DiDio's response, and this article I have now is from Comics Alliance.
R.I.P.
And
Yes. Rest in peace.
yeah, this is the direct quote of the person who the man who said, hire women. He followed up with, why did you go from 12% women creators to 1% on your creative teams? DiDio replied in a startlingly aggressive tone, what do those numbers mean to you? What do they mean to you? Who should we be hiring? Tell me right now. Who should we be hiring right now? Tell me. That was Dan DiDio, the person who was in charge of DC, essentially. The person who spearheaded the New 52 from the ground up. The person who was largely responsible for assembling these creative teams amongst the editors, which included Eddie Berganza, who is notoriously a disgusting man.
And was in the process of, in this moment, if I recall correctly, in the midst of a lawsuit and assault charges.
Women couldn't even be on the Superman titles because of this.
Yep.
So women were not allowed to work in Superman editorial because of Eddie Berganza, because he could not control himself around women. And so the solution to that was to keep women away from him by disbarring them from being able to work on Superman. Notably, the Superman line of books is where most of the editors who would achieve like higher status, like just go beyond like regular run-of-the-mill editor, would start. So a lot of them would be at Superman, and then that would springboard them into higher upper echelon tiers. So think about all of the women who could have had higher status in DC, but couldn't, because there was a guy working there who Dan DiDio and DC were so intent on protecting that they kept women out of the equation. He's a disgusting, vile person, but he was a part of this. And Dan DiDio's response to this question was to aggressively say to a random guy who just wanted this question answered, oh, well, who should we hire then? As if that guy should know who all the women are that work in comics to answer that question.
In a massively public forum, too.
Oh, you're a feminist? Name a woman. That's the same kind of like energy it gives.
And think about the legacy of women that have had such an incredible impact on DC behind the scenes. Karen Berger, Jeanette Kahn. And then on the front side of things, Gail Simone. You could have gotten Ann Nocenti. Where's she? Where's her involvement?
At the time, Kelly Sue DeConnick was coming up.
Or even like Ramona Fradon, who was like a tenant of DC's.
Kelly Sue and Marjorie Liu were doing great shit at Marvel, and they're on record saying that DC actually did approach them to work at this time. Do you want to take a guess as to the reason that they said no? DC was not a playground for women at this time. And it's reflected in the books. If you look at a lot of the books that were coming out during the New 52, women and minority characters were placed in positions that were very odd. Notably, in Flashpoint, I wasn't even going to say this because it's not New 52, but it just grinds my fucking gears. The location of the ape-controlled city is Africa.
Oh boy.
It's disgusting.
Could have thought that one through a little more.
Do I think that Jeff Johns is a racist for that? No, I actually don't. Jeff Johns,
Don't look good.
It doesn't look good. I think my mind, I like to give people grace, unless someone is explicit. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mess that up, Tyler. I don't know what the heck just happened there. See if I can fix that.
You're good, John. Yeah, you're good.
All right. I try to give people grace unless a person does something that's really explicit. I assume it's ignorance. I don't think that Jeff Johns was trying to send a message with that. I hope he wasn't. At the time, notably, he was married to a black woman and married into a black family, and so all of that stuff being what it is, I just found that to be pretty shocking.
To be fair, Gorilla City and DC also existed in Africa before Jeff Johns. So
be that as it may.
Yeah. Flashpoint. You could have changed it.
You look at some of the covers at the time, you look at some of the interior art, you look at what was being done with some of the women characters at the time. Judd Winnick's Catwoman book was called out as a specifically overly sexualized iteration of the character, and Judd Winnick is on record as saying, "This is what DC asked me to do."
I remember Starfire, Red Hood and the Outlaws. My depiction of Starfire was Teen Titans, the cartoon. And then I go into the comics, and she is barely wearing a bikini.
I'll acquire this direct quote so that I'm saying it accurately and attributing it accurately. But one of the writers from this era said that the way Starfire was depicted was essentially porn for kids during the New 52. Because of how disgusted this person was by the presentation of Starfire.
And from what I remember, she had lost all her memory too, so she was infantile in a way, and in character as well, which double.
Yep. So there were a lot of problems in that regard on the New 52 side of things. But going back to this Comic-Con interaction, this awful, interaction, Dan DiDio is being hostile.
That's just lack of media training, especially if you're the voice for this. You need to be media trained. I'm sorry.
He's the top guy. He doesn't give a shit about media training. Now, Heidi McDonald of, the Comics Beat, which is a tremendous website, was there live for this and wrote about her experience at this live panel. And I have the article in front of me, and she actually was speaking with the individual whose name is Jason, that was the guy who called out Dan DiDio and made that comment right before he made it. She didn't know he was going to do this, but he stood up and he did it. And he said to her that he was excited about the relaunch, but he said, quote, "I'm concerned that they've gone from 12% women to 1% women creators." Heidi reflects, I allowed that I was surprised to hear a man saying this, as it usually seemed to be the female element that was complaining. Jason told us that his wife was a writer, and he sees getting more women in the business as a part of growing it. Clearly a man of vision. When we got into the room, few seats remained, so Ali and I and Jason all sat in the far left of the room. The panel began, blah, blah, blah. And then this happened. It is, of course, Jason who yelled out the hire more women comment and the 12 to 1% statistic. Dan DiDio runs a pretty aggressive panel, but the badgering tone that came out of transcripts is pretty clear in the audio. Jason didn't have a list of people to be hired at hand, so didn't answer right away. What you can't tell from the audio is that the first person to suggest a name was Rich Johnston of Bleeding Cool.
Wow.
Who yelled out Alex DeCampi. That's why Dan sounds so brusque about the suggestion. Plus, I don't think Alex is interested in working for the big two at this point. It was Ali who yelled out Nicola Scott. Just after the audio cut out, someone else suggested Carla Speed McNeil. I myself yelled out a name I can't even remember now. Now, so that's the part that everybody knows. Not everybody. A lot of you probably are hearing this for the first time. But everybody who knows about this engagement knows that part. The part that nobody knows, except people who read this article, is the following. However, what no one has reported is that after the panel, Dan DiDio came over to talk to Jason in a very polite and friendly manner about 3 feet away from me. I was busy packing up my gear, and I don't work for News of the World, so I wouldn't write about a private conversation, and I wasn't standing around listening. However, I did hear Dan say the following to Jason. We're just trying to hire the best people. And then I saw red. I'm sure I sounded really screechy, but at this point I couldn't keep my mouth shut and blurted out, but some of the best people are women. Dan turned to me and said, I know that, and we are trying. He wasn't at all confrontational in this private moment as he was at the panel, to his credit, but it wasn't really the place for a long conversation, so I left it to him and Jason, who was free to chime in. Dan repeated a variation on the we're trying to hire the best people line on several other panels when confronted with the woman question. So it's pretty clear that this is the standard line. Now, maybe he means the best people for the book, no matter who they are, but it also sounds like he's saying we are hiring the best people who are only 1% women. I'm going to analyze the fallout from all of this in a later post, but it's instructive to read the DC Women Kicking Ass interview with Kira X2, the Batgirl who came to Gotham to bedevil DC. Okay, so that sounds like gobbledygook without context. What Heidi is referring to is that there was another panel at which a woman dressed as Batgirl confronted the panel that Tyler has or had on the screen of all those men with the question of, where are the characters who my daughter can cosplay as? Where are the women who she can see herself in? And the crowd was extremely hostile towards this woman. Very bad. To the point where, coming out of San Diego Comic-Con, one of the biggest talking points was the way that men treat women in the comic space. The panel themselves did not do any good to help this woman. They didn't tell the crowd to chill out or anything like that. They actually joked about it.
Oh, shit.
Even Jim Lee made jokes. Not at the expense of the woman, but they made a mockery of the point that she was trying to make. And she was interviewed by DC Women Kicking Ass, which was a Tumblr blog at the time. And this is what she said during the interview. The thing that I don't understand is why DiDio is so actively hostile to questions about female creators. Consider a couple of ways the conversation could have gone. Question: are you committed to hiring more women? Answer: yes. Cheers from the audience. I sit down.
Yeah. You'd think, right?
This is where the media train comes in.
She follows up by saying that one person from the whole panel came up to her after the fact, and that was Paul Cornell, who at the time was writing Demon Knights and a couple other things. And Paul said, on the other hand, or she said, on the other hand, Paul Cornell came directly to where I was sitting as soon as the panel ended and said, I heard what you said, and I'd like to take a minute to try to sell you directly. He told me that his new Swords and Sorcery comic, Demon Knights, would have a majority female cast, and that he was committed to keeping it that way. I am utterly uninterested in Swords and Sorcery, but I will be subscribing to a full year of Demon Knights anyway, because Paul Cornell made me feel like he cared about my opinion, both as a fan and as a human being.
I think about the stuff Paul Cornell was writing at the time, like Knight and Squire previous to that, which wasn't a sexualized character. It was just a female Robin, essentially, who was British. And I think Demon Knights also had Shining Knight, who was non-binary at the time, even though we might not have had the same language to describe that.
I mean, first and foremost, good on Paul to be able to just do that outreach. Like like, that is very much like the care to which you want to have for your customer, your consumer, like people who, because that's how you build up the next generation, is you show kindness to share it downward.
This really hurt me when I was putting this together, because some of my favorite creators right now are women. I've always loved Gail Simone's work. She's one of the writers that one of the first women writers that I really connected with. Kelly Thompson, you know, we love her. We've had her on the show. Women are such a big part of the comics industry. And the fact that not just the creators on the panel didn't give a fuck, but that the fans were hostile, shows that this is an industry that, even though a lot of women have had a lot to do with where the industry has gotten to, they don't care. Or I shouldn't say they do not. They did not care. It didn't matter. A lot of them probably don't know the history. They don't know who Jeanette Kahn is. And all that mattered was that a woman was entering their space and trying to make this about something that it's not about. So we're in 2011. What's the buzzword at that time? PC?
Sure.
You're trying to insert political correctness into my comic books. Get the fuck out. No, dude. That ain't it. That ain't it.
Oh, this is Gamergate time too,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yep. I was just about to mention that. Yeah. This is where a lot of gatekeeping is happening because social media is being more proliferated. So women are in the space in some way, and comic books was a boys' club, both from maybe you know in creators and stuff. But in terms of fan base, it really was a boys' club, and I remember feeling that too when I went to cons because I was a big panel goer at this time. New York Comic Con, I would be going to panels constantly. That was how I spent my time. And it felt like that at some points.
The story of the New 52, the reason why I'm sticking on this, to me, is incomplete without the discussion about what was lacking.
Sure.
And without the discussion about how the editorial side of things didn't care about the people who they were trying to sell these books to. Think about this. A major reason why the New 52 existed at all was to bring new readers and new people into the fold. 50% of the people walking on the planet Earth are women. Some subsection of them, of the 100%, are minorities, a large subsection. So if you're trying to appeal to new people, how can you do that without putting new faces, diverse faces, among the characters and the people who are working on the books? It doesn't add up. And it is a big reason why, in my opinion, the sales for the New 52 started to drop off. They didn't stay high. And a lot of the creators have spoken out about their negative experiences because it's not just the fans that Dan didn't care about. It's the creators too. It's their experiences too. Paul Cornell, I referenced him. He has a story to tell.
Ooh.
He has a story to tell. Scott Snyder has a story to tell. Gail Simone has a story to tell. And we are going to tell all of their stories across the next few weeks here in the New 52 Deep Dive.
Juicy.
Boy,
Well done.
I always forget how good these deep dives feel.
Yeah, you get to be a listener.
Yeah.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed that presentation. It's emotional for me in a lot of ways because we are reflecting on a very different time in comics, and it burns me to know that this industry that I love so much has so many warts of this type. And you know, we're gonna have a lot of fun talking about the New 52 and stuff, but I'm telling you now that this is the heyday that we've gone over.
Yeah.
And from here, the story of the New 52 gets darker It gets stranger. We're going to talk about a lot of creative shuffling that goes on. We're going to talk about a very public argument between Rob Liefeld and Scott Snyder that a lot of you probably have no idea about.
Cool.
And a whole lot more.
I mean, Sylv just said that this panel is 0% women. I think we're fucking up, dudes.
Look, Sylv, we're waiting for the best people. Where are they?
That's fucked.
Oh my god. Flo says the dark side of New 52, a Comics Pal documentary.
There you go.
Let's get Chris Jericho on the horn.
Please don't. Please don't. Ask him about where his wife was on January 6th.
Oh,
Taking the walls down.
Wow. Tyson LaFrance says, what did Dan DiDio do? What did DiDio do? He did a lot. He did a lot. We've talked about what DiDio did for the last 2 hours. So you can go back and rewind it. And we're going to continue to talk about what DiDio did. This is not meant to be a condemnation of Dan DiDio. I think that Dan DiDio really does love comics, and I'm going to talk a lot more about Dan in the coming weeks. I don't hate Dan DiDio by any means. I think he did a lot of good, but nobody bats 100 and nobody's perfect. And he had a lot of old school perspectives on things that hurt the New 52, because this really was supposed to be almost a changing of the guard as well from a creative standpoint, but it isn't. You know, it doesn't feel like that. And it took a long time for DC to get on the ball. Arguably, that didn't happen until Dan DiDio wasn't there in 2020. So, yeah, Gavin Guidry says DC is actually very organized now. And I believe that, and I think you can tell that from the books. I think you can tell that from how the creatives talk about their experience at DC. It feels like a 180 from these days.
And look at Absolute. You know, the 3 main titles they've announced so far. One of the main characters is written by a woman, Kelly Thompson.
Yeah.
So at least right now they're running at 33%. Well, there's 2 other ones that are probably by men, but yeah.
Marked improvement. And I feel like of the coverage we've done over the past couple of years, like from an organizational standpoint, you start to see that.
Dion Z says, glad to finally join in on a live. I think at its inception, it was a pretty great entry point for a lot of different facets of the DC universe. But man, once we hit 2013 to 2015, it started getting rough.
We'll get there.
and I think I also think at a certain point, you look at the banner on every comic book that said the New 52. You start looking at that and going, yeah, this has been going for a long time. Should it be the old 52 by now? That's when you start going, oh, this is bad.
It's like New Coke being around way too long.
Yeah.
That dated me.
A lot of questions, a lot of chatters. We're still holding strong at 90 of you, 90 plus of you. Thank you so much for that. We can answer a few questions before we get on with the show. If you guys could tackle some questions, that would be awesome.
Yeah. So Sylv asked, was he the one who hated Nightwing, or was that another dude? Dan DiDio has gone out of his way to try and kill Dick Grayson in the comics. Notably in Infinite Crisis, that was the death of Superboy was supposed to be Nightwing. And I want to say Jeff Johns, and he had a massive blowout over it. Somewhere on the internet, I know there's and it'll be deep within my Tumblr posts. Don't go look for that. But there is a long, article talking about Dan DiDio's hate for Nightwing, and the fact that he was a character primarily loved and enjoyed by women.
That's a great point. Yep, that is a great point.
I have one from Bobby McLeod. gained a subscriber. Great episode.
Hey,
Thank you so much.
yo.
Glad if you're new here, thank you so much.
Very similar. Afro SF Ian's Comics 78. Brilliant stream, guys. I'm staying a Comics Pals convert.
Hey, let's go.
Let me say this: the show is not over. Don't go anywhere. The show is not over. We've got a lot more show to come somehow, some way. We are not done. We've got a little bit of news to tackle, a little bit of business to take care of. Next week, we're going to do our top 5 New 52 stories. So if you guys want to start preparing for that, that should be a lot of fun.
Is it top 5 launch or just altogether?
Altogether.
Okay.
How do I say the Flash 5 times?
Say it 5 times fast.
Okay. I'll prepare that for next week. I can't do that now.
Yeah.
I don't want to step on anybody's toes.
Yeah, and Chad, I would love to see your top 5s next week as well as we roll it out. It'll be rolling out, across several weeks as the deep dive will be and everything else.
I have one here from Get Shitty. Did any character benefit from New 52 as much as Harley Quinn?
Nope.
Yeah, man. Glow up on that.
Aquaman.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it
Yes,
got cut
sure.
off just now.
I feel like that's like to like a different capacity though, like in terms of where Harley is at this current point. Like she's one of the other most recognizable characters now compared to an Aquaman, let's say.
Counterpoint, Aquaman had a movie that made $1 billion.
Oof.
That would never have happened if it wasn't for this Aquaman run by Johns.
Birds of Prey and Harley Quinn didn't make that much?
$1 billion?
No. Not that Aquaman is on the same tier as Harley Quinn in terms of popularity, just that to go from a complete and utter joke that nobody cared about, nobody took seriously, to being able to be considered a badass that made $1 billion, I think that's a pretty large glow up.
The Jason Momoa,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, and Harley has her show on HBO, right?
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Starring lead in 2 other movies and then had a solo-ish movie.
Yeah.
Although Harley has been able to maintain an ongoing longer than Aquaman. So,
Poison
surely
Ivy
says
has currently been able to maintain a longer ongoing than Aquaman.
I think that will be something to look. I think Poison Ivy could be this era's version of that.
Dude, there are more fucking Palsverse entries over the last 2 years than there are Aquaman comics.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Gavin, that's right. Aquaman needs a new series, dude.
Gavin, are you pitching yourself as an Aquaman artist? Because hold on a second.
I bet Marco could come up with an Aquaman story.
Bro, the stories that I have spin out of the 90s Rick of H stuff, I absolutely have stories.
Hook hand?
Yeah, hook hand and then the magic water hand afterwards.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Gore Vidal says majority of superhero comics readers are men. It's like action films. It doesn't matter if a man or woman writes a comic. The audience will largely be men. All right. We'll tackle this with grace. Gore's a regular viewer. I don't want to disparage. Look, dude, it's okay that the majority of readers are men. That's fine. If that's how it is, that's how it is. But you can't just eschew the entirety of the population that exists of women because you just believe that the audience will always largely consist of men. The efforts that DC and Marvel, frankly, have made to make changes behind the scenes have shown that they've been able to bring more women into the fold as readers and more minorities into the fold as readers. The effort's there, and commiserate with the effort is the response on the part of the readership. If you think that women just don't give a fuck about comics, you're wrong. We know they do. It's not like there have never been women readers of comics, women viewers of movies, players of video games. It's not like that. It's just that they've never been able to have a voice. That's the only thing that's true, is that they didn't have a voice. You're a woman, you walk into a comic shop. Not every time, but a lot of times, it becomes more about the fact that you're a woman than the fact that you're a person who wants to read a comic. And that's wrong. Why did that woman get shouted down at the panel by all those men fans? What effect do you think that has on that person, but also women who read the article, women who have heard that story? What do you think it does? Do you think that woman who did that is incredibly bold? Do you think that all women are going to do that? Or do you think they're going to just say, oh shit, this space isn't for me, I'm out? Come on, man. Planet 628 says, I wish there was an episode like this about the Valiant relaunch. Sadly, probably no interest from viewers. Their first year was amazing. I have very little familiarity with Valiant, quite frankly. I hate to say this, but you're probably right. You know, in a way, we do have to serve you guys and what your interests are. And if the title of this video was, you know, a Valiant deep dive, we'd probably have half the viewers here. And I'm not denigrating you guys. You guys are amazing, but I know that that's the way the cookie crumbles. Maybe one day we'll be able to do something like that. But I appreciate that you would like to see that from us.
I would love to see a Valiant resurgence that means something, you know?
That mimics that. Like that was the first other time that I felt like I heard of a other superhero universe, you know, that mattered it for a hot second.
Yeah, they have trouble putting out comics, let alone
a
comic book channel covering it. Like, that's the niche of a niche already. So, yeah.
Gore follows up, I agree with you, Sean and Dan, about the need to have women creators on the comics, but they won't bring in more women readers. I mean, that's just wrong, bro. That's just not true. I'm not sure why you're holding on so tightly to that belief, but it's just not accurate, man. Like, how could that? Why do you think that would be accurate? We've seen the growth in women readers and women enjoyers of comics just through Harley Quinn's involvement and stories. Wonder Woman 1, Wonder Woman #1. If you go back to that film's release, if you go back to the way that women were talking about that movie and how important it was for them, you cannot tell me that women didn't show up for that movie. You can't tell me that women didn't show up for Captain Marvel, the movie. You can't say it.
What this kind of sparks in my head is 2016 era with Kelly Sue on Captain Marvel, the comic, female creator, female character, and just the explosion of female fans in the space. Whether that was on Tumblr, it was big on Tumblr. The Carol Core was a thing, but the Carol Core was a thing in person too. Like, the front row of a lot of Marvel panels was all women for like the first time that I can remember, all in Captain Marvel costumes, like their own versions of it. So like that, literally, like, you can see the numbers in a smaller subsection. If just you say, hey, instead of comic fans, we're talking about comic book panel goers, it increased women drastically, just because it garnered a safe area for these women to feel like they can enjoy the medium.
I mean, just look at even the MCU, the movies. Like, that's some of the first time that I know, for me personally, I've seen people like my mom take interest in these characters, my aunts, you know, people at the office at large take interest, because you have such mass popular media that it splits and it goes beyond the gender.
I think even going further back, like Lucille Ball is
Far back. Really far back.
Oh yeah, yeah. Wait till you hear what I'm about to say. Lucille Ball is the only reason Star Trek got on TV in the 60s. Women were the primary audience for that show in the 60s. And you know, it doesn't mean that every woman that watched that show became a writer or an actress or you know, anything like that, but that inclusion also caused an explosion of women in science, women, in the military and women in, and directly because they saw women on screen on Star Trek.
Unlike economics, a trickle-down effect actually works when it comes to representation.
And inspiration.
Yeah.
Look, I'll tell you something. I have wanted to be a comic book writer since I was 17. Okay? I was inspired by Grant Morrison's Batman to want to do that. All right? One of the most crushing things for me in terms of that endeavor was the fact that at this same time, across the New 52, across Marvel, black men weren't writing comics. It hurt my soul that I couldn't find any. And it made me think at that age, I'm a young man at that point. It made me think, if you're a black person and you want to tell stories in comics, you're either going to be only able to write about black characters or you're going to have to work outside the big two. I couldn't see a place for me at Marvel. And it hurt my soul. So the fact that this is still an issue, because at DC right now, I referenced the San Diego Comic-Con picture where all the writers were white. One of the writers at DC right now posted a picture of a post San Diego Comic-Con hangout, and the only person of color there was Ramvi. So now I'm 34 years old. I still want to write comics, and I still see the exact same thing. That makes me think, if I devote my life to that, am I going to be wasting my time? Is anybody going to give a fuck about reading what I have to say because the color of my skin is different from Morrison and Snyder and Johns? Does that mean that I can't tell good stories? It hurts my soul that that's how I feel. So you don't get to say that it's not true because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm a guy. So I have that part at least. But imagine being a woman, because the picture I just referenced had no women in it. So how many women do you think said, oh, that's not for me? It's only for men. If you take your head out of your ass and you think about the world outside of yourself, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Because it's really clear to me, because I live it and you don't.
And I see some of the comments being like, oh, shouldn't it be about quality rather than hiring someone based on who they are? And I think that is just a narrow view on things. You can't just assume quality only comes from that. I feel like there's an assumption there that quality only comes from more traditional, like if we're talking about this discussion, men. But you only know about quality, and you only know about that because that's who they are. That's the only thing you're seeing. So the quality that you perceive is only men. If you're not tapping into women, you're not tapping into, people of color, you don't ever get to see that quality because it didn't have a chance to thrive, didn't have a chance to grow. Somebody who was here, Mr. B. Wills, mentioned, like blaxploitation films existed so that, actually well-written black films could run later. You got to garner that you got to plant that seed before you can actually grow and you can harvest it. And I think having that representation is important, not only from a quality standpoint, because then you get people like, Priest didn't write comics early on. They didn't even get to do Rebirth until, or DC stuff until Rebirth with like Deathstroke, even though they had done amazing stuff at Marvel before that. But you don't get to see that until that's, really facilitated. You can't just write it off like, oh, the quality is not there. That's so short-sighted.
Hey Manifesto says, best people is subjective. There are too many avenues to demonstrate talent. Right. And so, look, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this, and then we're going to move the show forward because this isn't the point of this episode, and we have other shit to get to. But I'm getting tired of seeing it in the chat. If you think that In 2011, Dan DiDio trying to find the best people possible, which is what he said, was only 1% women, that the whole comic book industry, of everybody that they could have got, that only 1% of the best people were women, you're out of your mind. If you listen to everything that we've said and you heard about Eddie Berganza, deliberately they had to keep women away from him because he was a sex pest. If you don't get what that means and how that affects the industry, you should find another channel. Because I'm not dealing with this. This is horse shit. It's bullshit.
It's clear bullshit too when Marvel had women writers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why didn't Marjorie Liu and Kelly Sue DeConnick want to go to DC?
Even artists, Emma Rios at the time, I think was doing Osborne with Kelly Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gavin points it out, and it's a massive problem with the industry. And this to me is what sells it. Is Gavin says, I'm gonna be real with you. So many of these jobs are by virtue of connections and trust. If editors are mostly familiar and friends with white male creators, they're getting all the jobs, period.
And by having those voices and those creators join, you're now providing that ladder. You are now that connection point to the industry. So the representation there means that down the line, years from now, the percentages increase. The percentage has already increased, and it will continue to do so because, to the earlier points being made, the quality will be there whether you're a man, a woman, black, white, but the connections are what get you onto the book, and the more people that there are, the more connections and the more plethora of books you can get.
So we'll shift gears and we will talk about patreon.com/thecomicspals, where if you enjoy this kind of thing, if you enjoy our deep dives, if you enjoy our in-depth discussions, if you enjoy our honest talks, you can support us because this podcast is 100% supported by you guys. You guys make this possible, and you have shown up for us hugely over August. This is our best month ever, not just from a financial standpoint, but from a viewership standpoint, from every metric. August was our best month ever, and September is starting off great as well. So huge shout out to you guys. If you want to contribute to that, we are giving you guys a lot of bang for your buck. Not only do you get an exclusive podcast over there called Palling Around, you get a newsletter that drops every single week, one a week, one from each of us. You get to vote in our polls for the book club, which we're going to address that in just a moment. You get to hang out with us once a month on Discord in a private Discord channel where we hang out and discuss whatever we feel like discussing with you all. But you also get a nickname and a shout out on the show, a superhero nickname and a shout out and an origin. The New 52 was DC's monumental seismic shift that changed the comics industry forever for a couple of years. In 2011, 13 years ago this month, that is why we are dedicating the month of September to a New 52 deep dive where we will continue, as we did last week, to dig through the crates, dig through the old internet, ye old internet of 2011, 12, and 13, to dissect the history of the New 52. I am very excited to be able to present to you guys part 2 of our New 52 deep dive. We have Cale.
Guys, there are at least 52 hot dogs here. What's up?
Marco.
New 52!
Tyler.
Hi, guys. I'm just going to be normal for mine.
And I'm Sean. Thank you for joining us, whether you are live or in the future. I see a lot of names in the chat already. You guys wake up early to mess with us. I appreciate you all so much. I'll shout a whole bunch of you out here in a few minutes. Do want to say thanks to all of the pals that made it to Tyler and I's appearance on the Near Mint Condition YouTube channel. that happened this past Thursday. That was a great time. Thanks to the Minties and everybody else for being so awesome there. It was a blast.
It felt like a bit of a takeover in the chat too. I kind of liked it. You guys came out in full force.
Yeah, you guys did amazing. The support you showed us was unbelievable. Unrivaled. I really didn't expect it, but I'm so grateful for it. Brian Adkins, what happened Thursday is that Tyler and I were on the Near Mint Condition YouTube channel, and we were a part of their Evergreen show. So if you guys are familiar with their channel, if you're familiar with that, then you know what that means. It was a great time. If you haven't had the chance to check it out, you can head on over there to watch that. But not now. Not now. Now,
Later.
yeah, we're here to talk about the new 52. So last week, we talked about the success and the failures of the new 52. But today, I wanted to start by really digging in to how big of a success the new 52 was, because I feel like as bad as things are going to get, as rough as the conversation will get as we expose a lot of the problems behind the scenes, I really want to underscore that the new 52 wasn't all bad, especially if your metric for judging that is sales. Because the sales for the new 52, especially for the first year or so, were really good. The new 52 set records, actually. And I was poring over Comicron.com, looking at the sales figures for the first 2 years. Every month, I went month over month. This is one of my favorite websites. This website is amazing. If you want to know how many issues of Amazing Spider-Man sold in 1995, you can go to Comicron.com and you can find that out.
You love numbers too, so it's just, I'm sure it's probably great, just like info sponge time.
Yeah, it's a good time.
It's a beautiful place, beautiful website. And so let's talk numbers. Let's get into it. So I've got a whole bunch of Comicron links pulled up, and I'll start from September. Because that's when the new 52 really kicked off in earnest. So this is what Comicron had to say about the month of September 2011. September 2011 was one of the great inflection points in the modern direct market history, though the scale of its impact wouldn't be fully apparent for another month. With DC relaunching most of its line in the New 52 event, comics unit sales increased by double digits. The overall market netted out 1% down, however, as graphic novel orders sank against strong comparatives. Scott Pilgrim and Walking Dead were drawing very well in September 2010. So the point they're making is that those books were down, thus bringing the whole deal down a little bit, 1%. Back to the article. The numbers were further impacted by the fact that 41 of DC's titles were made returnable, and by custom, Diamond reduced those titles' rankings in the tables to the tune of 10%. This reflects copies that might have been reported as unsold by the end of the year and thus not paid for by retailers. The final totals for 2011 reflect more accurate numbers. Pause. What Comicron is saying right there is that these number ones were returnable, which is a concept that is largely foreign in the direct market anymore, especially with the big two. But what this meant at the time was that a retailer that had unsold stock of these issue ones, 41 of them, not all of them, 41 out of the 52, they could return those issues to Diamond and receive a full monetary return on their investment. So Diamond, as was custom, would take 10% of the reported sales off the top, with the assumption that that amount is what would be returned by retailers. So the final numbers that I'm going to give you at the end of the year will reflect the accurate sales for these number ones. But at the moment, what I'm reporting to you is minus 10% for the ones that had returnability. Back to the article. Still, even with the reduction, comic unit sales were higher than they'd been in any month since December of 2008, which is before the general recession really took hold in the direct market. 6 titles topped the 100,000 copy mark, even with the reduction. This was the most since July 2009. Batman #1 led the charts with more than 188,000 copies ordered. Orders for second place Action Comics #1 were more than 182,000 copies. The third quarter closed up over 2010 by 3.55%. This was the first up quarter since the fourth quarter of 2010 and the first up third quarter since 2009. Only one title not published by Marvel and DC made the top 100.
Damn.
Dark Horse's Buffy the Vampire Slayer debut. Wow, that's incredible. So, what were the top 10? We talked last week about how 8 of the top 10 were DC titles. I'll rattle them off for you here now. Batman #1 at 188,000 units. Action Comics #1, 182,000. Green Lantern #1 came in at third with 141,000. So that's a 40K drop off from #2. Kind of steep, but okay. The Flash #1. This was actually by new writer Francis Manapul, who of course was a very talented artist, not yet a veteran in the industry, but never a writer prior to this. Go ahead.
Didn't Brian Piccoletto work with him on that one?
He was a co-writer.
Okay, yeah.
129,000 units sold. Superman at 118. Detective Comics 103. Batman the Dark Knight 98. It's not until the 8th slot that we see Marvel peak in. Fear Itself, issue 6, was 8th. Ultimate Comics Spider-Man was 9th. And pulling up the rear is Batman and Robin. Those last few titles all sold under 100,000 copies. So that means that in the month of September 2011, no Marvel series sold more than 100,000 copies.
Damn.
Wow.
I was curious where Spider-Man was at the time. This is 2011, 2012, right?
This is September of 2011.
Yeah, this was big time. So this is in the middle of Slot's run. Because I figured Spider-Man's probably a good indicator of where Marvel is at any time in terms of sales. But I totally forgot about Ultimate Comics Spider-Man. It always somehow beats out normal Spider-Man. But that low is unheard of nowadays for a Spider-Man title.
Well, speaking of the low, just because you brought it up, Amazing Spider-Man was actually 18th in sales this month. It was issue 669, and it sold 71,000 copies. Outsold by books like Batwoman, Aquaman, Teen Titans, and various other books. That will probably never happen again, but that's where we were in September of 2011.
And I'm seeing here that all of the Marvel books are $3.99 as opposed to the $2.99 of all the DC publications, except for Action Comics.
Yes. This is when Marvel made the shift to $3.99 for pretty much all their books, whereas DC was holding the line at $2. That changes at some point here in the intervening months, where we start to see books like Batman go to $3.99. But largely DC's line is committed to the $2.99 price point, which is lovely. And I wish we could go back to that, but we can't.
Oh, we could. Different conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I love this. I love these numbers. I'm a sucker for it. I really wish I could just present to you all of the months in the first year of the New 52, because the records they were setting, the crazy books that were making it into the top 20, it's so fun to read. So if you're a nerd like me, then at some point, if you've got the time, I highly recommend taking a look at comichron.com and seeing some of the reports that they pushed out. But I'm going to push things a little forward, and I'm going to jump into the end of the year. I'm going to skip ahead to December to talk a little bit about how December wrapped up. So going back to Comic-Con with their article. Given November's powerful performance, thanks mostly due to the New 52 relaunch, it had briefly looked as though 2011, a weak year in the beginning, might actually net out positive. But while total new comic sales were up for the month, it wasn't enough to offset the 16% year-over-year decline in trade paperback orders for December. So the year instead came in down less than 1%. It was a remarkable reversal, though, and the latter portion of 2011 would set up several successful years to follow. It made more remarkable by the fact that the average comic book cost considerably less in 2011 than it did in 2010. While that pumped up unit sales, it could have contributed in the shortfall in overall dollars. The average price of comic books dropped by a dime in 2011. Justice League number 4 led the market, and Diamond would simultaneously report Justice League number 1 as the top seller of the year. So the last year of 2011, the top 10 was Justice League number 4. Estimated units sold 142,000. So that is a 40,000 unit drop from where Batman number 1 and Action number 1 were in September when this whole deal started.
Wow.
So the top selling comic in December was 40,000 units down from where we were in September. But we still have several books crossing the 100,000 point. Batman number 4 at 133,000, Action at 112, Green Lantern at 104. That's where it ends. Then we get a Marvel book at number 5, Avengers X Sanction. Does that ring a bell for anybody?
That was the Cable event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ed McGuinness drawing that one, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Boy, was I unhappy with that.
It looked cool, but I don't think I read it.
McGuinness art aside, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's issue number 1 of that, for those of you who are curious. Detective Comics at 89,000. Defenders number 1, 85,000. Flash still hanging in there, 77,000. That is a 50,000 unit drop off from issue 1. Batman the Dark Knight. Sorry,
for the Flash.
For the Flash, yeah.
Okay.
Sean, is that typical for number 1s?
It is typical to see a drop. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Typically, I think you're expecting, maybe you'll lose between 15 and 25% of your readership by the time you get to about issue 4. So I guess that's par for the course. And certainly Flash isn't the only book that's dropped off to those numbers. I mean, you've got Batman the Dark Knight, which has dropped significantly. That's the David Finch book where he's writing and drawing, which was a big deal at the time. And rounding out the top 10 is Superman with 68,000 units. So once again, Marvel with only 2 books in the top 10, closing out the year of 2011. Comic-Con had a lot of positive things to say about 2011 as a year. The latter half of it, I guess, because it began not in a great spot. I'm going to read just a little bit of what Comic-Con had to say about the end of 2011. DC's relaunch again boosted comics orders in October, while its reorders helping it place more titles in the top 300 than any publisher to date in the Diamond exclusive era. It's also the month with the highest sales yet for 300th place, over 5,000 copies, and the fewest number of publishers to date with titles in the top 300, only 13. DC's relaunch continued to boost comic sales in November, with drastic increases in year-to-year periodic sales. But there were also increases in trade paperback, causing 2011 overall to surge into positive territory. But December trade paperback orders were weak, causing the year to close out down less than 1% overall. The final numbers for the top 10 sales, this is the last time I'll refer to this until we get to the end of 2012. Justice League won out the year with 230,000 copies sold. That's a big number. We're not going to hear a number that high again until a very unexpected title is able to hit that mark. And I would love it if you guys wanted to try and guess what the book is that is number one at the end of the year 2012. Not now. Not now.
Oh, okay.
Let me just get through the rest of this, and then I'll give you your guys' spot. Batman, number one, was 218,000 units sold. Action, number one, 204,000 units sold. Those are final numbers, by the way. So those are numbers adjusted for returns. So Batman 1 was lower, I believe, on the initial list. It was like in the high 100,000s. Now it's up over 200,000. Justice League number 2 was fourth in the list with 186,000. Batman number 2 was number 5th on the list. Ultimate Spider-Man number 160 with 172,000. Green Lantern number 1, 172,000. Justice League number 3, 160,000. Action Comics and Detective round out the top 10. So a pretty impressive year for DC on the whole. Only one Marvel book making it in the top 10. That will never happen again. In the sense that in the intervening years, that has not occurred. Maybe it will with Absolute. We don't know. But as of now, this is historic.
Like, it couldn't with Absolute at this point because there's only 3 titles.
All In could help as well.
Yeah.
The overall initiative. But yeah, the New 52, by all accounts, a big success. And if I were to continue reading on, which, sorry?
Is it Juggernaut?
Yeah. I won't go too much deeper into the numbers aspect, but July and February of 2012, all 10 of the slots in the top 10 sales charts, according to Comicron, were occupied by DC books.
Wow.
They shut Marvel out. Marvel actually had a bit of a struggle at this moment in time. As you heard, they didn't really have a lot of things that were lighting people on fire. The only things they could do to get into that space was Ultimate Spider-Man, which I believe at this point Miles had taken over the book.
Sounds right.
Possibly either that or it was the not David Marquez, the more rebooted Ultimate Comics where they had like a holographic cover.
I feel like it might have been like the tail end of the first altogether round of Ultimate Spider-Man before I think what you're talking about.
Is it Miles 2013? That's why I think.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So yeah, Marvel was having a big time struggle, and DC kept delivering hits because in June of 2012, DC launched something that was hugely controversial. They launched before Watchmen.
Oh,
That's right.
wow.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the button was part of the New 52. That was a Flash Batman Flash Detective Comics crossover.
Yeah, but that wouldn't happen
Batman.
until
It was the end.
Years later. Yeah.
2019. Like,
Yeah, this is
Like
when
the start of Rebirth.
yeah.
Yeah,
Huh.
this is just before Watchmen. And 4 of those books made it into the top 10 of the month of June.
Okay.
I actually like some of those books.
Some of those were pretty good.
I thought Before Watchmen was awesome. The ones I read anyway.
Darwin Cook on Minutemen. Great book.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sick. So Get Shitty says just checked Miles debuted in August of 2011. So yeah, it was the Miles stuff that was doing it. And speaking of which, I want to say hello to some people. What's up? Amin Perez, Niobe Comics, how you doing? Near says hello, pals. Hello right back to you. Triple Ho, how you doing? Says, were there variants at launch? I'm pretty sure there were.
There must have been.
Yeah.
It's comics after all.
Yeah.
DV, how you doing? Cosmo, good to see you, Cosmo. Cosmo said, I've never heard of numbers that big. Wait until I tell you about 2012 and how that nets out. It's crazy. I cannot wait. I can't wait.
200,000 is a high number for modern, modern comics, post, I don't know, 1980 or whatever.
Yeah.
That's like the peak, I would say, nowadays. You
That's-
get
yeah.
the outliers are in the 500 range, but I would say 200 is like the most you could ever possibly do on a normal week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nuts. So this what I'm about to read comes from Comic-Con once again. Diamond's top 300 comics had orders totaling $25.72 million, an increase of 44% over the previous May, and the highest total since Diamond became the sole distributor in 1997. It beat the total of 25.37 million set in December of 2008.
Wow.
That's crazy, guys. That is insane. This was the best May and the best month since Diamond became the sole distributor, going back to 97. That's nuts. Getting into 90s numbers is amazing, and that's how high this industry was firing in 2012.
For sure.
Beautiful. Now, let me get to the end of the year. I'm going to skip a lot. Get to the end of the year.
Uh-oh.
Does anybody want to take a guess as to the best-selling comic of 2012? Bonus points if you can guess the number range that it sold in. Chat, you can jump in on this as well. If you know the answer, please don't spoil it. If you really know it, like if you looked it up.
I don't know it. Is it just Society of America?
Wasn't out.
Wasn't out yet. I just remember it had 52 covers, so I was hoping that would game the system with sales.
What about Superman Unchained?
No.
That's a good guess. I was going to say Justice League Dark. It must have been a team book.
Izzy. Hey, Izzy, how you doing? Says Dial H. No. CW Gordon,
Yeah.
good to see you. Says Invincible. No.
Easy.
Garrick.
Yeah, right. Come on.
Garrick the Taylor says Avengers vs. X-Men.
Oh,
Rami Darwish says Justice League. No. Get Shitty says Saga. No. Leonard Pig says The Flash. No. Nathan Chafin says World War Hulk. No. Unfortunately, that was a few years prior. Good to see you, though, Nathan. David Johnson says just joining in, and I feel I'm going to get a lot of hate, but I loved a lot of the new 52 runs. Me too.
hell yeah.
You're not going to get hate here at all for that.
Yeah, we'll get there, actually.
We'll tease you a little bit, but it's not hate. Don't worry.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys the answer because no one is even close.
Okay.
The answer is The Walking Dead number 100.
Oh, I didn't know the
yeah.
field was open. I thought it was a DC book.
Yeah.
Come on.
I said, what's the best-selling book?
A lot of covers for that one too. Yeah, that's what got me to stop reading the book.
353,000 units sold.
One
Wow.
thing though, I think that might game those numbers is that was the time of the loot box, and a lot of variants were in those boxes.
Oh, okay.
And I'm pretty sure that boosted their numbers pretty high.
Didn't the TV show come out right around then too?
Right around then, yeah. It was in
Yeah, it
the
would've been,
zeitgeist
yeah.
at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about loot boxes. This is direct market sales, so I'm not sure if that has anything to do with this. But certainly Walking Dead was extremely popular at this time. I even have a copy of Walking Dead 100, and I didn't even know what The Walking Dead was really at this time.
Walking Dead
oh,
100. Okay, that also explains.
Yeah.
The Walking Dead had been out 2010, so it'd already been 2 years. So
There you go.
the fervor there was already building, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, you guys were talking about DC, right? You all were giving me DC guesses, and everybody thought that it would be a DC book that would be in number one. What if I told you that not only was it not a DC book, but that no DC book at all would feature in the top 10 of 2012?
Oh, shit.
Damn.
Not one.
How quickly they fall.
Here's the list. Uncanny Avengers, number one, 305,000 units sold.
Whoa.
Avengers versus X-Men, number one, 265 units sold. This is in the thousands, of course. Amazing Spider-Man 700, 201,000 units sold. AVX 2, 6, 5, 3, 4, all in a row selling over 100,000 units. Avengers number one, 187,000 units. All new X-Men number one, 184,000 units, rounding out the tie. That's actually number 11. But that's when we get that's how it goes. It takes until number 17 to get to a DC book. Batman number 13 sold 170,000 units. These are great numbers, but DC has fallen way outside of the conversation if we're talking about the best sellers in comics at this point.
Well, and what do you do, right? Like, you know, it was AVX, it was all new X-Men, it was like Bendis Appreciation Month.
I'd be curious to see what it would look like by series, because I know Avengers versus X-Men is taking up a lot of those spots.
By issue.
By issue, yeah. Because it's obviously that's going to sell a lot. So that makes sense in my mind. If it was broken down by series, I'd be curious if DC would crack that top 10.
I mean, of course they would. By series, of course.
Made it to 17. So yeah.
I was just wondering if like they would all like there'd be more. I think if it would be weighted more on DC's end.
No,
across the board. No,
it would be Batman and Justice League. Just looking at this, it takes to see a title that's not Batman or Justice League from DC, you have to go all the way down to number 47, which is before Watchmen Minutemen.
Wow.
There is no New 52 title outside of Batman or Justice League in the top 50.
Do you think this has anything to do with Avengers coming out that year? And Marvel becoming more in the zeitgeist?
Oh, the movie?
Yeah.
I think it has to do with the fact that the New 52 was already waning in interest. They did the 0 year stuff in December. I think it was September of 2012. And in that month, the New 52 did great because of the 0 issue gimmick. But outside of that, you can clearly see that the numbers aren't there the way they were in the first few months of the New 52.
I don't know about everybody else. I hated that 0 year stuff.
Yeah.
The same thing we complained about with Night Terrors. It's just an interruption to the story to pop in a quick, where have they been issue.
The 0 year felt it felt like a Band-Aid to explain the 5 years.
Yeah.
Because people were still a year and were like, this doesn't make any sense. How do you have this many Robins?
I particularly liked the 0 year stuff because it was the first time I've ever seen that. I'm like, they're going backwards?
Baby's first
Holy
gimmick.
shit.
Yeah. Baby's first gimmick.
Yeah. I was like, oh my God, what is all of this? Backstory, cool.
Mind you, Avengers versus X-Men was dreadful. Like, to me, that was really bad. I was so annoyed by it. I couldn't believe how the creatives involved were able to deliver such a turd. But that aside, the book sold like hotcakes, and it really helped Marvel get back on their feet. Marvel now, in conjunction with this and some of the other things that they were doing, really pushed Marvel back into pole position, and they really wouldn't lose that spot ever again. You can say it was because of the movies. You can attribute it to whatever you want. I think the concept of the Avengers and the X-Men going head to head was something that at the time was novel, especially to readers who had started reading comics in the 2000s, there wasn't such an event before, so it drew people in. I bought every single issue, and there were, I think, 12 of them, plus the tie-ins, and I couldn't stand this, but it was new.
It was an Axel Alonso initiative, right, at Marvel, the Marvel Now stuff?
Whoever it was.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, so whenever sales start to wane, whenever things start to go bad, there are changes that get made, right? I'm going to refer to Dan DiDio, the star of our presentation, who had some things to say about the sales and how DC reacted. So this is coming from the great Polygon retrospective that they did with a lot of creators and people, Dan one among them. The downside of success is a level of, I don't want to use the word arrogance because that's wrong, but the sense of bravado. Now I got it. Now I can prove anything. One of our staples at the beginning was we wouldn't let any book go under 20,000 sales. Okay, so that's why you saw cancellations at 8 months. Because while the books were making money, they were profitable, they just didn't hit this artificial number that was created. What we didn't realize at the time is we created the churn, as I called it. Remember that phrase, churn. There are going to be 8 books or so that are just going to come in below our target number. So what you should do is you find the best 8 and stick with them. But if you cancel and replace them, you find out that you were getting even more diminishing returns. Then all of a sudden, the 8 books below our target number become 10. And then you're filling more holes than you have ways to fill them. You get so focused on churn of the bottom, you're not focused on maintaining the success at the top. There was a level of inconsistency in the storytelling. As I explained, we did a lot of planning up front to get the New 52 launch. So when you look at the 6 months, the first 6 months, I'll tell you honestly, some of the best books DC put out during my time were there. Just really powerful, wonderful storytelling at the top. Then what happened is the schedule starts to get to you, and we start to make some tweaks and changes along the way, and your own success gets in your way. You don't spend the same amount of time and energy getting it right to the rules of what the New 52 was and the proper introduction and how things work and making the changes to the characters valuable. It's like I said, the first few months of the New 52, gangbusters. I would say, personally, a lot of the books weren't great. Some of them were really great. But when you talk about canceling books that are hitting that 20K marker, today, it would probably be somewhere around, like a strong cancellation point would probably be somewhere around 12K, 12 to maybe 15K. So he's canceling books at 20K that he says were profitable and that today would be a pretty decent number.
Yeah.
And that idea to cut them at that regardless, the fact that you have to go back and plug in those holes, like he said, right? That means you have to introduce an audience to a newer character, a new book. It's a different title, versus maintaining the pool of people that you have and working to improve the books. Because I'm sure it's a better investment to get better talent onto a title than maybe to cancel and replace the entirety of that, because at least you have an audience that's built in with the potential to grow versus having to start from scratch.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that is a very frustrating strategy to just cull books at an arbitrary number. If they're profitable, why would you get rid of them? Especially when you understand the way that comics operate. So at the big two, generally, books like Batman, books like Spider-Man, Avengers if it's hot, whatever the hot books are, they're sort of anchors that help keep everything else afloat. If Batman is selling in the 200K range, that means that you can afford to keep around a book that's doing maybe 15K or whatever, because Batman is making up for it. That's generally the way it works. You can justify the books selling at the lower end because the higher end is propping everything up. A rising tide raises all boats type of idea within the structure of these companies. So why was Dan choosing to do this? It feels to me personally like trial by fire. Like you're either going to keep the sales of your books high or we're going to cut them type thing.
Oh, the Saboneur method.
It's frustrating. And so what were the cut books? Blackhawks, Hawk and Dove, Men of War, Mr. Terrific, Olmec, and Static Shock were all dumped.
Ooh, rest in peace, Static Shock.
Yeah. Within the first 8 issues.
Was Mr. Terrific even a launch title?
Yes.
Yeah, it was. Okay.
So
Olmec was his title too.
Yeah.
So he wasn't being choosy.
I feel like that happened a lot with his titles too. Like his title, like he would write a book and it wouldn't last that long.
Because he sucked.
As a writer, he wasn't it, unfortunately. So Static and Mr. Terrific represented the losses of 2 out of the 3 books that were led by a black character. Because we had those 2, and then we had Batwing, which would survive the initial purge. Luckily for that title. Now, what if I told you that, well, I know it for Static Shock. Let me make sure of it for Mr. Terrific. I'll say what I was going to say, and then I'll correct myself if I'm wrong about it. Neither book is written by a black person. So let me see. So I know about the first book I mentioned. Eric Wallace wrote Mr. Terrific. Let's see. What is Eric Wallace? I can't find anything on Eric Wallace. Okay, Eric Wallace is black. So thankfully, they got one black guy in the mix. One black made it through. But yeah. So they cut his book, they cut Static Shock. Hawk and Dove's gone. These books are cooked. To be replaced in May of 2012 by Dial H, Earth 2. We also got GI Combat and World's Finest. I don't really know if those are the books to replace these underperformers, but okay.
What was World's Finest at this point? Like, what kind of book was it? It had to have been a Batman Superman book, right?
It's Huntress and
Power Girl.
Oh,
I actually remember it now. Yep.
Yeah, it was somehow it was another Earth 2 Huntress and Power Girl title.
That somehow felt like pre-New 52.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The thing about Dial H is that its original run is like a cult classic. It's like widely beloved, or it was widely beloved at the time. So like there's a pretty good basis that a Dial H book would sell in the New 52, because it's just like, well, throw it out there.
Yeah.
These people will eat it up. Compared to a Static Shock or a Mr. Terrific, I mean, certainly better than OMAC, but
they also got China Melville to write Dial H at the time, who was a pretty well-known novelist.
Okay.
So there was some celebrity recognition, quote unquote.
And I was just looking this up for our New 52 top 5 we're going to be doing later, but they have Brian Bolland covers too.
Mm-hmm.
They were gorgeous.
Yeah, pretty hot.
Ray Mescalado says, was Vibe a New 52 title?
Yes.
No. Was it?
Yes, it was.
Eventually,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Came out of, I want to say, was it the Justice League of America
Yep, came out of that
versus the Justice League? Yeah.
Trinity War era.
Yeah. Yep.
William Cobb says, did New 52 have any Asian or Hispanic led books or creators? Ooh.
Led.
Uh,
Vibe was
Vibe
Hispanic,
was, yeah.
wasn't he?
He was, yeah. He is, yeah.
Oh, listen, he's not around anymore.
For the sake of the initial, like where we are in our story, the first 2 years, I don't think so. I don't think
Just
so.
Blue Beetle.
maybe.
No, the Blue Beetle was around at the time.
Okay.
It was Reyes.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't have a lot of Ted Cord for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, unbelievable. So let's talk about what happened when things started to go awry from a sales standpoint. Let's talk about why things started to go awry and what was happening behind the scenes. I'm going to turn to a tremendous series of articles that I found produced by Multiversity Comics. They did a series of interviews with writers who took part in the New 52. And this one that I'm going to refer to now is from somebody you guys will know very well named Ron Mars. Ron Mars has done a lot of like Top Cow stuff. He's obviously made the rounds with the big two as well. A veteran, certainly, of the comic book industry. Now, Ron Mars at the time was working on Voodoo. He was tasked with writing the Voodoo title. And I'm going to refer to him now because he has an interesting story to tell that will give you an idea of the level of dysfunction that was happening during the New 52. Question: when did you realize that your vision and DC's vision were not aligned on this title? Ron Mars. The day that issue 1 came out. I was on a train headed into the city to do a signing at Midtown Comics for Voodoo #1. And I got a call from the editor, Brian. This is Brian Cunningham, who we know. He's the guy that got us in touch with Jeff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep. And Brian's like, hey, can you come into the office today? And I'm like, well, no, I can't because I'm on my way to the signing. He was going to a Midtown Comics signing. Previously, I had offered, hey, do you want me to swing by the office to kick around ideas and stuff? I can hop in an earlier train and come in and then go to the signing. And they said, no, we've got so much going on. We really don't have time for that. So the day that the book came out, I got a call saying, can you come into the office? You know, that's not a good call to get. And now I can't because I would miss the signing. I said, what's going on? And so it was relayed to me that the book went up the chain and the editor-in-chief, who at the time was Bob Harris, doesn't know who to root for in the book. And I was like, right? That's exactly it. And they're like, yeah, but we don't think that's a good idea. And obviously, I've known Bob for years, and I have no issues with Bob whatsoever. My suspicion is that my actual pitch never made it to Bob's desk.
Damn.
So my whole intention of, I don't know whether she's a hero or a villain, never made it to the editor-in-chief. So when the book came out and his reaction was, I don't know if she's a hero or a villain, everyone did their job, but the jobs were now suddenly diametrically opposed.
Wow. Imagine being like, just go to get a stand, pick up the book. It's like, yeah, who let this by? This is published now. What's going on? Like that's so far down the production lane at that point. You goofed hard if that's the thing. But also, well, I guess you're the editor-in-chief. You get say, huh?
In 52 Comics, I guess alphabetically, Voodoo's the last one. He just didn't get there yet.
Yeah.
He's then asked, is it surprising to you that the editor-in-chief of the line doesn't read an issue until it's on the stands? No. I mean, when you're launching 52 books at once, no. There's a lot of stuff that goes on, and the focal point is the editor-in-chief, that chair, and there's a lot that person has to do. So if you look back at the issues, there's no first-person narration in the first one. It's just told more cinematically. But starting with issue 2, there's a first-person narration, which was the edict that came down from Editorial. It was sort of narration for the purpose of narration, which was odd to me because once you start a book in a certain narrative fashion, I think you should continue that. So that was an odd thing to me. So in the 4 issues, I had 3 different editors on the book because people kept leaving staff while the book kept getting shuffled around, which again, obviously, that's nobody's fault. That's just what happens. Each of the editors had sort of been thrown into this thing at the last minute to try to sort out what it was. So, they printed 4 of my issues. The 5th one never got done. And the 6th one, I think I was halfway through writing it. I think, and to their credit, DC actually paid me for the 6th issue. Obviously, a decision had been made. They wanted somebody else. They wanted a fresh take on the book. That's their prerogative. I felt bad just because it was, I was pretty upfront with this, that this was the kind of book I'm thinking of doing. This is what it is. But ultimately, that notion never got to the editor-in-chief level. So when the book came out, there was surprise there. Also, a week or 2 before Voodoo came out, Red Hood and the Outlaws came out. And Starfire's portrayal in that book was seen as sort of sexually exploitative. Frankly, I don't think I ever read the issue, but enough people objected that I'm sure the criticism was deserved. But the fact that that book came out and quite a bit of grief for being misogynistic, there was now a lot of focus on Voodoo because of the stripper aspect, which again was the one aspect they said you have to do. So the Voodoo character, going back to her early days, was a stripper. That was her occupation. And DC told Ron that he had to include that as a part of her New 52 origin, even though he wasn't necessarily keen on doing it. He found a clever way to pull it off. She's like a stripper, but she works near a military base, and she's getting secrets from the military base because the soldiers are coming into the strip club. But she was a stripper. And I already told you guys about the 1% of women that are writing DC books at this time and how angry people were about misogyny. So here comes Voodoo trotting out with a stripper as its main character. People were hot about it. He says, so overall, I think it was a cool idea, the New 52. Generally, most cool ideas are not always executed as gracefully as you want them to be. But, when you do 52 new titles, some of them are going to be gems and some of them are going to be stinkers, and a lot of them are going to be somewhere in the middle of that spectrum. Ron's book was handed off to somebody else. He was dumped from the title. And the new creative team would go on to retcon what Ron did. So the next 4 issues or whatever retconned what Ron did in the previous 4.
Amin says that the writer that replaced him was Joshua Williamson.
Funny that. It's crazy.
That definitely means that somewhere through the line between the editor-in-chief and whatever number of editors until Ron, they weren't aligned. And so Ron suffers the consequence of that, because surely they would have had to have some sort of conversation, some sort of communication to say, this is the ultimate goal, this is what I need the stable of writers that you have to be doing. This is sort of the direction, or at the very least, when it comes to some sort of narrative function, this is what needs to work.
And Voodoo always felt like an odd choice for the initial launch for me, because it really felt like a choice that was like, hey, remember we also have Wildstorm. It was with Stormwatch and Grifter, and Stormwatch had Martian Manhunter thrown in the mix. And it always felt like, okay, sure, that's fine. But it definitely does seem like I don't expect the editor-in-chief to read every 52 of these books, but the fact that there was such a huge narrative change between issues 1 and 2 with the way the storytelling is, like that seems like an immediate change. Like I feel like the script for 1, like we wouldn't even be in print yet before the script for 2 came in, Like I feel like that's just an unnecessary change, really, that quickly.
I don't know. I sort of feel like the editor-in-chief should be able to, if you ask them at least what each individual book is about, they could give you the elevator pitch, right?
Yeah.
Like,
there's no way the editor-in-chief doesn't read or read the pitch, know the pitch. You don't know whether the main character in one of your published books is good or bad.
Minimum. Like,
And you're launching the entirety of a new series, right? There has to be some sort of due diligence to be able to have continuity there. Wild.
It's ridiculous. DV says you're going to talk about George Perez's Superman run, right? We actually talked about that last week, where George was really frustrated by the fact that he couldn't get clear-cut answers on almost any question he had about, where are the Kents? What's up with Superman and Lois? All these questions he had, he couldn't get an answer to because he was writing the modern Superman while Grant was writing the 5 years prior Superman. And Grant's story would inform the facts of Superman's life that George would need to pull from, but Grant wasn't playing ball and telling anybody what would be happening. So that's the story on that. And then George would end up leaving the book. I think 6 issues in, George left. Carson Case says, then what editor read them? Whoever the editor was, but the problem is, I mean, there were 3 editors in 4 issues, so that's crazy. But whatever editor read it thought it was fine. The problem is that it never reached the point of the editor-in-chief. So and that person didn't think it was fine. Bob Harris's whims dictated this was not fine. And I think if you're not going to trust your creators to do what you hired them to do, then you should know what they're doing so that you can correct it before they do it. That's what I would say.
to that point, you should probably also read their pitch.
Yeah. Exactly. It's crazy. There are a lot of stories like this, and I read every interview I could find. I slavishly edited these down and read through them. So many stories of this nature, and it's frustrating. I wish I could read them all. I can't. We'd be here for 17 hours.
I mean,
But
we're
there
gonna
are
anyway.
there are a lot of stories of this nature.
Amin Perez actually resubbed on YouTube membership as a VI pal, but in the resub he mentioned, I remember in Johns' Justice League, Clark mentions having nightmares of Pa Kent dying of a heart attack, but Morrison established that Kent died in a car accident.
Well, yeah, he was in a car accident, but that's not what killed him. It was a heart attack after the car accident. Thanks, Amin, for being a member for 7 months. If you guys want to be a member of our channel, you get access to cool perks like early access to our videos, which you guys have been watching a lot of lately. You get to watch those early. You get your green name in the chat, and of course, you get those sweet pals heads. While we are discussing it, I do want to say a huge shout out and thank you to David Melendez Doria, who decided to join the Palsverse today.
Hey.
Did it
Whoa.
right when we started the stream. So thank you so much, David. You can expect your Palsverse origin here impending. We've got a backlog to get through. You guys have been joining up at a record rate. Thank you so much for that. And I also want to thank Adam Smith, who upgraded his membership to become a Palsverse legend. So that's the highest honor. That's the highest point of integration with us. So thank you both so much. Really appreciate that. If you guys want to join the Palsverse as well and support us in that way, you can head on over to patreon.com/thecomicspals and do that. I'll be shouting out all of you who do that a little bit later on. If you'll indulge me, I really want to share the story of Francis Manapul.
Please do.
Because Francis Manapul was writing The Flash at the time. And if you guys will remember, he had drawn The Flash previously with Jeff Johns. He was a part of Jeff Johns' Flash run at some point. And was jumping into the New 52. Jeff moved on. Jeff didn't want to do it anymore. But Francis really loved The Flash. And so what DC did was they said, okay, hey, look, we really want you to stay on the book. Would you be interested in writing the book? And that was enough to get Francis to say yes, despite Jeff leaving. He was like, hey, I want to stretch my legs creatively. I want to write. Let's give it a shot. This is Francis Manapul from the Multiversity Comics interview. At one point, I almost left the Flash book. At the beginning of the New 52, we literally had a form, like a 2 or 3 page questionnaire that we had to answer for every issue, and everyone hated it. So it was like, what event in this issue changes everything? There were literally bullet points of things we needed to hit. And, when you're writing an arc, you can't do that because it leads to unearned moments, right? You can't have a life-altering thing every issue. That's impossible. We really struggled with that because, we could answer those questions for the arc, but we couldn't answer those questions for every single issue. It was impossible. It led us to really rushing a lot of stories because there were beats that they wanted, but they wanted each issue to be very action-packed. They wanted it to be snappy. But the thing is, I know in the past, they were able to accomplish this, and to the credit of the creators of the process, they're able to get so much with so few pages. But me personally and Brian Bucalato, we found it difficult to make you care about something and then quickly pull it away from you, to make you feel that loss within only one issue. I can't make you care. I can't make you care about Patty Spivot in one issue. I need an arc. Now, keep in mind, in the initial press release of The Flash, a lot of people were expecting the events of Flashpoint to be referenced in our book. And DC fans, whether begrudgingly or excitingly, had to read The Flash because they thought they needed to read that to understand what's happening, and it made sense for The Flash to be the carryover book. So the numbers for first issue were phenomenal. As we discussed, the first issue of Flash was 129K sold. But we knew it wasn't sustainable. Like, The Flash held a certain number that wasn't like Batman numbers. It was a middling title, and it always had been, even when I was a fan. When the sales started to kind of go down a bit, and mind you, everybody's sales were going down because everything was starting to stabilize. I think Dan DiDio was starting to panic. And he's like, hey, we need snappier. Introduce the rogues faster. Give them superpowers. Let's hit them with something. And I was like, dude, we're only 3 issues in. Let us finish this arc. And we got into this whole argument where they're like, well, maybe we need to bring in another writer. And it was a real blow. As more or less the first-time writer, my confidence was tanking. I was like, man, I'm a failure. So I wrote this email to Dan and Jim. And I said, hey, guys, sorry, I lost myself. There we go. Hey, guys, this has been a really tough process. I am very open to changing things. I'm not a difficult person to work with by any means, but you have to allow us the room to breathe and tell the stories that we're getting to. And we'll get to what you wanted us to get to, but we need to earn those moments. I basically ended the email with saying, I put my trust in you as a company by signing this contract for the next couple of years of my life. And if I'm willing to give my trust to you, you need to give me your trust. Otherwise, I quit. And they're like, don't quit. Everything's cool. Keep going. And this was the first arc. This is like the middle of the first arc.
In my memory, I remember that being a well-regarded title, too.
I
loved it.
I did too. It could be the art. The art, is what really, really sticks out to me about it. But maybe he's right in that people thought Flashpoint stuff was going to carry over, and if that were the case, surely you wouldn't put a new writer on that title.
I was frustrated reading through this because, like you guys and like the chat is saying, I thought Flash was awesome at this point in time. This Manapul run, I remember very, very fondly. And maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought I loved it.
It was always the biggest buzz, I feel like, in the stores in a given week. I wasn't reading it, but I remember being absorbing the stories through the conversation that was being had, because I remember it being a huge title. A lot of people had a lot of love for it.
They must have been taking some heat in the background and pushing through to make it something good.
Yeah.
Well, Francis was asked, was it more smooth sailing after that? And Francis said, I think the big thing that really got them off our backs is when the first trade came out and it did really, really well. And I remember Dan messaging me and said, all of our other movies or our other TV shows never moved the needle on any of our trades. But when the Flash TV show came out, your book went up with it. So the TV show definitely helped, but that was also them patting themselves on the back a bit in that with the New 52 being such a clean slate. I'll be honest. One of the things that really drove me off the book was that I was like, at this point, the better part of my 20s and 30s were spent on the Flash. I drew the Flash for a year with Jeff. I wrote and drew the Flash with Brian for another 4 years. At that age, that's a big chunk of my life. And I felt like if I'm going to dedicate even more time to this book, I'd really like to bring in some of the characters that I love. And when I couldn't, I was just like, okay, I think I'm done, To be honest, I am still very pissed off that as soon as I left, they brought Wally back, And I remember asking, like, what the fuck, man? How come you couldn't let me bring him back? That ate at me, And what they said was, we were afraid that when you left, sales would drop. So we needed to do something. And I was like, if you gave me Wally, maybe the sales would have gone up. I think that was the beginning where it felt like things were much more reactionary rather than proactive. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't the right guy to do it. I know that Dan has this sort of rule where sometimes he doesn't like creators who have too much reverence for certain characters, which I don't know. I mean, that works pretty well for Jeff, who greatly loves every one of these characters. I think when you look at the decisions being made at that time, it makes sense at that time, So that's why it's hard to really play Monday morning quarterback with all this stuff. At that time, they thought those were the right decisions. When asked what he thinks about Dan and his overall experience, he said, I think Dan hits the mark on when things need to change. He has an amazing instinct for when things need to shift. But much like the first arc of the book, sometimes the execution falters on the idea because everything starts getting rushed. And like for me, even just from a practical standpoint, no Flash, no house. The Flash was transformative for me financially. It was transformative. In terms of the fan base, I felt like it rejuvenated and gave me a much younger fan base than I was used to.
I do like the idea that it wasn't selling enough, but once Manipal's off of it, he was the reason it was selling. So they need to do a pop. Like, I don't know, recognize what you have when you have it.
Well, it wasn't, not, and I don't say this to knock Manipal because what he was doing was working, but to DiDio, 3 issues in, it wasn't working.
But 3 issues in,
That's what I'm saying.
We give more leeway to comics on Palsiples.
Well, you do.
And also, we all know if you're a regular comics reader who's sort of tapped into the numbers, you know that things go down. Yeah. And I told you guys earlier, I was specific about the numbers of Flash because I knew I would get to this. Yes, it had dropped 50,000 units sold from September to, I think I referenced December. That's a huge amount, but it's the Flash. And it's not Jeff Johns anymore. So what can you expect?
And if audiences thought it was going to carry over Flashpoint stuff, like that would be a crazy drop.
Yeah. It was still selling in the top 20, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's even that because you have such an uphill battle. I feel like you should even take the sales that you have with that much more grain of salt, because that all of those factors are working against Manipal, and he still managed to at least get the baseline that he had built.
Sean, if it was selling in the top 20, were other books in the top 20 also being told to shift 3 issues in? Or did the Flash have more weight on it because it's the Flash?
Oh, man. Dude, I just told you about Voodoo having 3 editors and 4 issues. Ron Mars getting kicked off the title before he could even finish out an arc.
Yeah.
There are so many stories like that.
Snyder in his class talked about having a drag out fight with the editors at DC and Capullo saying, "Hold your ground. I'll go down with you. Fuck them."
Hell yeah.
Capullo would do that.
Yeah.
I have that story.
Okay. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Do you have a story about Rob Liefeld?
Yeah. I told you guys, I teased last week, we're going to talk about the fight that Scott Snyder and Rob Liefeld had.
I'm excited for that because once you said like Hawk and Dove was one of those ones cut first, and I was like, oh, I remember something happening there, because that was a Liefeld book.
DV said he, meaning Dan DiDio, was not a patient dude and was not into letting things play out naturally. That seems to have changed in the recent administration. Yeah. So, Dan DiDio, I already talked about his philosophy, which was to cut and cull and churn the bottom 8 books, the books that were selling at or below the 20,000 threshold, which is an arbitrary number. Books selling at that number were still viable and still profitable, but Dan just wanted to get rid of them just to change. With The Flash, I think Dan's expectations were high because the success of the run that Jeff had was still fresh in his mind. And I also think he saw Flash as one of the big 7, which he is, and that book should stand alongside books like Green Lantern at the very least and be able to sell within the top 10. The problem is that the books that sold in the top 10 at this point all had a superstar writer on them. All of them. Or David Finch, who is a superstar artist that people were super excited to see write. The only other one was Batman and Green Lantern, which are written by Snyder and Jeff Johns.
And also carried over continuity.
Exactly. It's almost unfair to compare any of the other New 52 titles to those two because they had the same continuity, which means they had the exact same baked-in readership on top of bringing in new readers due to the new initiative. It's not fair. But who was going to tell Jeff Johns no? Who was going to say to Jeff or Grant, because Grant comes in later and continues their continuity with Batman Inc. But who was going to say, yeah, you're going to have to reboot that and start from scratch? It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it should have happened?
Yes. 1000%. Sorry, Jeff. Sorry, Grant. We just rebooted the whole universe. Fuck off, I guess.
Well, Jeff was able to do it Justice League. You know, which Green Lantern was in.
Yeah. I think for me, it's just it's that 5-year gap. You know, if you can't get all of those things that happened in the 5-year gap, I think Green Lantern made more sense. You know, you can toss aliens in there and there's a bunch of more reasonable explanations to what Hal was doing and what the Green Lanterns were going through in that 5 years or whatever. But I think when you're dealing with the lives of humans, the way Snyder and Grant were, you have a lot more to contend with because that time is measured. You know, Dick can't go from Robin to Nightwing and have that full career in 5 years. If he starts as Robin at best at 10, you're still looking at a 16-year-old, right? Like,
doesn't make any sense. Damian Wayne was 10 years old.
Yep.
It's also just overcomplicating things for your writers. Or editors, too. Having to figure out those puzzle pieces or explain it away on social media somewhere.
And I'm sorry, it just shows cowardice. You know, maybe it would have been bad for the sales, but, you know, there's not a something that says the New 52 altogether is going to be great for sales either.
Get Shitty answers a question that Brian Adkins had. That's why the initial retcon with Dr. Manhattan was, no, it's actually 10 years. You only remember 5. Right. It definitely was 5 years at first. That's why Justice League and Action start 5 years before the rest of the books. That 5 years represents basically the beginning of superheroics in the New 52's DC. So Batman was definitely 5 years into his career.
3 Robins, a son.
Yeah.
4 Robins, sorry, 4 Robins, one of them being his son.
10-year-old
15
son.
Batgirls, an African spinoff.
I think they should have just started from 1. As much as I hate, I don't even know that they should have done the New 52, but this, accepting that they did it, I think starting from 1 cures a lot of the ills that they had with those 2 books.
And I think that's kind of why I'm excited for Absolute coming up, because it starts from 1 for those 3 main titles. But I don't know if I'm excited for it because I have the context of the New 52 in my head. Either way, I agree. I think they should have started like full-on reboot for everything.
Yeah. And you know what? No Robins, no problem. Not no Robins, but a Robin. You know, you lose a lot of things in the interim of that. Like you do lose Nightwing, you know, you lose Batgirl, you lose so much, but
You also gain the chance to invigorate those characters in a modern context.
right. And it's not like other series didn't lose people.
Yeah.
Wally was gone. Wally was unpersoned. He was gone. There were a lot of characters that were gone. Didn't his name is Roy Harper, right? He had a
Speed.
whole family that was gone.
Damn.
Leanne Harper, all that, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, we got 100 people here. Thank you so much for that. Make sure you smash that like button. I really
smash.
Ayo.
really say thank you to everybody for tuning in. Hopefully you guys are still rocking with us and enjoying this trip down memory lane with the New 52. I have a lot more creators to refer to because, man, there's just so many interesting stories that, you know, you wouldn't believe. Things started to get really bad behind the scenes. It was just nasty business. I'm going to read a quote that I got from the Polygon article. It is anonymous. It is not attributed to any person. I do not know who this was, but this is what it says. One writer who asked not to be named in this article described their experience with Editorial on one title as, quote, a complete nightmare, adding that their direct editor was, quote, the worst editor I have ever worked with. He literally rearranged the page order after the art had been finished, not to tell the same story in a different way, but to complete a completely different story, which I then had to write dialogue for and follow up with something that made even slight sense in an already prepared second issue. He was one of those guys who felt he was a genius and that his every idea had enormous merit, and he was completely wrong about that.
Oh,
Damn. Scathing.
Brutal.
I like to imagine the pages were like moved over. It's a fight scene. Everyone's all beat up and bloody. The next one, everyone's just like all well done. Still hair is still in place. All that kind of shit.
It's clear to me, and it should be clear to you guys by now, that Editorial was a mess. That they didn't know what they were doing. People were being shuffled around all over the place. You know, multiple editors per book, which is just nuts.
Yeah.
And because of that, a lot of things fell through the cracks. Here's a great example. The Teen Titans. I did a lot of research into this because I didn't read the Titans in the New 52. I think I bought the first issue, but I quickly realized what it was, and I was like, I got to get out of here. So I didn't know anything about
lucky.
it. Aha, there you go. Come to find out, the New 52 Teen Titans is lauded as arguably one of the worst Titans runs of all time.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I decided now, with my modern brain, to read it again.
Uh-oh.
I got through 2.5 issues, and I
Yeah.
decided I needed to step away.
Brain felt a little itchy.
Yeah.
Sean said, "Oh, I need to burn down somebody's house."
So here are a couple Titans facts that should help illustrate what it is that I am saying. Here is a direct quote from Titans issue, I believe it's issue 2, and it is Cassie Sandsmark saying this to Tim Drake. Cassie, as established in this very same book, is 17 years old. Keep that in mind. The panel is us. She's looking at us. We are essentially Tim Drake in this moment, as she says to Tim as they're sitting down having a conversation, "Yo, up here. And before you ask, yes, they're real."
What the fuck?
She's talking about her gauntlets, right? Her cuffs.
Yeah, surely. The material on her superhero costume.
Yikes.
And mind you, that's the second boob joke in as many titles across as many issues.
Oh, there are a lot more. There are a lot more. Red Hood and the Outlaws is crazy.
Yeah.
The stuff that we're doing with Starfire is nuts. But think about what I just said. Editorial allowed a writer, Scott Lobdell, to
You gotta say his name.
to put in their book, a Teen Titans book, a joke about a 17-year-old girl's breasts, and she says they're real. Yes, because obviously when never mind. There are a ton of teenagers walking around with breast implants. That needed to be defined. Thank you so much. That's what I needed to know. Disgusting.
You send your teen out to be a superhero. You don't hear from them. They come back. Breast implants. Horrible.
Vile. That's the worst of it, but there are some other sins. This book is unsure of whether or not there have ever been other versions of the Teen Titans.
Yep.
What?
Yep. Oh yeah.
This is supposed to be the ground floor. This is the beginning of everything. So why is it that there are direct references to other iterations of the Teen Titans within the first 2 issues of the book? This is a direct line of dialogue. Quote, this is Tim Drake. "I can't believe I'm thinking this, but this was so the shortest incarnation of the Teen Titans ever." That's a line of dialogue from the book that he's thinking about as he's about to die. It gets worse, because that line isn't collected in trade. They deleted that line of dialogue. They deleted pieces of the initial issues that reference prior iterations of the Teen Titans.
Classic Dr. Dan Hatton.
Was that just like not caught by editorial? Like
No, I think it was just how it was that thing of like nobody knew what this was.
Yeah, I remember Red Hood and the Outlaw. Starfire had memory loss. Like she remembered that she used to do something, but couldn't remember what it was, and she remembered she might have had a history with Dick Grayson, but not sure how.
Yep. Yeah. Don't forget that. We talked last time about how 6 months before it happened, Scott Snyder didn't even know that he was going to be leading with Batman.
right, yeah.
So I don't think anybody even knew what it was yet.
Can you imagine at what point some of the other writers were brought in? Hey, Peter Milligan, you gotta knock out 2 issues. When's it that? If you can, next week, dude.
Like yesterday?
Yeah.
I was blown away. Absolutely stricken by this.
Do you get it now? Do you get it?
Scary Harpy in the chat says, a nice name, by the way. Writers did not know the continuity because editors did not know the continuity because DiDio did not know the continuity.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't a continuity. It's from scratch, supposedly.
It should have been, yeah. But then how do you explain Nightwing? Like, you get to so many issues
Little,
with
yeah.
that. Because, like, then you'd have to say Nightwing was never a Teen Titan. Well, can't do that. People get mad.
Oh, I mean, even Swamp Thing, like post the search for it, he's talking to Superman. He's like, oh, wasn't there a different me before? Wasn't I in a different
yeah.
body?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal. We talked about the cancellation of Static Shock. Let's
Whoa,
hear
what
from...
did he do? Is it a tweet? What's up? Yo, my man's on the outs. Hold on a second. Let's talk about that.
Be your own man
I
sometimes.
just got hit by a truck.
Oh my God. Let's hear from the writer, quote unquote, of Static Shock, John Rosen. All respect to John Rosen. John Rosen probably wasn't the right person to be given the task of writing Static Shock. But we'll never really know that because, according to John, he didn't get to write the book anyway. Here are John's words. Actually, before I get to John's words, I culled this in such a way that context is needed. John Rosen was hired to write Static Shock, and almost from the word go, he was saddled with a person named Scott McDaniel, who was a writer-artist who basically took over the book. So here's John's words. To say I was disappointed with how things turned out is an understatement. From the first issue on, I was essentially benched by Harvey Richards, his editor, and artist-writer Scott McDaniel. All of my ideas and suggestions were met with disdain, and Scott McDaniel lectured me on how my method for writing was wrong because I wasn't following the Robert McKee screenwriting book he told him was the way to do things. Actually, it's a very good book, Story by Robert McKee.
Is that the guy that's in Adaptation with Nicolas Cage, too? It's a screenwriter as a character. Good movie.
All of my ideas... Oh, yeah, okay. I already said that. The man who'd never written anything was suddenly more expert than me, and the editor was agreeing with him. Scott had also never read a Static Shock book, nor seen the cartoon series, yet was telling me that my dialogue didn't sound true to the character and he would fix it. It was a miserable experience, which I tried to weather professionally and see if I could turn back into my favor, but that never worked. I was also determined to stick with it out of loyalty to Dwayne McDuffie, hoping that I could fix what was going very wrong with this series. I even voiced my unhappiness with Harvey Richards, who promised me that the situation would change. When I received an email from Harvey telling me that he and Scott had been plotting out the series without me, after Harvey had promised me that I'd be back in the driver's seat as the writer, I'd had enough and quit. The experience as a whole was incredibly stressful, and I became physically ill just seeing an email in my mailbox from either Harvey or Scott. I was stunned by how unprofessionally I was treated by my editor, with whom I'd previously had nothing but a positive working relationship with for the bulk of my career in comics, and by Scott McDaniel, who seemed like a nice, professional, or personable guy, and the interactions he's had with his fans that I've read would indicate really he is one. My negative experience was exclusively with these two people and not with anyone else at DC Comics or DC as a whole. As I said, no one knew any of this was happening until I quit and let the executives at DC know why. Anyone who wants to believe that my experience was some general policy at DC would be wrong to think that. Bob Harris, Jeff Johns, Dan DiDio, and Jim Lee did not tell Harvey Richards to reject all my contributions on this. Harvey decided that himself. All of my other experiences with a variety of people at DC going back to the 90s have always been overwhelmingly positive. Again, they handled the decision once I quit rather well.
That's rough, too, because Rosen wrote for Milestone. So he probably had a relationship with McDuffie, too.
Yes, he definitely
Yeah.
did.
So having that, stolen is the only word I could think of. Stolen for him, but also nobody can really know that it was stolen from him. It was like like kind of anguish only he could really see. That's rough.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, I feel like more as we talk about this more and more, there was such a drop on the editorial side, on the people who make up the back end work of all of this, from communication to clarity to direction. Uh, like I can now only imagine the notes like artists got, you know, like uh, writers for sure from like a larger construction perspective, but even the the artists themselves on the smallest of things, like, yo, maybe this person's mask isn't on the right way, but do you have knowledge onto those things?
You're driving me crazy because now you're making me want to go and dig up other articles that I cut out because I was trying to be timely, but there are a lot of examples of what you're talking about. There's a guy named shit, hopefully I can find it. He was the artist on Wonder Woman that's not Cliff Chang. Um Tony Akins. Tony Akins.
Okay.
He talked about how the notes that he received were stuff like, oh, you need to make Wonder Woman look more attractive. You need to make her prettier. Mind you, he's the guy they would bring in to draw the parts where she was battling and the really like gory stuff and the that kind of thing. And they're telling this guy who's drawing that she doesn't look good enough. Like her appearance, she's not hot enough. What the fuck?
That's kind of subjective too, you know, like
Yeah,
hot
yeah, I
for the
guess.
editor, maybe.
And also, I felt like Cliff Chang's work was also very, uh, just generally flattering. Like it wasn't sexualized. It was just it was just a person. It was just a good rendering of a character, strong, confident, removed from the sexuality to some degree.
He took her pants off for, you know, pre
Well,
52. She had the pants, but yeah, no, I agree. It wasn't like it was a woman wearing it, not really overly sexualized. Like the shots weren't specifically to accentuate certain features. Yeah.
It's crazy. I have so many notes. Let me just hit. I'm gonna just bang out a few of these, not long form stuff. Just Justin Jordan, who did Luther Strode. That's what he's famous for. But throughout his time with the New 52, he worked on Deathstroke, Superboy, Green Lantern, New Guardians. He said some of it was miserable and some of it was awesome. That's what he said. He had a lot of other things to say, but that's the quote I have from him. Mike Costa said, I was literally told we don't know if there is kryptonite in the New 52. That's insane.
what? Krypton
That's
blew up, right?
who knows? Who knows? Uh Dan DiDio was described as abrasive and mercurial by someone who chose to remain anonymous. Um Here's a great one. This is a do I have it? I hope I have it. Damn. I don't think I have it. I'll get back to it. Um they're Bleeding Cool essentially put out an anonymous form basically that some DC creators actually filled out. And it was because they had heard so many reports of mistreatment of creators at DC at this time that Rich Johnston wanted to give DC writers and artists an opportunity to privately, quietly talk about their experiences at DC during this time. And one of them said something to the effect of other writers can have ideas outside of Dan DiDio. Um, basically just the idea that everything that they were able to do, Dan DiDio had to sign off on. Or not sign off on, but just like he had to insert himself into. And how frustrating of an experience that was.
Controlling, micromanaging, that's the worst thing you could do for on any person that you work with.
Especially creatively.
Yeah, yeah.
And for him, this is what Dan had to say. This is what Dan DiDio has said retroactively in the Polygon article about some of the ways that things went down with creators. He said, "This could probably get me in trouble. When you talk to me about talent, I used to say this to people, and they used to get somewhat offended. I said, I don't see people when the stories are being written or drawn sometimes because I'm looking at what's engaging to me. Do I notice your name? No, I'm looking at the characters. I used to be forceful in some conversations because I was so focused on what needed to be said and done with the character story. I didn't even realize who was in a room or who I was talking to. I was just addressing the idea rather than the people."
Yes, let's dehumanize the creators for the sake of the characters.
Shocking. Shocking. And this behavior didn't go unnoticed. This behavior did not go unnoticed by any means. Okay, before I get into that, I do have the quote that I wanted. So this is just crazy. The suggestion box. I love how Bleeding Cool Rich just knows how to insert himself into anything anything going on. Let's see. Editorial has a right to dictate how their lines should progress, but not at the last minute and while changing other parts. Stop trying to please all of the people all of the time and just try to tell a solid story. It is okay for someone other than Dan DiDio to have an idea. 52 books means 52 writers have been hired to write 52 books every month. That is a huge creative pool to draw from. So why does every idea have to get bottlenecked through one man? Another quote. These are all anonymous, by the way. Every editor should write a book. This way they can all be acutely aware of the pressure of a monthly schedule as well as the daily drudge of having to incorporate random and contradictory notes from editorial. Finally, just because a writer can create a story super fast doesn't mean it's super good. Give them time to craft. It's a great point.
Yep. And that ties to that the reactionary piece from earlier you were mentioning, where it looked like DC was not being proactive, was not planning, was not looking ahead. It was, hey, we had a new idea. Oh shit, that lasted 3 issues. Now what do we do?
Things got so bad that allegedly, supposedly, according to Bleeding Cool, intervention was needed. This is what Rich says. Quote, before the recent top secret DC Creative Summit, Bleeding Cool ran a suggestion box. I already talked about that. Whether it was because of that list or because of those sentiments also being expressed face to face, I don't know. But I'm told that at that summit, publisher Dan DiDio apologized to creators gathered around. With President Diane Nelson to his side, Dan DiDio admitted that there had been problems in the editorial chain, apologized for the repeated back and forth on people's scripts and art, and committed to reducing such editorial inputs once an editorial direction had been agreed upon and approved. And Diane Nelson said she would ensure this happened, which left a number of frustrated people rather happy, actually. Let's see how it plays out. This is February of 2013. So we're talking about 2 years, a year, almost 2 years into the New 52 experiment. This is what is happening. They had to have an all hands on deck. And one of the things that happened is Dan DiDio had to apologize to everybody for their experience thus far.
Wild. Can you imagine?
I wish I could. Go ahead.
Your boss is so shitty to absolutely everybody. He's got to have a meeting with his boss And then he's got to come on the Zoom call and apologize to everybody.
Okay, say you're sorry.
It's absurd. It's absurd. And we haven't even talked about what happened to Gail Simone.
Oh, no.
Who hurt her?
Her 1%?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to the 1%?
The 1%.
Yeah.
So Gail Simone at the time was writing Batgirl, which was very, very highly celebrated. I remember this being in my top 5 favorite New 52 books at the time. I really, really adored this series. Now, of course, there was controversy. She did, take away the Oracle part of Batgirl, even though somehow in the 5 years, Barbara had been Oracle at some point. She had been shot by the Joker. It canonized the Killing Joke, even though this was supposed to be a fresh start. But okay, DC, have it your way. Despite all that, Batgirl was selling quite well. It was one of the better sellers among the New 52 books. But in spite of all of that, December 9th, 2012, Gail Simone sends out a tweet for the whole world to see that says, on Wednesday of last week, new Batgirl editor Brian Cunningham, the same Brian that we referenced earlier, informed me by email that I was no longer the writer of Batgirl. She was fired from a book that was successful for a reason that to this day has never been exposed. But you want to know what's crazier than that? Exactly 12 days later, Gail Simone said she was rehired on Batgirl.
What?
And despite 2 issues in the intervening time, 12 days, 2 issues would be written by another writer. After that, Gail would be back to the book that she made a success in the first place.
Who was the writer? Do you have the...
I don't have it in
fill-in?
front of me.
Wait. 2 issues were written and put out. Were written to be put out in the 12 days. Sure, this person had to have been writing. There's no way. There's no way.
So either they were
Crazy.
writing while she was already hired and they were preparing for this, or they got someone who could just churn quicker than Gail could for some reason. It's not like the book was getting delayed or anything like that, so I don't really see the real reason. But
There were no delays in the early days of the New 52 for any book. Again, Gail has never spoken on it. As far as I could ascertain, the research I did, I couldn't find the answer as to why she was fired. But there was a lot of outcry about this, and I assume her rehiring had something to do with the fact that people were really angry.
and at the time, I think they had hired more women. You said this is December of 2012, right?
Yeah.
Because I think Katana's by Anna Senti. No, that might have been 2013. But I know Sword and Sorcery by Christy Marks came out in 2012. So they at least, maybe they figured, oh, no, we already have our one writer, woman writer. So we don't need Gail anymore. Until the internet was like, wait, hold on.
They sent her the wrong email. That wasn't meant for her. And then they realized 12 days later. Oh, Cale, I'm so sorry. That wasn't you. That was for Jeff Lemire. Sorry.
And shortly after, Gail gets a Secret Six revival too at DC.
And in 2012, Gail Simone is probably the most high-profile woman writer in comics.
For sure.
And she was dumped by email. They didn't care. I'm not saying that DC did this to say, fuck Gail, fuck women. I don't think it's anything like that. I just think that whatever the reasoning was, it didn't matter that Gail Simone is the most prominent woman writer. It didn't matter that Batgirl was a success. It didn't matter what the optics would be. It didn't even matter that they should have the decency to call her and tell her this. None of that mattered because DC was such a shit show at that time. Just a mess of inconsistent activity.
Shenanigans.
A couple of more titles would release in the second wave. May would see the release of Batman Incorporated. Finally, Grant Morrison joins the fray of the New 52 on the Batman side of things. And we would also get Ravagers, #1. The third wave would see 4 series canceled by their issue 0. So now we're in September of 2012. This technically being their 13th issue, so they would get to 0 and then be canceled to make room for the third wave. So the canceled series were Captain Atom, Justice League International, Resurrection Man, and Voodoo. So for all that went on with Voodoo, getting rid of Ron Mars 4 issues in, bringing on Williamson to do the rest of the series, it didn't even make it past 13 issues. But okay, DC. They were replaced by Phantom Stranger, Team 7, Sword of Sorcery, and Talon. Talon being a spin-off of Batman. Talon is the Court of Owls like hench person. Their
Assassin.
villain
Like,
assassin. Yeah.
yeah. That was a good one. Yo, Phantom Stranger was good too, actually.
Yeah. Triple Ho provides a Gail Simone quote in the chat. Okay, just to clarify, I did not get fired on Batgirl. I left the book over creative differences. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
The band went in a different direction.
I'm not saying she didn't say that. I'm just saying I don't know if I believe that is actually what happened.
For sure.
It says, rumor says she was fired due to a disagreement in how to handle female characters. But that's the most executive answer you could get. And it was, Marowak Esquiro says, Ray Fox wrote Batgirl issues 17 and 18, which would have been, and I just looked this up, that's what I was doing, were Death in the Family tie-ins.
And again, you know, we talked last week about the problem that the New 52 has had with women and that DC was having with women before a single New 52 book dropped. Now, DC, to their credit, I guess, addressed this in a press release, I guess you could call it, that they put out to sort of quell some of the anger about the situation, where they told readers of this article that they put out through their website, we hear you. So yeah, here it is. We hear you. Friday, July 29th, 2011. They said, over the past week, we've heard from fans about a need for more women writers, artists, and characters. We want you to know, first and foremost, that we hear you and take your concerns very seriously. We've been very fortunate in recent years to have fan favorite creators like Gail Simone, Amy Reeder, Felicia Henderson, Fiona Staples, Amanda Connor, G. Willow Wilson, and Nicola Scott write and draw the adventures of the world's greatest superheroes. DC Comics is the home of a pantheon of remarkable, iconic women, goes on to list women. We're committed to telling diverse stories with a diverse point of view. We want these adventures to resonate in the real world, reflecting the experiences of our diverse readership. Can we improve on that? We always can, and we aim to. We'll have exciting new stories and about new projects with women creators in the coming months, and we'll be making announcements closer to publication. Many of the above creators will be working on new projects as we continue to tell ongoing adventures of our characters. Bullshit. Bullshit. That didn't happen. Of all the creators that I listed, how many of them would go on to have jobs in the New 52 within the first 2 years?
I didn't even know Fiona Staples did anything with DC.
Yeah,
her interiors for DC were during Wildstorm, not New 52. I just looked it up because I'm like, oh, that seems like riding the saga wave just to name drop Fiona Staples.
Yeah.
She did some covers for like Thunder Agents and stuff, which, not to demean cover work, but it's not like interiors for what they're not hiring her for a book.
Crazy. It's crazy. And they said all that, and yet we just talked about the way that Gail Simone was treated. So frustrating.
Plus what we talked about last episode with the 1% comment.
Exactly. We referenced Scott Snyder earlier, and I want to turn back to Scott because he, as Cale teased earlier, nearly left the Batman project altogether in the first arc, during the Court of Owls arc. Another creator who almost left the series. Someone said, I think, that, it seems like the top end books were basically left alone. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Scott and Greg had several battles that they had to fight with Editorial about the way they were approaching this series. So this is what Scott said, quote, "We just finished the first Batman storyline, Court of Owls. It was at the printer, and word came down from above that they weren't sure, that they wanted Batman not to be able to solve the mystery of the Owls, whether Lincoln March was really his brother. They wanted us to change it, to make it so that he definitely solved it. For me, that would have changed the entire story, because the point of the story was the opposite. I remember standing in Target, pushing a cart of paper towels, screaming into the phone, 'You go down that hallway and you tear up my contract.'"
Yep.
Honestly, if you want to know what I think the big problem was from a structural standpoint, the biggest problem I had with it architecturally as an initiative was that it didn't have rules about the way continuity was going to work. Ultimately, we didn't have an Uber story fully fleshed out. There were sort of hints of one with Pandora and Flashpoint. There were good ideas there, but there wasn't a big narrative. We didn't really have time. We were starting over, making the characters younger, their histories malleable. Because it was all so raw and unformed, so new and exciting to everyone, there wasn't really a chance to build an Uber story yet. We were making it up every day and then tearing it apart and then making it up all over again. So we were all just working on the fly. It was innovative and fun, but as exciting as unpredictability can be, it can wear on everyone. Now, Scott would go on to tell a story about how he and Greg had to fight tooth and nail with Editorial about the issue of Batman that takes place in the Court of Owls lair or whatever, where Bruce is drugged and the pages turn and you're meant to read the issue, I think it's clockwise, and you turn the book around as you turn the pages. DC thought that would never work and that would result in a big problem with audiences not understanding what was going on. And Scott and Greg had to tell them, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. Luckily, DC relented, and we got a tremendous issue that I think really helped that arc stand out. But if it was up to DC, that never would have happened. That's not like the biggest deal in the world, because sometimes you think something isn't going to work that ends up working. It is sort of an example of trusting your creators, but sometimes creators get things wrong. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, but I'm just glad that Scott and Greg won out in that situation. Oof. Man, you guys still rocking with this? We've got a little bit more to go. That was your cue to say, yeah, we love it.
Oh, hell yeah. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were talking to the chat on that one.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
It's all right. Let's talk about one of the other egregious sins of the New 52. We've got just a little bit more to go. This one involves, I think, what is many people's favorites of the New 52 era. Certainly one of mine, Batwoman. Now, Batwoman is a tremendously popular series to this day. This specific time during Batwoman's history is reprinted and reprinted. Isn't it? I think it was announced, I want to say, as one of the compact books that's impending.
Impending, yep. I think a summer next year. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's really popular. It's a hugely successful series. But unfortunately, its legs were cut out from under it. And the initial creative team of Hayden Blackman and J.H. Williams III left the series in 2013, September of 2013. They had been on it from 2011. They got 26 issues in the tank, so a little over 2 years worth of stories they were able to tell before they left the series. Now, it's important to understand that Batwoman, this story is based on Kate Kane, who is a lesbian of Jewish descent, and she had a girlfriend. Her girlfriend in the book was Maggie Sawyer. And their relationship progressed to the point where they became engaged. Now, the creators were told that they could have the engagement, that these two could get engaged, as long as they never tried to actually push through a marriage.
Should have been me.
I remember that.
And so after a battle with the company, they decided to leave. So I'm going to refer to an article by today.com. This was huge news. This news penetrated the public sphere, which is not the reason you want to be trending. And they said the following. In issue 17, Batwoman popped the question to Sawyer, the first lesbian wedding proposal in a mainstream comic. But in a tweet to comicsalliance.com editor this week, Williams said, "We fought to get them engaged, but were told emphatically no marriage can result." In their blog post, Blackman and Williams wrote, quote, "In recent months, DC has hired us to alter or completely discard many long-standing storylines in ways that we feel compromise the character and the series. Among the 11th hour directives they said left them frustrated and angry, the creative team said that there were mostly crushingly prohibited from ever showing Kate and Maggie actually getting married. We are both heartbroken over leaving." In a statement of response, DC Entertainment spokesperson said, as acknowledged by the creators involved, the editorial differences with the writers of Batwoman had nothing to do with the sexual orientation of the character.
I remember when this happened. It was a big deal because it happened abruptly, from what I remember too.
Yeah.
Like mid arc. And J.H. Williams is probably one of the most distinct artists I've ever read a comic from. So him coming off of a book is a huge deal because nobody can really mimic him. So it completely changes the feel of a title. And then add in the whole Kate Kane and Maggie Sawyer of it all. I remember this being a huge deal. Yeah.
Now, for context, in March of 2012, 1 year earlier, this same exact book won the GLAAD Media Award for Outstanding Comic Book.
Wow.
And in 2012, Marvel had North Star get married.
They want to see what we can do.
Which
That was a Astonishing X-Men, I believe, and it sold like hotcakes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Just outright to go from a GLAAD nominated book to an antithesis of that. Hey, this isn't gonna happen. Actually, it got a little too gay.
Exactly. It's insane. It's insane. This was a huge disappointment to me. I remember really, really loving this series and seeing it cancel, or not canceled, but seeing this creative team that I thought was firing on all cylinders leave the title. I was like, well, guess I'm done with this shit. I really wanted to see the marriage.
Not even just the marriage part. There was a lot of unresolved threads in that book. And I remember that was one of the big creative shifts, like creative team shifts in comics that actually pissed me off. And I think I gave the book maybe 3 issues afterwards. I was like, I can't do it. And she hasn't had a title since the end of that run, I believe. Or not those creative guys, but that entire volume.
Yeah, seemingly not.
Well, for his part, Dan DiDio said this: heroes shouldn't have happy personal lives. That is our mandate. That is our edict, and that is our stance.
The fuck? Cale,
Hell,
you're
you
on
muted.
mute, bud. Awkward.
We hate happiness. DC Comics.
New
Quote it.
52, you're not wrong.
Put it on a sign.
Man, that's the
Damn.
Peter Parker defense, huh?
Is it the Peter Parker defense?
Well, you can never be happy. His personal life always has to have conflict,
Can't be relatable if he's not married. If he's married, if he's a grown up and a teacher, how's a construction worker going to relate to Peter Parker? How's a straight person ever going to relate to Batwoman if they're gay and married?
Could never.
Now, I do want to say, I don't think that this was related to her being lesbian. I don't think this has anything to do with it being a lesbian relationship. I think that is an unfortunate it's an unfortunate fact that this was the book that had this happen because of what the significance would have been, what it would have meant if they had let the marriage go through. But I really do believe DiDio when he says that this is how he feels across the board. We lost the relationship of Superman and Lois at this time period. Notably, Superman would go on to date Wonder Woman. And we had that big book, which I loved for what it's worth. But that would be the relationship there. They would pair up Carol Ferris with, I believe it was Kyle Rayner, not Hal Jordan, for a relationship at the time. So, yeah.
New Guardians, right?
Yeah. So they were definitely mixing things up and trying to deliberately do different things with the relationships and almost just kind of like not give us what we want on purpose, which is not uncommon in comics.
It's like the old tease and edging technique.
The old
and they
one.
still do it. Unfortunately, if you can believe it, there's more. I have two major beats I want to get to before we close out. Now I want to deliver on the promise of, actually, no, I'll save that for last. I will save that for last. Here's the last creator that we're going to hear from on their awful experience with the New 52 today. That's Paul Cornell. I teased last week that we would get into Paul Cornell. This dude had disdain for DC. This is only a couple of years into the New 52 that he said these things. Paul Cornell wrote Demon Knights. Paul Cornell is the writer who approached the woman at the end of the panel that we discussed last week, where she was shouted down and yelled at. Paul Cornell is the one that approached her. Go ahead, Cale.
I have women. You can come find women in my book. I have those. I like them.
It's crazy. This is what Paul Cornell had to say in an interview with Bleeding Cool. This is edited, by the way. I have seen a few creators attempt to openly display their frustrations recently with DC, and I feel for them. Certain creators have tried to enlighten fans and media about the Machiavellian bullshit they are encountering. And I think those freelancers are a little freaked out that this is the new status quo. So I want to address this here. Why am I willing to describe certain specific events during my brief encounter with them for the New 52? Because I am appalled at the way in which creators are being bullied and somewhat freaked out at the things I saw in my own time there. I encountered more lies and veiled threats, more attempts to justify dysfunctional behavior and systems than I have ever encountered in my career. I am rather inclined to believe that the recent creator whistleblowers are not being self-serving. They are incredibly frustrated. There are not always two sides to every story. Not if one side fires a gun and the other gets hit with a bullet. I have always tried to be a person that interacted well with fans and tried to understand the needs of the publisher. To illustrate, this is a fucking crazy story I'm about to tell. I couldn't believe this. To illustrate, Early on, when I was working on the Dark Knight book, I received a confused phone call from an editor. Turns out David Finch was in San Diego and could not be reached. But his issue number 5, which was the last of his solo series before we rebooted the title, had not been dialogued and was in danger of being returnable. Now, and let me explain that. That means that final order cutoff had already come and gone, but that the book had not yet been completed. If final order cutoff comes and the book has already sold, which means that stores have already bought it, but then there is no book, then the retailers can just send the book, can just get their money back because nothing was produced to them. So DC didn't want that to happen.
Sure.
Back to Paul. Now, I had no exposure to this book, no knowledge of it, and no information such as a script to work with. But they were literally hitting me up to dialogue David's book for him in one evening because he was at a convention. They barely knew me yet, and they were asking me for a huge favor. At that time, my wife and I had just welcomed our second child into our home, and I was exhausted and unable to visit San Diego Comic-Con. But even though I barely knew the editor, and even though I had only artwork to go on of the 4 completed books so far, I re-dialogued the book as a professional courtesy. I also made it clear that I should not be given a writing credit out of courtesy and respect to David. To me, that was a professional person acting in a professional manner. How do you take a creator who is willing to go that far for you and piss him off to the point where he asks you to lose his phone number? It's just idiotic.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. So whose phone number got lost?
So Paul is saying that he told DC to lose his number.
Right.
Because of this letter dialogue thing.
No, so that was
Sorry.
a story of him trying to illustrate how willing he was to play ball.
Yes,
and that he did this no matter how shitty it was. He left for reasons I'm going to describe going forward.
Okay.
When I started putting together books for the New 52, I was completely left alone on the Dead Man series, and I enjoyed a great collaborative relationship with my editor. Perhaps Dead Man was under the radar, so to speak, but we did what we were asked, and it was a neat little book that provided the publisher with what they had requested. Contrast that to the manipulative behavior demonstrated by the people behind the Dark Knight book, and it leaves one rather puzzled. Why would one series be untouched and another micromanaged with absolutely no creative direction whatsoever? I think there are some obvious answers, but I would prefer people draw their own conclusions. Suffice it to say that there are fans not getting the creators in these books. They are getting an unpalatable product, which is destroyed by editorial interference perpetrated by unqualified project managers. Now, this is me talking. Project manager is a very interesting word to use when describing an editor, because editors in Big Two comics are largely a lot more like project managers than they are traditional editors.
I think Heather Antos even described some of that when we had her on the show last year. Yeah,
Absolutely, yes.
Yep.
It's a lot of wrangling cats.
That was the example I think she said, right? That's the what feels the most at fault here is the wrangling, the people involved who the creatives need direction. That much should be provided and offered and support on top of that, but the knowledge gap there between editor and writer needed to be closed, because otherwise you're gonna output things that from one day to the next don't make sense or feel like this isn't meshing well with whatever is currently going on in the universe.
I think for me, almost just as bad seems to be the inconsistency on these things. Like, you could have complete creative control over one book and then the next book not. Like, as a writer, that unbalanced nature would almost drive me just as insane. Like, if you're working for a company where you know you're going to have that creative micromanaging, you can expect it. Sometimes you can adjust to that. but not having it on one book and then having it completely on another would be that's just too much, and that just shows that there's no cohesion in the shop.
Well, there are some people who might see this a little differently. And so Rich asks, some will see this as sour grapes, that you failed at Marvel with your last series there and only partially published, and you've had little traction at DC. What evidence can you present that this is not the case? Perhaps if I sent you the actual script that I wrote for Dark Knight 5 to compare against the pile of turd that they published. I don't know. Perhaps if I told you that I refused to rewrite number 6 when it was handed in because I had already written the script a few times and then reworked it to fulfill editorial requirements prior to the penciling, only to have a completely different story handed to me. If you read the credits, you will see that someone is given credit for dialogue assists. That's actually quite unfair on that creator. I told DC to take my name off that book. It pained me that they did not do so, nor on number 7. Issue 8 of that series was begun as a 5-part story. It was then pared down to 2 issues by me when it became clear the relationship was not working. It was actually published as 1 issue. That's what the fans paid for. My name and a reworking of the issue done without my knowledge, where I was alerted to the fact only when the issue hit the stands. What a repulsive mess. Shame on the editors and shame on the publisher. Think about that. Think about what I just said. Paul Cornell did DC a favor and wrote issue 5 of Dark Knight from scratch without Finch's notes, not knowing what the story was going into it, and not knowing what Finch was trying to accomplish. He did it anyway in one night with a new child in his house. And when the book came out and he saw it, it was completely different than what he did for them in one night. I'll say it again. They rewrote what he wrote without his knowledge. And he didn't know until he read the finished project.
That's gross, man.
That's vile.
Who was he, the editor-in-chief at DC?
Sorry?
Because he picked up the book and he saw something different.
Right. Paul ends with this. DC is in the toilet right now. It reminds me of the way Marvel was just before they did Marvel Knights. I'll let you draw your own conclusions about the similarities and connections. Suffice it to say, they have created a culture of dishonesty that affects too many creators. And the worst part of it all is that they bully their creators. They tried to bully me, and I told them to go to hell. The horror stories are many and varied. I have a few of my own, and I have heard way too many of them from various creators who are being beaten into submission with the threat of losing their jobs if they do not play ball. DC seems to have developed a culture where they think professionalism is screwing a creator in some fashion and then pretending to be friendly at a convention. Professionalism is about handing in quality work on time, or being about being friendly to fans at conventions, or about working towards a mutually beneficial goal. Professionalism is about dedication to your craft, not about running around offices like a demented gerbil telling everyone how busy you are. So busy, in fact, that you forget to do any actual work. Here's what pisses me off about this situation. It doesn't take a rocket science to see that there are a lot of very unhappy creators at DC lately. Well, can you imagine how many more are unhappy that we don't know about because they feel as if they speak out, they will be blacklisted? Can you imagine the miserable conditions some of these creators are subjected to? Not all creators, I'm sure. Some are perfectly happy, just not me. The point is that DC has begun to act like a bully, to subject people to shitty working conditions as if it is doing them a favor. If I have seen good comics come from the creator-publisher collaboration, why the hell would I allow myself to be subjected to that nonsense at this stage of my career?
Damn. Yeah, man, he's laying it out. He's taking them to task, and I think that that's important to do for a writer, for a creative in in this situation. Like those things are important. It's a shame that he was treated that way, and I'm glad that he's come out to be so vocal about these things, because you don't know about them until somebody says something.
And then he went right back to Marvel right after that too. So he's like, "Screw you guys, going with the other team."
Yeah.
I think the thing that really gets me is like he asked them to take his name off too, and they left it on.
It's he's not listed on his Wikipedia as like Dark Knight is not a book on his Wikipedia.
Yeah, I can't imagine why. Like to me, like in an industry where if it's not a character, it's a name that makes, that sells a title, right? And having your name on a book that you didn't write, and it comes out bad, like that is awful, and that's gotta feel just terrible.
Someone's gonna pick that up and be like, "Wow, this Paul Cornell guy can't write."
Yeah.
I couldn't believe this. I was riveted and enraptured and horrified to read this story. And I think Paul is completely right. You could look at it as sour grapes if you want to, but
Oh, bless you.
thank you. Consider how many of these stories.
Goodness, bless you.
Sorry, wow.
Whoa,
Whoa,
anything
hey,
for
easy.
attention.
Whoa, 3 for 3. Consider how many of these stories I've already told you. And I'm not telling you them all.
Yeah.
This is par for the course. Think about what happened to John Rosen.
Yeah. The dude didn't even like his name is on the book, and he didn't even know what was happening. They were plotting it behind his back.
Man,
Wild.
It's a disgrace.
Yeah, Sean's allergic to all this editorial bullshit too. Which
I'm allergic
For
to
real.
bullshit. That is true. That is very true. All right. One last story. This is what we teased. The big battle between Scott Snyder, the Golden Boy. Scott is, by all accounts, a wonderful person. I've met him a lot of times now. Always had great interactions. Exchanged an email with him. He's a wonderful guy. For him to be in this position of arguing with someone on Twitter in a public way has to tell you a lot about his level of frustration. And he's not the only one who was caught up in a beef, because not only was Scott involved, but Greg Capullo was involved, and so was Tom Brevoort. So what caused these three individuals who don't even work at the same company to jump into a fray like that, a fracas like that, publicly? Well, who else? Rob Liefeld.
Hey, the man. Let's go.
Oh, Levi's model himself.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Now, Rob, for his part, had 3 titles.
Count him.
I don't know.
Rob had 3 titles that he was appointed during the New 52 era. He had Hawk and Dove. I need you guys to help me because I actually don't have in front of me which titles Rob was.
There's
specifically
Hawk and
on.
Dove, Savage Hawkman. I think he wrote,
Yes.
and then he
Yes,
worked on
Hawkman.
Deathstroke.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I
There
thought
you
it
go.
was Deathstroke. Yeah.
By 2012, he made his announcement that he was leaving. He said the reasons for leaving were massive indecision, last minute, and I mean last minute changes that alter everything, editor pissing contests, no thanks. Okay. I mean, I can get with that. Like, I think he was perfectly valid for wanting to leave, and nothing that he said is out of character with anything else that we have heard from any other creator around this time.
Yeah.
That's not the problem. The problem is that he got into a massive argument with Scott Snyder that started in DMs and then spilled out into the public eye. So, here we go. He made a disparaging remark about the Batman title, and essentially implied that Batman was selling because it's Batman. It has nothing to do with anything else, right? So Scott Snyder DMs him. All these DMs are public, by the way, because Rob himself put them out. He took a screenshot and posted it on Twitter. Scott said, "I'll ask you privately, Rob. You've always been supportive of me, and I have been the same. But was that Batman comment aimed at me? I'll wait back to hear from you here." Scott said, or Rob said, "Really, Scott? Are you the only guy working on Batman? That's my answer." Scott, as the head Batman writer and someone who just defended Smitty a bit, and I would assume you're talking about me, not so? Scott says, "I ask because everyone is asking me to respond to you, but I am giving this the benefit of the doubt and hoping you are not talking about me. I can assure you Batman doesn't sell the way it does because it's Batman. It sells that way because of me and Greg." Rob, when I show some stats, I'll be clear who I'm speaking of, not you. I could give two shits about what you say, pro or con, about anyone. Sorry. Scott said, "Greg will reiterate that more strongly than me to you, I can assure you, if you are talking about us." So in a weird way, he kind of like threatened Rob with Greg.
Yeah.
Have you
See,
seen- have you
I'll
seen
let him
Greg,
off
though?
the leash, dude. He's there. He's revving.
That dude looks like he can bark.
He looks like he could bite.
Word.
Rob, wasn't aware you were head Batman writer. Ooh, nice title if you're into that, lol. Scott, anyone on Batman is called head Batman writer. It's called the lead book by Editorial. Rob, you are fucking crazy. We aren't doing this in private anymore. Scott, it's not specific to me, but I'm not sure why you're so angry at me. Like I said, I've always been in your corner at DC, smiley face. Dude, why are you mad at me? I'm genuinely confused. From there, Rob took this to the public eye and exposed their conversation and forced Scott to react.
It's wild. What a debut episode of Rob Explanations, huh?
This is what Rob said in public. "Get over yourself, you pretentious prick."
And he added him, right?
Yeah, he added him. Been berated
asshole.
in DMs by Scott Snyder this morning. Excuse me if I don't marvel at your amazing abilities to write Batman. Piss off. I'd like to think that if you're going to wave your ego around on Batman, you'd remember all that came before you. Holy crap. Average Batman book sells 80K. Enough said. Even though Batman was selling at least 40,000 more than that. But all right. Scott said, "Nice. Your Twitter feed's the best thing you've written all year."
That's a good one.
Yo.
It's usually par for the course. We can't see his Twitter feed on the main Comics Pals account because we're still blocked. I don't know why, but
That's one of the greatest clapbacks that he could have had, Scott. That was awesome.
I like to think that this was maybe originally a subtweet of David Finch's Dark Knight that morphed into him just getting pissed off with Scott for like trying to talk to him.
Yeah, I don't know. Rob says, "Of course, because it's not edited." Scott said, "Oh, I'll give you credit, Rob. Batman might sell in spite of me and Greg Capullo, as you say, but Deathstroke and Hawkman failed because of you." Credit where it's due, brother, and that's all I'll say on that. Comics.
Wow.
Rob, my sales went up on those books. Sorry, bud. Scott, lol, and you can put that in your pouch and keep it for later. Smiley face. Scott is just getting in his ass. This is crazy.
This makes me want Scott Snyder to write more funny books.
That
He's got a sense of humor. Rob, one word, haunt. Two words, Swamp Thing. Not all creations equal. Batman is the #1 selling character in the history of the biz. Period. End of story. Will endure beyond comic creators. Wow.
Yo, what got up fucking Liefeld's ass, dude?
I think his Levi's are on too tight.
I think that's just how Rob rolls. Honestly. Like, I think he's just kind of a douche. I don't know him personally. We got an interview with him one time many years ago, and
Nice guy,
yeah,
seemingly.
he was perfectly chill.
Yeah, great interview. He he asked us to be cool, and we said, "Hey, no problem." We were. It was cool,
And then we got blocked.
and we're blocked.
To this day, I have no clue at all why we were blocked, but sure.
I bet it was one of those. Remember when like block lists were a thing, where like it would block people who
Yeah.
followed certain people? I bet you it was something like that.
Scott decided that he would rein all this in, and he said, back to our regularly scheduled programming, I'll echo what my brother Greg Capullo said before. All of us on Team Batman are extremely proud of this success, and that success is due to your support. But as the team on the book, if we didn't believe that your incredible and humbling support was due at least a little to us doing a somewhat decent job, if we sat back and said, Batman sells Batman, what sort of book would that engender? We have to think the sales are because of you guys, like what we're doing, because you guys like what we're doing on the book. It fuels us to continue to do stories that matter to us, knowing that you're telling us you like what we're giving you on a character that means everything to us both. That's it. I will not fight or post another negative tweet about Rob or anyone. And I want to say I'm sorry to you all and no one else. To you, the fans of comics, not just me or Rob, for bothering with this. It's a waste, and we should be pushing the good, not attacking each other. And I'm guilty of that too. So I'm sorry to you for going negative. Thanks to those of you who reminded me of that. I think Scott did the right thing. That is exactly what the fuck I would do. And if you look at our comment section on YouTube, you know it's a fact.
Yeah. Full disclosure, Sean is the one responding to you in the comments, if that's not clear to anyone.
In the trenches.
The people that actually listen to the show aren't the people that I get into arguments with on our socials.
Yep.
But I said Tom Brevoort gets involved.
I bet it's the historical aspect.
Now, Rob was without a job. Rob had no job. So fans were tweeting at Tom to say, hey, when are you going to hire Rob Liefeld to work for Marvel again? And Tom said, after that Twitter flame out, I can't say I'd be in a hurry to get on that train.
Word.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people came out in defense of the editor that Rob was blasting. Gail Simone, that's what Scott was referencing, and Tom did as well. So Rob saw this, and then he jumped in the mix. Someone told me that loser fat ass Brevoort was talking trash about me today. I dropped him a while back. I got to coach football games. Out. Sorry they passed you over for EIC, Tommy B. Get over it and get back to mixing and matching Avengers and X-Men. #doucher. I know, Tommy B. Why don't you all tell Kirkman how concerned you are for his future post-Marvel? That's our funniest bit that we howl at. Of course, a reference to the idea that Robert Kirkman was going to struggle after his short stint at Marvel, then Robert going on to become arguably the most successful creator-owned writer of all time. And I guess Rob is saying that that's a joke in the image offices. Is that true or not? I don't know. Tom said, you remain a sweetheart, Rob. Don't go changing. Also, feel free to say any of this to my face, you feckless bully. Takes a big man to go postal publicly on a young editor like that. #kicks puppies too. Liefeld replied, happy to, at Tom Brevoort. Then you can bump me with your gut. And FYI, I don't drink. Haven't touched liquor in 30 years. It's a wonder this guy gets work. He's worked at Marvel since.
Yeah. He's only just supposedly retired.
Right. Another bout of anger on his part.
It really feels like a Scott Steiner of comics.
This dude is out of his mind. But that was the big blowout.
Wild.
Damn. No.
Anybody
thanks.
remember that happening?
I don't remember the revort of it all. I remember the Scott Snyder and Liefeld part. Yeah.
It's insane, man. Insane. But there are so many more New 52 stories to tell. I actually have a boatload more notes in my document for this episode that we're not going to get to because this has been way too long. But I promised a month's worth of stories, so we have a lot more to talk about. Next week, we're going to hear more from editors who worked on the New 52, who have a different story to tell about the way things were behind the scenes. We're also going to hear more from Dan DiDio. We're going to go more over the sales figures and dive more into the waning days of the New 52, the 2013 to 2015 era, where you could really just see that the wheels were coming off the wagon, so to speak. And it's starting to become time for another change. All that and more in part 3 of our New 52 deep dive. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this part. If you did, please make sure that you hit that like button, smash it up. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel because we've got a lot more to come. This show's not even over. Somehow, some way, we are not done. We have more to do. But we will resume that piece of it next week. Whew. I need a break, so I need you guys to talk.
What?
That's a lot.
A hard request. Wild that for all of, especially like now that we're reflecting on this, that this is all of the turmoil going on in the background, and my first comics experience of all of this, I was happy as a pup, man.
Pig and shit.
Apparently,
Yeah.
because damn, dude.
It's so funny too because like I was looking over the titles as I was again putting together my list, and I was like, bro, all the ones I don't like are, or all the ones I do like are the good ones. Like none of them are, there are any Liefelds there. I like, you will see a strong theme through my my top 5.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Let's see. I haven't even been able to look at the comments really.
Yeah,
They've
chat's
been
been flying
popping
off,
off, man.
The
Yeah.
comments lately have been like, "Oh wow, what the fuck?"
Yeah. How did DC let him get away with this? Because DC was the problem. Like,
Yeah. And I mean, we've had Gavin come in. He was here last week, and he talked about how different it is to work at DC now. Granted, Gavin wasn't there at the time, but certainly you hear these kinds of stories, and he works around people who probably were there, and it's like, whoa, that I didn't experience anything like this.
he was just saying he lost in his fantasy football league last week to Ron Mars.
Ah, that's funny. Silhouette says you guys should also do videos on the different Marvel eras. Yeah, I haven't done a Marvel deep dive yet. I would like to. I need suggestions though.
We could do about the original bullpen, and we'll all just do a little coke at the same time.
Ooh.
I can. I've got a deviated septum. That would probably.
So do I,
mess me up.
Sean. We can figure it out.
DB says, "Go ahead, Marco."
I just had this comment from earlier from Karsten K. How do you tank a Batman title? Well, you let Rob Liefeld pencil it.
Well,
Did
I
he
was
do one fairly recently? No, I'm thinking of Silvestri. That's what I'm thinking.
yeah.
of.
I'm trying to think if Liefeld ever did a Batman variant at any point while Snyder was on it, and I can't recall.
I actually think a Rob Liefeld variant on Batman would sell like hotcakes.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
massively popular, so I don't think that would tank a Batman book. Maybe if he was on interiors, but
like it's wild to think that as many people want him out of comics and like as many people like deride him, there are so many people that would drop a hundo on anything he puts out.
Yeah. I had another one here from DV earlier in the chat. Seemed like the 2010s was an effort from both companies to take power away from the star writer driven model of the 2000s. I think it felt like a lot of creative control, very much, and it was mentioned in some of the conversation of like bottlenecking, trying to filter all of it through one individual, because sure, you had maybe this individual had a vision for things, but the ability to relinquish and distribute that work and then disseminate ideas is really important at that level of management. And so if you're not doing those things, you're creating more problems than you are solutions, just because you want to make sure that things are filtered for you.
So Rob Liefeld did do a variant to Justice League written by Scott Snyder. So down the line, he was doing the covers for a Snyder book. It's funny. It's not a very good cover either.
Responding to what Marco said, it's hard because I kind of feel like it's appropriate for editorial, especially when you're launching a new universe, to say, hey, this is what we need.
Yep.
I think that is appropriate. And I think they needed to be hands-on. I think that what I've given are examples of egregiousness in that and a lack of cohesion behind the scenes about what DC actually wanted creators to produce. So to me, that's the real problem.
No vision, no broad vision. I think that makes a lot of sense. We were talking about AVX, happening around this time, and that was a lot of titles going through, and granted, it was an event, but it was several titles, responding to one event that became sort of a universe in itself, right? And then you had what was Brevoort on that? Is that a Brevoort event? Anybody know?
Still, yes.
Surely. Yeah. But all of that was also filtered through Bendis, who was doing the main event. Right? So I think you have the event, you have the world of the event and the whole of Marvel at the same time. I feel like a big part of the problem was that they were starting from scratch, supposedly. They didn't know what they wanted to do, and they didn't have decades of history to fall back on because they started from scratch. There's no precedent for anything that they're doing because they've erased it all.
That's a huge problem. And I think the proof is in the pudding as to why, there were all these issues. I've taken down your suggestions for a Marvel deep dive. I'd love to see more come in because as I've researched, I already know what the next deep dive is going to be, but as I've researched to try to look for interesting topics to do with Marvel, I've come up short a lot of times. So I definitely want your ideas.
I think the Heroes Reborn era or the New Universe era are also decent times for Marvel.
Yeah, I took those chat suggestions down of those two.
BV says, honestly, this matches how Bob Harris ran the X titles. Writers were stenographers for his ideas. Wow.
I think that's what Paul Cornell was hinting at.
Mm.
He didn't want to evoke the name of Bob Harris for whatever reason, but he said, I'll leave it to the people to figure out. And he specifically referenced the time before Marvel Knights. I think he's talking about Harris. That him being in charge was a big problem. I don't know.
Wow. The Comics Journal has a great deep dive into the Bill Jemas era of Marvel that just came out. That dude was whack. Thanks, Stevie.
I'll take note of that. Thank you. Jim Shooter deep dive, all new, all different Marvel. Jeez, you guys are thank you. Thank you.
New all different. That's right. Remember that.
It was like 2 years ago. That's why, Marco.
All right.
Robert Cashback just dropping by to say hi. Gotta run. What is up?
Salute to you, sir.
Good to see you.
Hot dog.
He's got to run it back, cash back.
That's right.
It is New 52 month here at Comics Pals HQ, and we are continuing today our deep dive into the New 52. This is part 3 of our New 52 deep dive. And it is, boy, oh boy, do we have some things to talk about today. What the fuck month? I should have said WTF. That's what I was supposed to say. WTF. I don't want to get demonetized. I said it a little too early.
Yeah.
It's a little...
Listen, there goes the money for this episode.
Yeah.
Let's just keep going.
Pretty much, actually. That's how YouTube works, folks. We're going to be talking about the WTF of DC. We're going to get into a little convergence chat for those of you who know what convergence is.
Ooh.
And the waning days of the New 52 as we begin to descend and reach into the madness that was DC Comics at the time. And a rebirth is on the horizon. So fret not, because good things do come, but we've still got a lot of muck to get through. Speaking of muck, we've got Cale.
What's up? Hair is off the menu, but we got hot dogs.
Mucky Marco.
I was gonna say it's my muckhole.
And Tyler.
Photoshopping Marco's muckhole was the worst thing I've ever done on the show.
Oh, God. And I'm Sean. You guys here with us today, thank you for being here, whether you are live or in the future. I hope that you guys are ready to talk a little bit more New 52. I hope you guys have been enjoying these deep dives. Boy, oh boy. Chat, how you feeling about the deep dive? How we doing? I want to hear from you guys. Are you ready to hear about WTF, DC? Now, I keep saying... Go ahead, Cale.
Sorry, Jacob Taylor says New 52, more like Pooh 52. Am I right? So I think we're all here on the same page. I think we're ready to go.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Jonathan Chu says, hi, guys. New to the account, but love everything I've been watching. Hey, thank you so much, Jonathan.
Wow.
Welcome to the show. Appreciate you tuning in live. Jacob Taylor says, JK, New 52 was my intro to comics, so I have a ton of nostalgia for it, but there are a ton of good series that get overlooked because of the chaotic behind the scenes. You're right about that. You are absolutely right.
Gavin says, y'all are doing a great job for a Marvel channel.
We cover what we need to cover.
Yeah, you took that to heart, Sean, that comment. And you're like, all right, fuck it. Full month.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Thank you. I see all the kind words in the chat. Appreciate it. I appreciate your excitement. Now, the last couple of episodes, we have heard some things that don't paint Dan DiDio in the best light. We have heard from creators who say that he was an intense micromanager. We've talked about his survival of the fittest approach to maintaining a line. And we've discussed his combative encounter with a fan at San Diego Comic-Con in 2011 who brought up that only 1% of DC's creators at the time were women. Mind you, as an aside, this has been a point of contention with some of the people who have watched our deep dive episodes that are angry that we continue to point that fact out.
How dare us?
Yeah.
A group of men?
Oh, on top of that?
Ugh, disgusting.
I want to say early in this episode to make sure that everybody hears it. My personal feelings about Dan DiDio are mostly positive. I think he's fascinating. I don't agree with all the decisions that he made, and clearly his style was too abrasive for some people at DC. That's a lot of why he's not there anymore. But I wasn't in the chair. I don't know the pressure he was under. It's a different time. This is not meant to be a condemnation of Dan DiDio. And in the spirit of that, I want to share some of Dan's words, reflecting on his time at DC overall and some of his regrets, even with the New 52. So, this is what Dan had to say in a Newsarama conversation that took place a couple years back. He said, I never approached the job custodially, which is to say that I was just there to maintain, keep order, keep the trains on time, and keep everything where it was, safe and secure. Quite the opposite. I'm always constantly pushing, always constantly trying, always trying new things. Now, sometimes that's to the benefit and sometimes to the detriment. Sometimes something's working and you start to change it, and you probably shouldn't have. Sometimes you need to shake things up, make things fresh and new, because truth be told, we have a lot of the same audience that's been here for decades. They've seen a lot of these things. They've been familiar with so much of what we've done. Because of that, we have to keep them constantly challenged too. Sometimes you challenge them to the point that they feel we've gotten too far away from it. That's when you have to go backwards a little bit. For the most part, you've constantly got to refresh because ultimately you've got to keep people interested in what you're doing. We used to talk about the illusion of change. That's what everybody wants, the illusion of change. Ultimately, that's why I think things like Elseworlds and all these alternate takes, all these alternate reality stories really took hold, because they were able to take risks without impacting the line. Everybody felt safe on the main line because nothing happened, and everybody is taking risk on the edges. Problem there is that the alternative stuff, your Elseworlds, your Dark Knight Returns, Red Sun stuff, winds up being more interesting than the main line. One of our main goals, and one of the first goals when I got into DC, was finding a way to tell our best stories in the main line. That's why I was against Elseworlds at that time. I said, all the best storytelling is happening in Elseworlds. How do we find a way to tell the best stories on the main line and elevate that line? Do you guys think that the New 52 elevated the line from where it was prior to the relaunch?
You mean when characters like Kong Gorilla were part of the Justice League?
Right.
I think so. I think so. There are outliers, the Lobdels of it all, but I think as a line, it did elevate things. It focused in on where they wanted people to focus, especially with things like Superman, Wonder Woman, and Justice League proper. Like, it really was Batman was like the good thing coming out at the time. There was a couple good Batman books. And then it kind of also refocused a lot of the tertiary things, like the mystic side of the DC universe. It got to do weird stuff like Prez and, All-Star Western. So I think as a whole, yes. But I think there are some glaring boo-boos that happened during it. That I think maybe because they're so glaring, you can't see the forest from the trees of the good parts of the New 52.
I think very simply, it elevated it did elevate the books so much so that the New 52 became such an entry point for so many people that I think that compared to the previous set of stories and the way they were being told was maybe a blocker. So I think that in and of itself helps to elevate the line. The fact that it had transformed enough and changed enough that it brought these people into the fold with such interest and such fervor, and it built lifelong fans from there.
I sort of think yes, because post Final Crisis, even the fact that they had a Final Crisis and it wasn't final, is enough to go, yeah, maybe. Although when Final Crisis happened, like, I don't feel like the line was particularly low. It was it was Blackest Night, and then it was the stuff, all that stuff that happened in that no man's land in between. Congorilla being part of the Justice League. Now that's something I can get behind. But I don't, I almost feel like that no man's land was almost by design. Like there's no reason that they couldn't have written themselves into better standing because they've done it so many times before.
Thank you, Spiral Storm, with the $25 super chat. Spiral breaking us off today with the big money. Thank you so much, Spiral. Really appreciate that. It was around this time last year when I joined the community originally. It's grown a lot since then. The Patreon is growing and so is the community. I'm happy for you for it. It's been a long way since 271. Here's to the pals. Here's to you, Spiral. Thank you for being a part of this and a part of our growth, contributing your knowledge of comics and your interest in comics on our Discord server, everything that you do. Still the only person who's ever come up with their own Palsverse origin, which I think is cool. So huge thank you to Spiral. And I think 271 of the Comics Pals is Tyler's first. I think that's the distinction. I believe that's what that is.
The official one, yeah.
Yeah. Right, right, exactly. Like when he joined the team.
Yeah, I guess so.
Is that, yeah.
Not bad with numbers. I'm sorry.
So my feeling is, actually, before I share my feelings, let me say hello. Spiral Storm, thank you for being here. Thank you for breaking us off with Super Chats. That's a reminder that Super Chats are open. So make sure that if you want to contribute, that's the way you do it. I also want to say hello to Mike Elliott, Catherine Stars, good to see you. Dan Trudeau, what's up, Dan? Planet 628, what's up? He says 3 episodes of post-mortem New 52. It's starting to feel like therapy. Yes, for me too. What's up, Karsten K? Steve Matthews, good to see you, Steve. Fresh News 24/7. Pete Foltz, Kefitz, my rival, my friend. What's up? Good to see you. It's early in the morning for you, huh? Those are just the names I can see right now. Make sure you guys smash that like button. Happy to have you all here with us today. I think that the New 52 did elevate DC. I believe it did. Because and I don't have the prior DC knowledge that like Cale does, or Hound, or a lot of the other people that are here with us today, but I don't feel like DC was particularly penetrable at that time. I think that there were a lot of things that were going on that just felt like they were going on for a long time. And there weren't a lot of points of entry. If you wanted to jump into, say, Grant's time on Batman, that meant that if you didn't go back and start from the beginning, you were going to be pretty lost. There wasn't really a point of entry there. Green Lantern, similarly, was very deep into its story, and there wasn't really a point of entry there either. Now, these are the 2 stories that I was reading at the time from DC, and they were fantastic. Everything just felt so entrenched in what it was doing. Final Crisis, I've said it multiple times, just didn't understand what the hell was going on there. And I read every single word that Grant had written in Batman, and I just didn't understand. So I think the New 52 provided a point of entry for people who wanted to try DC, and we know that they did. We went over the sales figures from last week, and they were positive for quite some time. Bottom tier books, characters who couldn't sell a damn copy before the New 52, were competing at least within the top 20 to 30 in sales, and I think that's a positive upgrade. Did things stay that way? Well, I think we know the answer to that. The answer is a definitive no. MP with another super chat, a $10 spot. Thank you, MP. Really appreciate you. Says, a big reason why non-canon stories are able to be more cutting edge is because they end. Stories naturally demand an end. Big 2 comics trying to keep the same stories going in perpetuity is not normal. What do you guys think about that?
For the sake of storytelling, actually no. Let me take a step back from that. Even you can tell a story however you need to tell a story, and I think the thing about comics is that they're beholden to a holding pattern. That being, this character needs to reset to some baseline in order to drive interest from the population that wants to read it. I think there are endings that can be had for arcs. There are endings that can be had for moments in a character's life within the framework of comics. But I don't think that I don't think necessarily that the story has to end, and I think that's something that I've come to realize with comics, and with sequential storytelling, is that they can end in certain parts, but that doesn't mean the narrative ends.
And the other issue too with Big Two comics is that they're characters first, really. They will always be around because the companies need them to be around. Batman will never end. Will it be Bruce Wayne in the cowl all the time? No, but Batman will never end. Because they're characters and they're IP first, which sucks because that takes away from the creative side of things. We're like, yeah, you don't get to really tell that Batman story unless it's a black label book that they can market for 6 issues as the end of Batman, and then do another one 2 years later. But that's just the nature of things. I don't think it makes it lesser or greater than. I just think that's just the game you play when you read Big Two comics.
I think it's so interesting that you say their character and IP first, because I think they're IP first. Because I think for the character and to have the natural character arc in the story, there should be an ending. And the character is just a facet for the IP. And I say that without commentary on whether that's good or bad, but I think that these stories are based, sort of in the model of like adventure serials. They're not supposed to have an end. They're just supposed to be sort of continuing adventures that really, I don't know that everyone is supposed to pick up every single thing. And I think that's where some of the complaints come from, is like, it's not a romance novel, right? It's not going to have a beginning and an end, and it's not going to be one story. It's a bunch of stories. And I think that's where my philosophy of, you've got to make a life for this character yourself. You've got to figure out how many adventures mean something to you and create that life in your own library.
And K Manifesto brings up a good point in the chat. They were made to be serialized. It's the same as, radio at the time, or the same as soap operas.
Yeah.
And to piggyback off of Cale's point, I think the story there can end, or rather, it ends when you want it to end. Watchmen has an ending, but then we got before Watchmen, we got the Watchmen TV show, we got the movies. Like you put an endpoint on comics where you want to, until you decide you don't want that to be the end anymore. And I think there's a flexibility there.
I also feel like, we have things like James Bond. There are lots of things that exist in popular media that don't have a definitive ending. Nobody who saw the original James Bond movie when it came out in theaters will see the last one. They will not be alive to see that. And I don't think that's a bad thing. You saw the ones that you saw during your lifetime, and that's great. And when you die, for you, James Bond ends. And the last one you saw is the last one you'll see, and that'll be his closeout. And that's it. Or you could say, hey, James Bond ended for me when Pierce Brosnan stopped being James Bond. You know, you could say that if you want to. Or when Daniel Craig stopped being James Bond, that could be the end for you. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's all valid and cool. I don't feel like there is a limitation on comics, and I don't think that the serialized nature of comics is bad, but I do agree with whoever it was that said that that might not be for everyone. Because not everything is for everyone. I think that's cool. Thank you, Catherine Stars, with the $20 super chat. It feels good to be back in the Palsverse. This is the best community I've ever been a part of by far. You all, pals and audience, are some of the most amazing people. It feels so good to get so much love this morning. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. You guys are fantastic. You know, we're talking about the new 52, and we're kind of like going through all the, you know, the muck of it and the bad of it, but it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel like we're here having a downer of a conversation. I appreciate you guys lifting us up this Saturday morning. Thank you all. Go ahead, Tyler. Oh, okay. Looked like you were about to.
No, I was half yawn.
I promised that today we would hear from the other side because we've heard a lot from creators. But I thought that we should hear what editors have to say too, because they are a part of a creative team, especially in comics. I think it's important before we hear from our first one to kind of establish the way that editing works in comics, and very specifically Big Two comics. Last week, I said that editors are sort of like project managers, and that is true. But it's important to know that there are tiers of editors as well. You have group editors who both Big Two companies still have this distinction, where a group editor is someone who handles essentially a specific carved out line. So we're going to hear from the person who was the group editor for Batman, which means that in this case, Mike Mart's responsibility was to spearhead the Batman line of books, curate them, make sure that, you know, there was synergy between them and logical consistency, continuity consistency, all those kinds of things. And he reports up to the publisher and the editor-in-chief, who at this time, the publisher, co-publisher was Dan DiDio, and the editor-in-chief was Bob Harris. Underneath Mike Martz, the Batman group editor, are going to be the editors who get sent out to handle the specific books. So Batman proper will have a...
No, it's saying live on my end.
Yeah, chat's saying it froze. I see it
Give
frozen.
it a rest. Yeah, didn't need to. Okay.
Hello?
I think
Looks
we're
like
back.
Might be back.
Yeah, I think we're back. It looks like
Yeah,
the live, like it jittered.
Yeah, jittered. Yeah, well, I don't think it was mine either. So, all right, cool.
We're back. We're back. Sorry about that, people.
Izzy said YouTube is mad. Sean dropped the what the fuck too early in the runtime.
Like,
they
this
said
is what
y'all
you
go get it.
Genuinely, I'm very annoyed at myself. I told myself I would never do that, and I did it.
Dan
It's
DiDio
so
brings
bad.
out the worst in us sometimes, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, well. What are you going to do? All right. I'm going to start from the top with Mike's words, just in case anybody missed out. So this was an idea that was always in Dan's brain. I joined DC in September of 2006, and I'm not kidding around. I probably heard it in my first week working there. Now, it wasn't called the New 52 at that time. He didn't have the name. It wasn't even what it would eventually become a few years later. But the idea of restarting / jumpstarting the entire DC line was a huge promotion. With huge promotion was something that was already in his head and that he was communicating as early as September of 2006. And I know it must have predated my coming on board. I'm sure he didn't have the idea that week. But, you know, it was something that we would talk about. And maybe we'd even have a quick meeting to kind of brainstorm what that could be. And then, you know, something would derail it. You know, maybe it would be like, you know, a new big event from Jeff Johns or a big new idea from Grant Morrison, or maybe Paul Levitz would say, not right now. And it would get pushed to the side. But it was always something that was kind of there in Dan's energy and Dan's brain that he was always thinking about. The interviewer says, that's fascinating because the narrative, and I don't know if this narrative is partially true or total bullshit or whatever, was that once this was decided, it all happened very quickly. So it's interesting to hear that this was something that was percolating for so long, because some of the creators I've spoken to have said, I got a phone call on a Friday and needed to have a pitch by Monday because the announcement was happening on Wednesday.
Damn.
Yeah. Go
Hold
ahead.
on. they needed a pitch by Monday, but the announcement's happening Wednesday, so they don't even have. So they have a concept of an idea they need to launch on Wednesday, and they need that idea between Wednesday and Friday.
And it's only the writer. That's when we see those announcements. It's like, oh, the writer's attached, but no artist yet. You know.
That's where TBD gets a lot of work done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last Young Renegade said DDoS attack, but the DD stands for Dan DiDio. That is fucking hilarious, dude. You've never been here before, and you're already making me laugh. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, we heard last week from Paul Cornell, who said that he was asked to turn around an entire script for a book that he wasn't even the writer of, in what was it, a week? Less than a week?
Something
A
like
short
that, yeah.
turnaround. So this seems like it was sort of par for the course. So Mike's response was, the genesis of the idea was there for a while. The actual execution of it and the planning of it, I don't want to call it quick, and that we felt like it was done overnight, but it was something we spent hours upon hours upon hours on every day for a bunch of long weeks in the planning of it. And I'm not exactly even sure what was the trigger, but I think it was that we were coming towards the end of certain things, Final Crisis and Grant's Batman storyline, and Dan and the rest of us saw that this was the right time. If we're ever going to do it, we should do it now. But the actual planning process was probably several long weeks. And it was, Dan, me, the other 3 group editors. We had a guy named Ian Sadler who was the story editor. And I think it was the 6 of us. And we would go in this room with no windows called the War Room. It was located like centrally in the 6th floor. And we'd go in there, and there were several hundred different index cards. And there were 100 different index cards for possible writers, and 100 different index cards for possible artists, and then 100 different index cards for possible series. We would put stuff up on the wall and see what fit and see what worked. A few of them were continuations of things that were already going on, like, Jeff on Green Lantern, Grant on something Batman. But so much of it was just, let's try this guy or this girl, what girl, on this book and see what sticks. Books that we didn't have before the New 52 were suddenly kind of, born from the idea of doing a Frankenstein book or whatever. Does it surprise you guys at all to hear that this was the way that the New 52 was kind of put together?
Ramshackle, I think is the best word to describe it.
Do you guys remember in I can't remember what book it was, but it was Earth 2 Batman, Thomas Wayne coming across a bunker of some kind, of like a time traveler or something, and they were putting together all of the whoever it was putting together all the string theories and everything of what had happened, right? That's what this sounds like to me. That image sounds like what that was inspired by.
It's Always Sunny Pepe Sylvia, Charlie the Mailroom.
Yeah,
thing.
It might have been Gary Frank, but yeah.
Dude, I don't know if you're referring to this exactly, but in Flashpoint Beyond,
that's it. That's exactly what it is. Yes.
And on the board, this messy ass room, this messy ass board, it just says 5G ?
That's exactly what it is. Yep. It's so crazy to me that, like, they had this thought after Final Crisis and they saw the window to reset everything, but they only planned it for a couple of weeks. And not only did they only plan it for a couple of weeks, they only let the run go for a certain point, and then they had Flashpoint happen. A natural end over, even if you gave it a year where you were really steering toward things, would have made that reset a lot easier.
Yeah, yeah. I completely agree. And I think that this approach, while I understand why this was the way they did it, I think that not hearing the creators out on what they would like to write is a big mistake.
Which seems like what Absolute is being, coming up. They talk about it being creator focused, really. So that feels a little better in that regard.
Well, I just heard an interview with Kelly Thompson, and she talked about how she actually almost left the project because she was offered the role. She was offered the role as writer of Wonder Woman, and she wanted to do it, but really it was motivated by like needing to pay bills. And when she tried to come up with the pitch, she couldn't figure it out. She didn't know the way in, and she was 2 days away from giving it up before she cracked the code. But she didn't choose the book. Scott and DC Editorial chose her. Granted, she's probably the right choice. I don't think that there's anybody who would disagree with that, but she didn't choose it. So it's a common practice. But in this case, when you have such a wide swath of books and creators involved, I don't think that you can just sit 6 dudes in a room and say, okay, let's mix and match. That feels too haphazard. Does John Rosen want to write Static Shock? Does he have an affinity for Static?
Right.
Why was he the one chosen for that?
And that mix and match thing that they did in the New 52 kind of felt like it when you look at the original launch. Because there were names on there that like I hadn't seen at DC in a while. I'm thinking like, was it JT Krull on Green Arrow? That
Yeah.
It was like, oh, JT Krull is doing a comic again. It's Green Arrow. Okay, that's a thing. So it felt like they really just almost like bingo hauled it with all their creators and a spinner and just kind of popped them out. And it's like, oh, will that work?
Yeah. And I think the difference with the Kelly Thompson thing, and that's not to say that, she wasn't chosen to write Wonder Woman in a similar way, but at least based on that quote and that story, like I'm sort of inferring that Scott and the Absolute team gave her what she needed to make a story and to make it interesting to her, versus what it seems like sort of happened with the New 52, where it was just like, you get Static Shock and you can have Batman, just do whatever you're doing with Batman. Jeff can keep Green Lantern. There's room to actually create instead of put stuff down.
That was gonna be my distinction. Was you can provide a creative sort of parameters, and they can work within that. Confines in my mind sometimes build and enhance the creativity because you're not necessarily you have your hand tied behind your back, but you're just given an outline of what can and can't be possible, and then you can kind of play within those margins, pushing to whatever degree. But that feels like, hey, pitches, next week I need this thing. I just need you to fart something out, as opposed to provide those tools. And I think that's the biggest difference is when you provide somebody those tools, a creative those tools. Yes, it could be a mandate like, hey, take Wonder Woman. Hey, take Aquaman, whatever. Because I'm pretty sure if it were up to them or some comic book fan, they're gonna want to pick the most obscure character. Like I know for sure somebody's gonna want to come in and write Ambush Bug. I really want to write Ambush Bug. That's not gonna sell books. Here, take this character, go make something of it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, I think that at its best, you're able to be the editor who says, okay, I know what type of writer Marco is. I know the characters that Marco likes. I've seen what kind of work he does. So it makes sense to approach him with Swamp Thing, or to ask him, what 3 characters would you most like to write for? And then, okay, well, we know we want to do Scott Snyder on Swamp Thing. He has priority because he is a bigger writer, but Marco also included Cyborg on his list. Let's have him pitch for Cyborg.
Hell yeah, dude. Yo, give me 3 titles. What would my 3 titles be? Swamp Thing for sure.
Constantine.
Aquaman.
Yep. There it is.
Nice.
Let's do it for Cale.
Green Arrow.
Superman.
Oh, we just all said it at the same time. All right, there you go.
Well, wait, what'd you say, Tyler?
I said Green Arrow.
And Marco said
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern. Yeah, those 3
Superman.
make sense.
That's not bad.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's do it for Tyler.
Hawk and Dove.
Fuck you.
Ooh. Okay.
Static Shock.
Oh,
This is a joke.
yeah. Part of the Milestone Initiative.
I would say
Animal Man.
yes.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Detective Chimp.
Yeah. Coming into Wonder Woman coming up. Tom King writing Detective Chimp one shot.
See that.
Okay, Sean.
Static for sure.
Wow.
Marco.
Giving the one black guy on the show the
The
electric power
first
character.
Come
Come
one
on.
too.
Come on, Marco. Come on.
See what I have to deal with? See the
Damn.
race issues here on the show?
Whoa, what are you talking about?
Mr. Miracle.
I almost said Cale, you too, but I always get Mr. Terrific and Mr.
The
Miracle
black
stuck in my
one?
head.
Because there is a black Mr.
There
Miracle.
is a black Mr.
Hey,
Miracle.
that's not what I said.
And then President Superman.
Wow. These are my friends, by the way.
Mine was legitimate.
Batman for sure. I was gonna say Batman, Wonder Woman.
Yes, thank you. Those are
Yeah,
reasonable.
I was gonna say Justice League
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
team book.
I like that. Look at the chat. Look at these fuckers.
Shade,
Look at this.
Icon hardware.
Black Lightning,
Lightning.
Icon, Hardware, Steel. What is happening here?
Why's he got to be Black Lightning, huh?
You guys want me to write the Jace Fox Batman too, right?
Yeah,
Batman with the
that's
Tims on.
Yeah.
Big Stepper Batman.
His mom got gunned down and her chain broken on Dykeman.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
In Harlem.
Yeah.
That's insane. The Batman of Harlem.
Yo,
All right.
on Dykeman, bro, I'm fucking weak.
All right. I see. Where were we? Okay, so we heard, so Mike was then asked if he thought that the New 52 was a good idea and if it was a good move for comics, ultimately. This is in retrospect. So he said, I certainly think it...
Sorry,
Go ahead.
quickly. It's in retrospect. What year was this published? Do you know? This interview?
I'm pretty sure it was 2017.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was 2017. That could be wrong. I'll give you a definitive answer in a moment.
I'll look it up.
He said, I certainly think it was a good move for comics. I mean, going back to some of the things I said earlier, like where we would get letters from people saying, I haven't been in a comic store in 20 years and I'm going back now. Or people saying, I'm picking up every single title that you publish. Or people saying, I never knew what comics was. And then I heard about the New 52 and I thought it was a great chance to dive in. It created new fans. And, for that reason alone, it was a good move. Do you guys agree with that?
I think maybe for the overall health of the industry, I think it probably gave DC a shot in the arm that it desperately needed.
It's like when someone has diabetes, you got to get rid of a foot. Like they're good, and they're much better. They lost a foot.
Yeah.
It just so happens to be the Superman line.
Right. Men at War had to come out and they, had to chop off that toe, but, they're alive.
They got it.
The interviews from 2011, or I'm sorry, not 2011. That would make no sense.
The
2021.
hell of a retrospective.
Yeah. 21. So.
Okay. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
10 years. Yeah.
I don't think it's possible to dispute what Mike said. I think if you look at the sales, you can't argue with sales. I'm a firm believer that sales are final. Numbers are final. You cannot argue with that. You could say it was mishandled. I could agree. I mean, I obviously agree with that. Look at what we're doing. But just because they didn't do it the best way they could have, and just because things were bungled, doesn't mean that the idea and the concept was ill-conceived or wrong to do. I wouldn't want them to do it again, but I think that DC needed something to change at this time. I can't see it any other way. But a lot of people have complained about the way that Editorial handled things behind the scenes. And I really, really wanted to hear from an editor who was on the ground floor, because Mike Martz is a group editor, and under him, most of the people who worked at the Bat line say that things were pretty good and they were left relatively to their own devices. Now, Paul Cornell doesn't feel like that, and we heard from him last week, but here's an editor who was working on the ground floor, not a group editor, a regular editor, Rachel Gluckstern. Now, she was the editor of Captain Atom. She worked on the Batman line, but she had other titles, but Captain Atom is the one that she largely spoke about in this particular interview that was conducted with Multiversity Comics, who did a great retrospective that I think if you really, really want to do your own personal deep dive, that's a great place to go. So this is what she had to say. She was asked, what was the New 52 pitch as you first heard it? She said, I think in some form it had been discussed. You know, we want to tell new stories with our legacy characters, and we want to be able to use the best parts about them that everybody knows, but be able to build on them for a whole new audience, a younger audience, a more diverse audience. The idea was it's got to be kind of all or nothing. You've got to just do this all across the line, and it has to hit because we only get one shot. There was tension because I felt at the time DC was getting hit with a lot of negative press, fairly earned or not. I felt at times, and this is me personally, like people were hoping we would fail. And that's tough because you're putting in all this effort, everybody's busting their backs for it, and it feels like there's not going to be a warm reception despite all the work that you're putting in there. So I was very glad that people bought it. I want to stop there because this was one of my favorite interviews. And the point that she makes is not a point that I see from anyone else. And it makes a lot of sense that it comes from an editor. She is saying something that is absolutely undeniable. Before the New 52 launched, even now with Absolute and All In on the horizon, for some reason, people have a predisposition that DC will fuck up, that they won't do things right, that they'll bungle something, that what they do will fail. And going into the New 52, that was definitely true. And she says it, unearned or otherwise, people didn't believe in us. And it's hard to do this job when you already know that no matter what you do, people think it's going to suck and fail.
I think it's interesting because there's two ways to reflect on that, right? It's like in the moment, I'm sure you could see that as discouraging, or not even, like you're building up to this thing still. You can see that as discouraging. Maybe it'll affect creators. Maybe it'll affect the way that people think about the way that they want to put out and position books. So you have to kind of, I would imagine that as the editor, you have to kind of steel yourself to, we're going to push through. The idea is good, regardless of what people are saying. Wait for the sales, see whether or not that it comes to fruition, and then not even wait for the immediacy of the response. You have to wait 3 years, 5 years to be able to say, oh, actually, the story pans out, the work pans out, because I feel like other time frames are too short, too reactionary. People are still in there, maybe in the moment of, I don't want to like this. versus giving it a chance to see how things play out. One of the things I think about a lot is when Cale mentions Superior Spider-Man. You know, in the moment, can't do it. I don't understand, and it all wraps at the end. You have to give it the time to be able to accurately reflect on those things.
And you said like stealing yourself, and I think that's a good way of describing it because like I'm sure they knew when they announced that this was a reboot. Like when they first announced Justice League, they never said reboot or anything, so they were kind of hiding it at that point because they knew once reboot was said, they're going to get proverbially punched in the face for doing this. But I think they just needed to push through it, and I think as a whole, it worked out. But they took some licks in there, and some deservedly so.
I also think I wonder if there's some sort of like hating the longevity of characters in DC. You know, Superman and Batman, you know, are two of the longest living comic book characters in existence. You know, they're up there with Mickey Mouse, right? And people love to hate Mickey Mouse. I think it's just I wonder if there's just something that's like I want to see that fall.
It's interesting because Marvel doesn't get this. Marvel generally gets the benefit of the doubt. Marvel generally gets fervor and excitement.
Except
I
for
don't.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, yeah. But I would even argue. I mean, I guess I can't really say this with definitive knowledge, but to me, that seems like a more recent thing over the last, since One More Day.
Sure.
Well, I mean, Clone Wars was like that.
I'm talking about. I'm not like Clone Saga was bad, right?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like before something even happens, people think it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Marvel doesn't get that reaction. DC definitely does.
Yeah.
Even with Absolute, so much of the conversation around Absolute is negative. Like I look at other channels and I'm like, damn, you guys haven't even read the books. How do you know it's going to be shit? And it's on Twitter. It's everywhere.
Is it because DC fans have more of a like, oh, here we go again sort of situation with it because they've done reboots plenty of times and it's been a mixed bag sometimes.
It could be that.
Marvel's never done it. The closest I think that Marvel's done to like this New 52 style thing, I think it was like the Battle World books where everything got canceled and they were like, hey, here's miniseries for like 3 months. And then we're going to reboot. Not reboot, we're going to relaunch titles afterwards. They never said reboot on purpose. And I'm trying to think of what the temperature was for Marvel at the time, but I don't think it was New 52 levels.
When was All New All Different? Because I feel like when I came in on the 52 train, I'm like, hey, let me start to try to expand my horizons into Marvel. That's where around the time frame that I started to poke into that universe a bit more. But I remember the narrative around that being, play on words for all new, all different, right? All bad, all same, all this, all that, right? Like, so for me, that was the negative aspect that I felt as people were announcing that initiative that dissuaded me from entering comics. So I think they get the flack, but I don't think they do initiatives in the same way. If there's opportunity for marketing, there's opportunity for someone to say shit.
That was 2015, Marco.
Okay, so yeah, at the end of where I was integrated with New 52 then.
Yeah.
Atomic Hound with the 20 spot. Thank you so much, Hound. Hound says, what we fans miss is the creative grind of comics. They're hard to do, and deadlines are tight and real if you want to get paid. Most successful lines are organic with central vision. The grind overcame the vision in New 52. That's an interesting way to put that.
I think,
yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I was going to chase another comment, but please.
I agree. I agree that DC didn't give their creators enough time to create, and they didn't give them enough leeway and rope to do what they wanted to do. There really isn't a good reason why, you have 3 editors across 4 issues of a series. That's insane. I mean, we've got Gavin's here with us. He's the only one who's a creator in the trenches. And I'm sure, Gavin could speak to the fact that if that were the case, if that were the working conditions, that would be difficult to deal with. That's nuts, because every editor has a different idea of what they want and what the goals are now. Mike Martz is not micromanaging every series, but whoever the editor is for, Captain Atom, since that's the book that, we're sort of on right now, that individual editor is going to say, hey, Marco, these are the things that I need. But then if that editor is replaced with someone else, that someone else is going to come in with their own agenda. Now Marco has to deal with that. It's hard to do your best work under those conditions. But let's return back to what Rachel is saying. So she's asked, would you say that the feeling of people hoping that you are going to fail came from people within the industry or from fans, retailers, folks on the comics internet? She said, definitely the internet. The problem is the internet is made up of both fans and pros and can't always tease out who is who. I don't think the pros actively root for us to fail, though, because they would like to work at some point in the future. But there were many who had a bad experience, and I don't want to invalidate that at all. Then she was asked, did you feel from the editorial department that there were more editorial fingerprints all over the books and there were for previous lines? She said, again, it's hard for me to comment on that fully because I was in the Batman group and the Batman books were largely left to their own devices outside of making some adjustments. So again, I'm not trying to downplay anybody else's struggles. There were not a lot of extra hands on my books, and I don't know why. I was happy to run with that. It's a weird question for me, though, because I always wonder what people mean by editorial oversight. Does that mean we were being more clear about the parameters of a story? And again, I'm not here to contradict or invalidate a lot of things for people being cut out of conversations or whatever. And I will not argue that I felt in a weird bubble and that I did not have a lot of that. So, we tried. I honestly think the online influence is not something that gets factored into these conversations. And I think it made some creative talent just very paranoid of receiving flack from the online people to the point that they didn't always feel comfortable making big dramatic changes.
Yeah. Because you're in that moment, you're there, you're going through it, and so some of that noise is going to affect people. I like the what she said there about if I'm doing a good job as the editor, I'm just placing more clear parameters. I'm placing a more clear not boundary, but I'm placing a clear of like where you can go as a creative, because your job as said creative is to find ways to supersede that or find ways to just do different work within that framework, that boundary.
Yeah, it's interesting because she's saying that creators feel that the internet flack is something that they need to be worried about enough that they don't want to take big swings. And that's something that we see people say more now. Typically, though, it's tethered to PC culture or whatever, and the idea that if you do something against the grain, people will come down on you in that regard. And I think it's probably just harder now than ever to be a creative person, in the sense that you're always going to get shit. Look at Tom Taylor, for example. Tom Taylor will get death threats for making John and his boyfriend Jay kiss in the Adventures of John Kent book, but then he'll also get death threats for having Barbara Gordon be Oracle and not Batgirl, or Batgirl and not Oracle. One of those things, I mean, to me personally, neither of those things are wrong. They're both fine. They're both fine creative choices to make. But there's a camp that thinks that being gay or having a gay relationship is bad, and there's a camp that thinks that removing Barbara's physical disability is bad. What can you do?
And just you wait until Tom Taylor writes him cheating on Jay with Dreamer. Whole hubbubaloo.
And the trickier part now too is that like you kind of need to be on social media as a creator. It's just like damned if you do, damned if you don't thing, because the books aren't going to market themselves. You have to be your own marketer for most of these comics now. So you have to be the ones putting stuff out there. So there's there's your username. And the worst is like when I see people like bashing a book and they're tagging the creators and stuff. Like you can't really, like back when I did written reviews, I would never do that, even if it was a good review. It's just not what I'm about. If the creator wants to vanity search themselves, that's up to them. But that access, it is perceived as a two-way street from a lot of people that I don't think it really should be.
I also think this was like early mass social media, right? Like,
Yeah.
Early Twitter, Facebook it'd been around a couple of years at this point, and the zeitgeist was slowly migrating. And people were talking. And so, to have creators also on that platform where fans are actively talking to them, I can definitely see this sort of loop of this constant fear of like, well, people are telling me what's wrong. How can I fix this right now so that going forward, it's not wrong anymore?
Wrong.
Right.
In previous to this, sure, that discussion would happen, but it would happen on like forums. You'd have to kind of seek it out, This is on a platform you needed to be on as a creator. So the accessibility was there.
And even before that, someone would come up to you to like,
Sure, yeah.
this issue of whatever, trash. Can you sign this?
Specifically right here with this color marker. Yeah.
Hey, we've got over 100 of you hanging out with us live. That is fantastic. Thank you so much. It's becoming more of a regular occurrence now, which I'm really proud of, and I think we're all happy about. Make sure you guys smash the like button. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please do. We are on the road to 4,000 subscribers, and it is very, very, very close to being a reality for us. So help us get there by making sure you are subscribed. Mike's Total Dragon channel, which is quickly becoming one of my favorite names, says fans have always been crazy though. Ron Mars got threats for making Hal Jordan go crazy. You're totally right. And I think that is the other side that has to be acknowledged. This is not a new thing. It is not new that fans are nuts. It's not new that fans are saying awful things. I think the biggest difference is the fact that, Ron Mars exists on the internet. So even if Ron Mars decides not to search his name, Ron Mars is on Twitter and Ron is on comics Twitter. So at some point or another, he's likely to see comments about his own work because that's how the algorithm works. There is no possible way that Scott Snyder could be on X and not see comments about Absolute Batman without just blocking those terms. It's not possible. That's how it works. So Scott is going to see all of your shitty takes on his work before it even releases. It takes a great level of boldness to do that right now. Even here, I'll be completely honest. There are things that I sometimes want to do on the show or discussions that I want to have that sometimes I might shy away from because there are eyes on us now that weren't before. And people hear what we say, and I have to be careful sometimes because I don't want to, offend or have the dogs sicked on us and shit like that. And it already happens anyway. But to a greater degree, I'm not looking for that. When we do reviews, if you listen to Pals Pools, then you heard me say certain things about X-Men this past Thursday. I would never want Jed McKay to hear what I said because it wasn't intended for his ears. Some of it was negative about his work, and I don't want to offend him. I don't want to hurt him. That's why I didn't tag him. But if he hears that, it could hurt his feelings. That's not my goal.
Right. Your issue isn't with Jed McKay. It's with what Jed McKay writes for his job.
Right.
I don't like the way the supermarket checkout lady swiped my barcode across the scanner or ignored me when she, came and did the self-checkout thing. But, I'm not going to personally attack her because she came and did her job and then moved on.
Dietrich makes a point that I would love to talk about. A good lesson to learn is even as this is a space for us fans, and some may feel that things said here in chat or on Discord, one or more of these channels will have artists and writers who are just fans and or curious of our discourse, tunes in and catches the chat, and it will matter whether we intended to or not. So the point of what Dietrich is saying is that even if you think you're in a space that what you're saying won't reach the creator involved or whatever, that it very well may. And at that point in time, they're going to see your comments and feel judged whether you intended it as such or not. But what are we supposed to do? Are we supposed to get on Pals Pools and say everything's wonderful? It's a tough rope.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. I'm not going to disparage Jed's name. I'm not going to say he's an awful person because I don't feel that way. I'm not going to write death threats. I'm not going to burn his comics, but I think I should be able to say what I honestly think about the work.
And I think as an artist, you should recognize when people are critiquing your art versus critiquing you as a person. And I've run into people who have hard time distinguishing between the two, who do create art, and it's hard for them. And I've had, I've had things I've written get torn to shreds too. And I recognize that's a critique on my writing, not my self as a person. So unfortunately, that's also that just comes with the territory of being a person creating art, including comic books.
That said, fans also have that problem.
Agreed. Yeah.
This is a long since example, but when we used to do in the early days of Adam Strange and Mr. Miracle and Sheriff of Babylon, when we reviewed those, Phil would almost always say, "Is Tom King okay? What's Tom King going through as he's writing this stuff?" And it's he's writing, there are personal things he's writing here, but he's still doing it as a job. It's still art. It's still work, right? Whatever Tom King is personally going through, you can't connect it to the work as a fan.
Right.
Or at least you can't connect it. Tom King can make the distinction if he wants.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's what a letters page is for, or backup. Yeah.
Gavin says, quote, "I wish this were better. I wish I liked this," versus "you don't deserve this job. You aren't good enough." And I think that's a great distinction. But I also think,
absolutely,
when you talk about the lines of communication going both ways, the only way in which I think that's true is that both sides, the fan and the creator end, have to respect each other's space. Gavin is here with us right now, and that's fantastic, and I'm very happy to have him. And I would be grateful for any comics creator to be a part of our community. But there has to be a way for us to discuss the work and be critical of it at times without that causing offense. Because that's not our goal, and we're not rude and we're not disrespectful. So if we're able to do that, then we have to be able to discuss and comment on the work without fear of reprisal from the creators. And that is a very real thing that happens. It's happened to us. Yeah. Not going to say who, but it did happen where there was a creator who really loved us and was buddy-buddy every time we saw him. And then when we commented on his book and we didn't love it. And it wasn't even all of us that didn't love it. All of a sudden, it was ice cold when we saw this person next. And you guys know us. You know how we are.
Marco, you still got that commission?
I still I have that, and I picked up one of their books at SPX last year. I still follow them. They're good work, but I have now been barred.
Man,
You got blacklisted like Elaine with the Chinese food shop.
Yeah.
You have to get other people to pick up your copies.
And it sucks because it's criticism, but it gets taken personally.
Right. Yeah. Okay. We've got more New 52 stuff to dive into. I really, really wanted to hear from Rachel, though. And she left this interviewer another message, because the person said that this was a much longer interview that was about looking in retrospect and the way that things were received at the time versus how they are received in the aftermath. And I really loved all that, but you got to read that for yourself. The interviewer talks about how he went back and read Captain Atom and says, for what it's worth, I actually think it's a lot better than what I thought when I read it first. And she sent him a postscript that said, you mentioned that you went back and read Captain Atom again, and you had a different experience than you did at the time of its release. I totally encourage readers to go back to some series and give them another read and see how they experience them without the whole urgency and context of what was happening right then. They might have a new appreciation or not, but I know the conversation can impact enjoyment, so it seems worth trying. I think that's super valid. It goes back to what Marco said earlier about, you need things need time to settle in before you can really judge them. And for what it's worth, I actually did go back and read Captain Atom, a book that I didn't read at the time, wouldn't have read at the time, and probably never would have read if it wasn't for this. And you know what? It's fucking crazy good. It's really, really good. It's written by J.T. Kroll. And I don't know anything about JT. So I had no expectations going into it. And I was very pleasantly surprised. I only got through a couple of issues because time is a thing, but it's very, very good. And I think that there probably are hidden gems within the New 52 that people ignored because of the conversations at the time.
Yeah, I remember, I don't know who it was at the time, but I remember Captain Atom getting praise from certain corners of the internet at the time too. But I never read it because I didn't really care about the character. So, interesting example.
My thing. Yeah.
Samuel Summers says, good morning. I hate that I'm late. You are right on time, man. You are right on time.
Hey, you're here. We can get started. What's up, hot dog?
Yeah. Let's hit some comments if we can before we get into the what the fuck of it all.
Hound said, remember, people always do what makes sense to them at the time. If it didn't make sense, they would do something different. And I bet that was in reference to something, but I just like that little pearl of wisdom.
Well, I think you can apply it to the context of this whole thing. Yeah. Nobody involved in the New 52, in my opinion, set out to do anything bad. Not Dan DiDio, not Mike Martz, not Rachel Gluckstern, not anybody. No creators, no editors.
They just wanted to make comics and make good comics.
Exactly. But the realities of doing that under the constraints of business cause problems. If I'm sure that Dan DiDio wishes, in retrospect, he could have applied 2 years to the production and the ideation of the New 52. Of course. As opposed to a few weeks. Of course. But that's not always how it works. And maybe it could have worked like that, but Dan didn't see it that way at the time. Maybe he's wrong, but that doesn't mean he had bad intentions. Those are not the same thing.
Yeah.
And I think you always have to be willing to give grace.
I have one here from Steve Canaras. Says sometimes the work is the same, but the reader has changed over time, so the reaction is different. I think this is also valid when it comes to critiquing you as a reader, your tastes change, they evolve. As you read more, you get a better understanding of the things you like and don't like and can make those distinctions. But I think you can also make those distinctions in fairer ways. So, like, I was a huge fan of Alex Ross, and over time, that perception for me has evolved. I see it now, and I'm not as impressed as I was because I've seen other work that does things that, in my mind, work better for the medium, that work better from an art perspective. Talented, but not the flavor of thing that I'm going to uh, pop for.
You guys heard it here first, according to Marco. Alex Ross, talented.
Alex Ross, talented, but if I critique the man, apparently he's a piece of shit.
What?
Let me see you do better, Marco.
I've gotten flack for that in the past.
You deserve that. Yes, you deserve it.
I've gotten flack for being like, Alex Ross is a hero to all of comics. I'm like, yeah, his stuff's all right.
Yeah. You're the problem with you is that you see Alex Ross, arguably top 5 greatest artists of all time, and you go, solid.
Yeah, it's good work. He can do art. He can draw.
You want to know what that is to me, Marco? You don't want to know what it is to me when somebody doesn't see the kind of talent that Alex Ross has and the greatness that he is. You want to know? That to me is a red flag. I am waving my red flag for you. That is a huge red flag.
What the fuck was that?
Sean, you can't be doing
flag.
prop work now. Come on.
Oh,
You gotta call what Carrot Head prop box
Gallagher.
Gallagher. Okay, well.
No, I'm not. I am not Gallagher. Thank you very much. Nor am I Carrot Top. But, it's I can't abide that. I just can't. All right. I promised we would talk about the WTF of DC. And a lot of you probably think that what I mean by that is like the ridiculousness of the time. What you can only know if you were there or if you have done your research is that I am not joking. That's not a joke. There really was a DC initiative called WTF Month.
Yeah.
I am not joking. DC might have been joking. I hope they were joking, but this was a completely serious thing that DC really did do that was an absolute disaster.
Vaguely remember it. I remember seeing WTF places and going, this is something I'm going to ignore.
Well, in February of 2013, DC announced that for April, its comics would be WTF certified, and that the covers would feature that phrase on them, and that each issue that would release in April would feature something so crazy, so wild, so bombastic that it would make you say, what the fuck? Now, it's very hard at this point to find these covers.
Yeah, I'm looking and I'm having issues. Yeah.
I tried really hard. I was only able to find one, which is from Batman at the time. And the way it worked is the front of it would be just something like, oh my God, that's so crazy. Like, I think the cover I'm thinking of is from Batman, and it has Batman or Bruce Wayne on it. And I believe he has a gun. And then if you open the fold out, it's got Jim Gordon, and it's Batman, pointing the gun or whatever at Jim Gordon. And it's, what the fuck? Certified.
Okay, it was the fold out covers, right?
Yes.
Yeah. The other one
Yes.
I saw was the Batman and Red Robin one, and then you open the cover, it's Karen Kelly.
Right.
Oh.
And it's like, that concept is not the worst thing I've ever heard. The problem is actually multifaceted, but like, okay, so this month we're going to go and do something nuts. But what happens every other month? Are we just doing bullshit? Like,
It's
shouldn't
not
we
worthy.
be doing something cool every month? Isn't that kind of the idea of monthly storytelling? The internet had a field day with this, as you can imagine. And I had a lot of fun finding quotes from various sources about about WTF month. IGN compiled a few of the examples of what the WTF books would entail. And BuzzFeed, when was the last time you heard about BuzzFeed breaking anything?
Yeah.
DC gave them some of the examples of what you could expect to see. One was Booster Gold reappears while an entire team disappears. One team is trapped in a bottle while another is changed completely. Pandora battles to the death. Some heroes change their colors and others change allegiances. One hero quits and another dies. I mean, which of those couldn't happen in any given week of comics?
Right.
The one that I like is the Suicide Squad one, which says Suicide Squad defeated. And you know what the fuck is? It's by their new leader, the Unknown Soldier. Oh, all right. Yeah, cool.
I've done a cursory Google image search here, and well, there's a lot of characters just shooting people.
These are some of the responses from all over the internet. The AV Club said, Oliver Sava said, an all too apt description of the current state of the publishing company. Mike Sterling said, I am looking forward to MILF's March, featuring all the superheroes' mothers. Yes,
Well,
because Martha Wayne was known for carrying the wagon behind her.
she was killed by that baddie.
Kevin Church said DC has the ability to sell comics to literally anyone with an internet connection now. It'd be nice if their tenor reflected that. Outhousers, they killed me. The company announced that all 52 of its mainstream titles would have a WTF certified stamp on it, presumably as a wink to fans who have been wondering what the fuck has been going on at DC.
Outhousers used to be great. Yeah.
I love that.
Oh my God. Heidi McDonald said, this is not a hoax, not an imaginary story, but a certified edgy promotion. The covers are gatefolds with the what the part on the front and the fuck part on the inside. Understand that DC publishes comic books that are rated at most T for teen. So on the covers of their comic books, their writers can't even use the word fuck in the books. It gets, obscured.
Yep.
So DC was planning to put that on the covers of their books.
Cool.
It's worth noting that DC saw all of this and they did not move forward with putting the WTF or WTF certified on the covers. That did not end up happening. Thankfully, because that was insane. But there was some kind of a retailer summit. And this, what I'm about to read, comes from the aforementioned Heidi McDonald's reporting through the Comics Beat. According again to a retailer in attendance, co-publisher Dan DiDio said that the WTF branding would not be used because, quote, we don't need it. The retailer tells Newsarama that DiDio went on to say that the books have attracted attention from the marketplace already, and that retailers and readers are now aware of the significance of the gatefold covers.
That was our plan all along, just to make you aware of this.
Yeah. Bring it to your attention.
Wow. Wow.
I
Think
love-
about all the bungles that we've discussed over the last 3 weeks. WTF month died on the vine. The garbage that happened inside of the Teen Titans book. Dan Didio's crazy reaction to a fan asking where the women at. It's just like mess up after mess up after mess up. And DC wonders why they have a bad reputation, why people didn't believe that they could knock it out of the park.
I wonder how much of how much gets untold too. You know, like what are the things that get forgotten, and I wonder, does Marvel just keep that type of lip? You know,
What? What do you mean?
like to have stuff that they bungle as well, not come out in to daylight.
Oh, I see.
Well, somebody said it earlier, and it may have been Mike's Hard Dragon channel or whatever. They said DC does a lot of chasing headlines,
Yeah.
and that's kind of something you can feel. Well, that's definitely something you can feel here. But I also seem to recall this era being very comics headline focused.
DiDio loved a gimmick, and he loved a USA Today article.
Yeah.
I think about every September in the New 52, there'd be a new gimmick. Villains Month, lenticular covers, Future's End, 0 year. It was a way to pop ratings in a way.
Damn, but those are like reflecting on those were fun as a new reader. Like as somebody new to the fold, I well, we'll get to the best stories, but like you know, there's definitely some of those initiatives that exist as my favorite stories.
We have found the one fan.
Yo,
Of-
just you wait, dude.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Future's End, rough. Rough.
Man.
So I decided to head on over to Reddit.
Why would you do that to yourself?
Your
Jesus,
first
Sean.
mistake.
I love Reddit, please. I'm a huge Reddit user. Now I went to Reddit, but I went to Reddit from 2011 I'm sorry, 2013 to see what people were saying at the time of WTF, and I pulled out some things that people had to say, and also some of the things that people said in the aftermath to tell you guys the most what the fuck moments in the New 52 according to Reddit. Twink Lobo saw
Yep.
this a
Yep.
lot.
Yep.
A lot of people brought this up. This is when they took the main man and they slimmed him and trimmed him and made him look like Robert Pattinson from
Yes.
Twilight. I couldn't believe that. That shit was weird. There's another quote. Hey, what if Joker cut his face off? That was a
Hey,
little odd.
what if?
Hey, what the fuck? All the Amazon shit and lore. That's a direct quote. I'm not paraphrasing.
That's all the lore.
The Amazon shit and lore. What does that mean? That is like, does anybody here know the way that in the new, according to the New 52, new Amazons were born? Because it's an island, Themyscira is an island of women. So in the New 52, there was a specific way that new children were born. Does anybody know it?
Was it like an amoeba? Asexual birth?
No, didn't like one person give birth to everybody?
They would go to they would like find like pirates and find like, you know, groups of men, isolated men, and they would SA them.
Yes, that's
Oh,
right. To get
SA
pregnant.
them.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Holy shit. That's right. Anybody who got too close to the walls or to the defense barriers, all that kind of stuff.
Yikes.
Vile.
Is that an Azarello thing?
As far as I know,
There
yeah.
was.
It kind of sound, no offense, sort
Well-
of sounds like one.
Really, really bizarre choice. Nora Freeze not being Victor's wife, but a previously cryogenically frozen woman that he became obsessed with, was a big what the fuck moment reading Snyder's run on the New 52 Batman. That was bogus. That was bogus. They did Freeze dirty.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hot Waller.
Oh yeah.
I agree with that.
I mean, listen, I've always thought Waller was hot. So
You love a strong woman.
Waller is hot, but the problem is that they tried to take away what, like,
Yeah.
her bigness, and they made her, skinny or whatever, and that was not the play. That took away from her rather than adding to her.
It literally took away from her.
stop.
Oh yeah. And the last one, I thought this was, for some reason, I thought this was really funny. I am still salty that Stormwatch ends with a see where these characters end up in Futures End #1. And Futures End #1 opens with Stormwatch's space station blowing up and everyone dies. Oh my God. Like, imagine being a fan of Stormwatch and you're like, yes, I can't wait till Futures End. And then the first thing you see is your team dying in an explosion.
I think that was the first time the words "I can't wait for Future's End" were ever uttered on YouTube.
You might be right about that. Oh, man. Hey, quick reminder to all 110 plus of you that are watching us now. Make sure that you guys smash the like button.
Smash it.
Subscribe to us if you're not. If you are watching us and you are not subscribed right now, do you want to know what that is to me? It's a red flag.
Oh my God.
That is a red flag. You need to subscribe.
I'm glad we don't have a soundboard for you now, Sean.
That might be next, man. I'm getting comfy.
And listen, it's not like we don't have the money in the budget.
Thanks to you all. Thanks to our patrons. Thanks to our YouTube channel members. Thanks to everybody who has super chatted today so far.
That's
We really
true.
appreciate y'all for that. So we've been having fun. It's been fun here. But unfortunately now it's not going to be as fun.
Oof.
Because as we've discussed, there were some real warts to the New 52. We're in 2013 right now. And by this point, 27 titles have been canceled in their first 2 years. Many within their first year. Some before they even got to 12 issues. There were two major departures that I want to talk about. Andy Diggle, who left Action Comics, and Joshua Hale Fialkov, who left Green Lantern and Green Lantern Corps. Now, Andy Diggle, for me personally, that was a writer that I was really hyped on at that time. I believe Andy Diggle did the Shadowland event, which
Yep. That was
I'm
his
the
Daredevil
only
run.
fan
Yeah.
of.
He did that in Thunderbolts at the time.
Yes. Wasn't
Yeah.
that good, Tyler?
The Thunderbolts of it all wasn't bad.
I thought Thunderbolts was pretty good.
Yeah. Thunderbolts was consistently good even after Ellis.
Yeah.
But that Daredevil, man.
Okay, fine.
I'm sorry.
Green Arrow Year One, though, reinvigorated the character and his origin. This is the basis for the Arrow TV show.
Wasn't that Jeff Lemire though?
No. Nope.
Huh?
I think he probably based it off of that, to make all that canon and stuff. But Diggle was the one that invented that.
That's why the character of Diggle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So I was pretty hyped for Diggle to come on board, and he was taking over from Morrison on Action Comics. Unfortunately, though, that actually would have never happened. That would never come to pass because on March 20th, 2013, Andy Diggle posted on Twitter and said, "Sadly, I've decided to walk away from Action Comics for personal reasons." Mind you, not one single issue of his planned Action Comics run would ever come out.
Rip.
Okay, no wonder I didn't remember him on that.
That's funny. I was just about to say I did remember on that, but I guess I didn't.
Definitely
Maybe I
not.
remember the announcement.
Joshua Hale Fialkov left Green Lantern and Green Lantern, or I'm sorry, and Red Lanterns. He announced that he was leaving the title around the same time. And the week before he made that announcement, he was doing the press run for his books. It was unknown for a little while why he made that decision. He did make this post from on his website. He said, "Hey guys, just a quick note to confirm what everybody knows. I am no longer the writer of Green Lantern Corps and Red Lanterns for DC. There were editorial decisions about the direction of the book that conflicted with the story I was hired to tell, and I felt that it was better to let DC tell their story the way they want. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I'll miss working with the entire Green Lantern team." This was not an easy decision to make emotionally or financially, but I'm sure it was the right decision for both me and for the Green Lantern books. The outpouring of support, your kind words, and well wishes mean so much to me and my family. In the meantime, I'll be writing Alpha Big Time and the Ultimates over at Marvel, and the Devilers, Dynamite. I've got a couple more projects in the works, so stay tuned. He was clear about one thing. This was a difficult decision to make emotionally and financially, but it was best for Green Lantern. Why would a writer who's got 2 books at DC Comics, which is ensuring your pay, decide to leave abruptly like that?
Yeah.
Nobody knew. But I know. I know. The reason, as reported by Bleeding Cool and other websites like Comics Alliance, is that Josh left because DC Comics planned to kill John Stewart.
Huh.
He fought against it and he lost, so he left.
Did they wind up doing it?
Absolutely not.
No, of course not.
The same way that Francis Manipul wanted to introduce Wally, DC told him no. He lost that battle. He left. And as soon as he left, they brought Wally into the fold. Now, Comics Alliance reported that according to the replacement of Fialkov, Robert Venditti, that was not going to be happening. That there were no plans to kill John Stewart. That he and his co-writer, someone named Van Jensen, have never even contemplated killing John Stewart. DC's comic director of publicity, Alex Segura, said John Stewart isn't going anywhere in a post on his blog. DC is lying. Notice what they never said. They never said, hey, we never had plans of killing John Stewart.
Right.
There were never plans. They said Robert Venditti and Van Jensen didn't plan on it, and Alex Segura said Stewart's not going anywhere. But they never said that was never in the works.
It's just typical corpo speak.
But why plan to kill the character, go to war with Joshua Fialkov to the point where he leaves both of his titles out of, frustration, and then go on to not do it anyway?
And this sort of reminds me of the Gail Simone thing where she had editorial issues, was fired from the book, and then came back 2 months later. She never expressly stated what happened, but I'm sure it could be something that Editorial wanted that never actually happened.
Right.
And that's why they're like, all right, just come back. We change your mind.
I'm reading this as kind of like, because at the beginning he says, emotionally and financially, then he gets 2 books on the Marvel side. I'm reading that more as he didn't want to be bogged down with some of the editorial direction, because I would find it interesting that they would even follow through or want to kill uh, Jon Stewart in the first place. So that being the case, I don't know if that's even a lie. I don't think that they had plans, and just because they didn't outright say we weren't planning to kill him, I take it as maybe both trying to save face for, well, actually they're not paying as well, I'm gonna go over to Marvel. Also, they're up my ass from an editorial standpoint, because maybe I have ideas that I want to do that aren't getting across the line.
Feel like he would have said something different if that were the case. Like I could see sort of someone bringing it up. Oh, what if we killed Jon Stewart? And Fialkov being like, oh, whoa, hold on. I'm out of here. But, knowing a creative, I can't imagine that's the case. And I think at the time, especially post John's, the Green Lantern line probably needed something like that. I'm not saying that killing Jon Stewart's the answer, but something radical, to pick up the what had to have been slumping sales, post John's era.
And I think the radical thing they wound up doing was making Baz and Jessica Cruz the main headliners of the Green Lantern book. Because I remember that being Venditti's book at the time. So that makes sense to me, Cale. They're just trying to throw shit at the wall to see what stuck, or at least popped a rating.
Yeah.
Look, I don't think that the internet reporters decided to make up the idea that they wanted to kill Jon Stewart from nothing. And it's consistent with DC's behavior. When they announced the New 52, they did not say it was a reboot. They said a relaunch. DC's language has been very specific and particular all throughout. We're 2 years in, and they've done the same things. So to me, I buy this hook, line, and sinker. On top of that, in order for Josh to be able to talk about the fact that he has those 2 Marvel books coming, they would have had to have already been announced, which means that he wasn't announcing them right here, which means he already had those jobs. So he's leaving these books because he's angry about Jon Stewart, and he already had work, thankfully, to fall back on so that it wouldn't be such a blow. But he says this was a tough decision to make financially. What reason would he have had to leave? I believe that this is what DC had planned, and it makes me angry. It didn't happen, thankfully, but it makes me angry because Jon Stewart is the most popular Black character that DC has. And I'm not saying that you can't kill minority characters. Of course you can. But why is it that when they want to do something big and pop a rating and get attention, the idea is to go right to killing the Black guy? They don't think about it like that. I'm giving DC grace. I'm sure in their mind that wasn't the way they thought about it. But sometimes you have to think about it. You have to say, wait, what are the optics of this? Alex Segura is so concerned as the director of publicity about people knowing that this wasn't going to be happening. But why didn't DC's publicity person think before they lost their writer, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this? Maybe it would look bad if we killed our main Black hero. Why did it take the writer to leave the book for them to figure that out? Sometimes, guys, it's not about racism. Sometimes it's about racial ignorance.
Yeah.
Which is a lesser sin. But you have to think.
Yeah.
So, just another brick in the wall of the New 52, if you will. Losing writers that they don't have to. You're losing Andy Diggle before his run even started. I don't even know what the reason is behind that. I actually have no clue at all. But these are the things that are happening behind the scenes that make it really tough to defend DC at this time. Those aren't the only losses they took, because notably, Rob Venditti and Jim Zub both left their Constantine and Birds of Prey books, respectively, earlier in that year. And most people at the time blamed that on editorial intervention.
Remember the Constantine book like that.
Zub has been in at Marvel, I think, since then.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I can't recall a Zub DC book recently.
Last Young Renegade says, why blow up your writing gig at DC for a suggestion from your editor? Doesn't add up to me. Sounds like it was a mandate from editorial that Fialkov did not agree with. Yeah. Gavin says they were pushing Cyborg can't have two popular black characters.
Ooh. Gavin said, no, I'm not going to read that. Oh, okay. All right. Gavin says, I'm going to ask Venditti next time we talk. And then he says, and then I'm going to keep it to myself.
You better hit my DMs, man.
Yeah,
Come on
for
now.
real.
I need that tea. I won't share it on here, I promise. I'm a man of my word.
I'm not.
That's why you're not getting the DM. I said my DM.
Amin says, in their defense, John had done a horrible thing during Tomasi's run and went to trial. Maybe DC wanted the character to be gone for a while.
Sure. Like, whatever. Maybe there was a logical story reason in DC's mind to do it. My issue isn't with that so much as it is with the fact that the character they chose to do it with also happens to be the most popular black character that they have. And that fact wasn't enough to stop them from making that decision. It was Joshua leaving the book that stopped them from making that decision. Why not just listen to the guy who's the one that you're making tell the story when he says he doesn't want to do it in the first place? If you're going to just walk it back anyway.
Yeah, and there are a lot different ways to take a character off the board than killing him, right? Like,
they're still hung up on the what the fuck moment. So
yeah, could have had him getting killed on the other side of the cover.
Cole says a lot of the New 52 horror stories seem to come from low-selling books. Editors stepping in with ideas to save it, but that may or may not be all that great of an idea. Yeah. I mean, we talked about last week Paul Cornell's experience where they took his script for The Dark Knight, which was at least a top 20 bestseller, and they rewrote it almost entirely.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if you're a creative person, the idea that someone would take what you wrote or take what you drew or whatever and rework it without your knowledge or your consent is a disgusting act. That is a vile act, and it's also what I would consider to be a red flag. That is a red flag.
All right. Three times. Give yourself a red flag. That's it.
If you do a fourth, you're breaking the rule of threes here.
It's not going to stop. Better get used to it.
Wait
till you see what I do next.
Oh.
New 52 flag?
I wish. Who do you think I am?
DiDio?
Triple Ho says it's not just a DC issue. It happens in Marvel and in movies. Certainly, of course. This is about DC right now. That's why we're talking about it. But we're not saying it's exclusive to DC. We're just, it's about what we're talking about at the moment. Izzy's issue says Sean is going to do the long-awaited backflip. Now, why in the world would I be the one to do the backflip? I never promised a backflip. Cale did.
There's no proof of that.
And as we know, as he's just confessed, Cale does not keep his promises.
I'm not a man of my word.
Hey guys,
That's right.
why are we suddenly missing an episode on the YouTube? What happened?
Oh man. You know what? I have more for this, but I'm gonna close it here, and I'll save the rest for the final episode next week. I wanted to talk about Convergence, and I wanted to talk about, DCU and all that, but I'll save it for next week. What we're going to hear also next week is from somebody who we've yet to hear from. Someone who I think their voice and their thoughts is necessary context to understand where the New 52 went wrong, what it was missing, and what DC tried to do differently with Rebirth that arguably made Rebirth a better initiative. That person is Jeff Johns.
Oh, damn.
Who'd you think it was going to be?
I thought you were like the Andy Diggle tell-all story. Tune in next week.
Andy Diggle. That's the guy you want to hear from, is Andy Diggle?
He's the man.
You think he's the essential voice?
He hasn't said anything. How could we know?
Exactly.
You gotta. A good reporter goes through all the leads, Sean.
Dude, I tried. I don't know. I don't have the answers.
The Andy Diggle was quiet.
Yeah, you need to diggle a little deeper on that one a bit.
You have no idea how much I want to pick my flag up.
Andy, I don't know. Couldn't get the rest of the sentence out there. Brain was working too hard.
Oh man. Hope you guys enjoyed this installment of the New 52 Deep Dive. Don't go anywhere because we have a lot more show to do. Last Young Renegade says Dan DiDio the week after. Well, we've heard from Dan throughout. I do have closing words from Dan on this. His reflections on the New 52. He's been open about it. And I'd say that to his credit. I appreciate that Dan DiDio doesn't shy away from anything. Good, bad, or otherwise. He's very open and honest, and he takes his lumps when they're deserved in his mind. So we'll be hearing his final thoughts as well. Let's hit a couple of comments if we can.
EV says Greg Pak ends up taking over action after Diggle's one issue comes out. That's why I remember. Diggle did one issue.
Okay.
Takes Greg Pax and ends up taking over action after Diggle's one issue comes out, and that stuff is the best Superman stuff from the New 52.
The Greg Pak stuff, right?
Yeah,
I actually really enjoy that. Yeah, Aaron Cooter on art.
That's when he kind of goes back to the T-shirt, and it's got I think it was the version with the black inside the symbol.
Yeah, and it's right before the dad stuff happens.
Yeah.
Roboters in the chat says, been waiting for the dish on John. Sorry, I'm like a hungry dog. I beg sometimes. Just asking for it.
Mitch Schroeder says, I'm late to the party, just getting caught up, but I just want to say that I love the New 52. Obviously, the behind-the-scenes stuff is a mess, but the stories that came out are some of my favorites. Thank you for your comment, Mitch. This is not meant to be a condemnation of DC Comics, Dan DiDio, the New 52 books that they put out at the time, any of that. It's just a sober reflection and a postmortem on a very interesting and compelling time in the history of comics. I loved a lot of New 52 books as well. I had a lot of fun with quite a bit of them, and we've talked about some of the books that we loved, and we'll talk about, I guess maybe we should do it now because we won't have Tyler or Marco next week. So maybe we should just get it done now. Our reflections on the favorites of the New 52 overall, but each one of us has several books that we love, and we're going to do our top 5 here in a moment. Of our favorite New 52 books.
I do want to say
is a strong word.
I do want to say thank you to Amon Perez for gifting 5 Comics Pals memberships.
Hey, yo, mighty.
So Madness, Levante Jackson, Write Everyday Photos, Lucas Holner, and Eric Carter are now Comics Pals members. So you get a little more extra content. Good for you.
Congrats to you guys. I hope that you enjoy your timed exclusive videos that you can find under the channel membership tab and your pals' heads in the chat, which I want to see right now. But you guys know what happens when somebody gifts memberships? Do you know what that means? That means that we also gift some memberships.
Oh shit! I really thought you were gonna raise the red flag on that one. I'm like, Sean, it's a tired bit now. Come on, it's 4 at this point.
Well, why would I raise a red flag on that? That's somebody doing something good for us. Come on now.
You're right.
Exactly. So I am going to, whenever my, okay, there we go. Here we go. I'm going to now gift some memberships as well. Thank you, Amin, for kicking us off. Here we go. I'm staring at a loading screen. Thanks, YouTube. I'm trying to keep this show rolling. I want to gift. I want to give gifts. Madness says more videos to lurk to. Thank you. Hey, you're very welcome. Thank Amin. Madness. And I appreciate all lurkers. I appreciate you guys very much.
You said to lurk to, and I was like, I misheard it. I was like, whoa.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, Near. While we're waiting, I would love some recommendations from New 52. I mean, we've been having quite the discourse on Discord. If you want to hop in there, but
He's already there.
In that case, off the top of my head, Swamp Thing, the Batman.
That is always on the top of your head, though. Like I think it's reflexive at this point.
It wouldn't be anything else.
Yo, that is so funny. Oh my god.
And there's some deep pulls that I'm gonna do actually when we get to our top 5.
All right. Well, for some, okay, there we go. Here we go. Gifting 5 now. Let's see who gets them. Steve
Hey.
Canaris. Mr. YouTube 92, Losanti, William Perdomo, and Nuki Brown.
Nuki Brown.
I can't believe Mr. YouTube got one.
Yeah.
Wow. The Mr. YouTube.
We just need to get Tim Apple next time.
Congratulations on winning the memberships. I hope you guys enjoy your timed exclusive videos and your pals' heads in the chat, which I always appreciate seeing. I want to note that I don't think I've seen a comment from any of those people before. So they are straight up lurkers, and I straight up love you. Thank you. In return, I agree with Amin. Let's hit that like button. Let's sub. Let's make sure we are subscribed to the channel. Lucas Holner says 103 viewers and 83 likes. Something is off. Something is definitely off. Fix your fingers to like this video. As we move things a little bit forward, we are going to get into our top 5 DC books here in just a moment. Before we do that, I want to let you guys know that Darkside War is coming to the Comics Pals Book Club this Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be presenting to you the finale, as well, one of the pieces of the finale of our New 52 month with the book club, Darkside War, Jeff Johns, Jason Fabach, many other creators. This is effectively the end of the New 52 era. I feel like Rebirth kind of gets ushered in pretty well soon after that. And so it's sort of a send-off in a way. I'm very excited to talk about this series. I am rereading it for the first time ever. And whoa, like this is the kind of big event storytelling that I live for. And I frankly don't feel we get enough.
I am frankly only a couple of pages into it. And I have only just come across the first crazy idea
of many.
I haven't started this yet. That's what my Sundays are for. But is this the stuff with Grail? Is Grail in this?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Exciting.
Very yes. I've got my copy here. It's a big boy.
Turn that to
Very-
the side. Let me
Oh
see
yeah,
that
she's right
profile.
on the cover. Yeah,
Oh,
Nice.
the essential,
Yeah.
right? That's the one I just got to. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the essential. I wish it was not. I wish it was an omnibus, but couldn't make that happen. So that's okay though. I love this book. I'll buy it omnibus eventually. But yeah, I can't wait to present and talk about this comic. It's awesome. This is your opportunity to get on the ball as far as your reread or your first read or whatever it is. It's not that long. I mean, we are following a reading order that includes some tie-ins. So this particular book that I have is Justice League 40 to 50. It's Dark Side War Special and Sneak Peek Justice League, but we are also reading the one-shots that feature characters like Superman, Flash, Shazam, Green Lantern. I can't remember who else got a one-shot, but there are a handful of others. They're not absolutely essential reading. I read them. But yeah, so if you want to follow along, that is the reading order. That is what we are reading. So have at it. Can't wait to see you all there Tuesday, 6 p.m. Tyler, you were about to say something?
I was going to say the reading orders in the Discord too, if you didn't catch that. So
Yes.
you posted it in there if you need a
Yes.
more
It
written
is
out
the-
version of it.
it is the one from the League of Comics Geeks,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
40 to 50.
Try to find that. If you have the link, Cale, can you just throw it in chat?
Yeah, you got it.
Last Young
It is
Renegade says, buy the Justice League New 52 omnibuses then. Sean contains all the Justice League crossovers, Throne of Atlantis, Forever Evil, and Dark Side War. Huh.
Damn, bangers.
How many omnibuy are there of that? You would think I would know this as a fan of near mint condition, but unfortunately I don't. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to the finale of the New 52 Deep Dive. We have, over the last 3 weeks, gone as deep as anyone has gone into the New 52, Dan DiDio, and a whole cast of characters who, well over a decade ago, did something absolutely revolutionary at DC Comics. They tried to change the game by breaking the rules of Big Two Comics, throwing out continuity, and trying to rebuild it from the ground up. Sort of. Some of it was successful, some of it was not, and there's a lot of space in between. We have talked a lot about it. We've gone deep. If you haven't heard all the stuff we've done before, I encourage you to go back and listen to the prior 3 episodes because there's a lot of context. This is almost like a comic book itself. You need the continuity. But today we're going to close out with Convergence, everybody's favorite event. We're going to talk about a very strange time in DC's history that I feel like isn't analyzed enough. And we're going to hear some words from, of course, Dan DiDio, a few more creators, an editor, not an editor, excuse me, a retailer, and the person I've been teasing that we would hear from for the last couple of weeks, none other than industry darling Jeff Johns. So looking forward to that. We've got Cale,
What's up, hot dogs?
Tyler,
I'm not Marco.
definitely not, and neither am I. I am, in fact, Sean. And I want to say thank you for being here with us. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate everybody that has arrived on this early morning to hang out with us. And before we get into the proceedings, I want to say anybody who is affected or in the impact zone of the hurricane that's going on right now. I don't personally know exactly where it's hitting. I know Florida's impacted. I've got some people out there. I just want to say, be safe. I hope you guys are safe. If you're a listener of ours and this is hitting you in any way, I'm thinking about you and your family. Please check in with us. Let us know that you're okay. Whether I know you personally or not, if you're a listener and this is impacting you, please do everything that you can to be safe and let us know. Let us know that you're good. Tyler, it looked like you were going to jump in.
Well, I was going to say, do we know anyone in the Discord who's been affected at all, or?
I don't. Not
good.
that I
It
can
looks
think
bad.
of.
It looks bad.
Positive, yeah.
The Carolinas are also getting hit too, and yeah, it's not good. That's for sure.
Yeah. So just wanted to put that out there. Last Young Renegade says it's 4 p.m. here on the other side of the Atlantic. Good for you. It's a beautiful thing.
Sure is.
All right. As we get started here with this final installment, I want to take this opportunity up front to acknowledge and thank some people whose reporting and work was essential in me being able to do this. Starting with Graham McMillan from Polygon, that article that they did, which is a New 52 retrospective where they interviewed, Scott Snyder, Dan DiDio, Judd Winnick, a bunch of creators who were a part of this. A lot of the interviews that I have referenced have come from that. So huge thank you there. Brian Salvatore from Multiversity Comics, who did a very similar thing, who interviewed a bunch of different creators over several weeks in order to provide context for the New 52. Abe Kosla, I hope I said that right, from comicsexperience.com, who wrote an article called The Case Against Dan DiDio. I'm not kidding.
Damn.
It's phenomenal.
That's a direct call out.
Oh my God, dude. I couldn't reference it as much as I would have liked because a lot of it was inflammatory and it's just so in the weeds. And if I ever do a Dan DiDio deep dive, then I'll probably use this more. But it's hilarious at times, very, very insightful and informative. And it helped me with the context of some stuff that might have been lacking for me. So I would recommend it to anybody who wants to see it for themselves. But it's a very interesting piece of work. Of course, also, I want to thank Rich Johnston of Bleeding Cool, who was in the trenches as this stuff was unfolding and who I constantly found articles supporting or acknowledging things that other people were talking about, oftentimes ahead of them talking about it, as it tends to be the case with Rich. I'll get you a link, Hound. I'll definitely give you a link here in just a moment to the article. I figured someone would ask, so I made sure to keep it on hand. But I also want to thank all the creators who spoke out about this. Speaking out in comics is dangerous because of how small and tight-knit the industry is, and saying the wrong thing about the wrong person at the wrong time, even if it's just telling your story as it happened to you, can be career-threatening. It takes a lot of courage to say some of the things that creators said in these interviews. And I always think it's worth acknowledging other people's courageousness in situations like this, because it could affect their livelihood.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. So I am getting that link. I'm actually going to put it in our private chat if one of you guys could send that out. Thank you. As we kick things off. All right. So I want to start with a series of events that DC put together that were intended to kind of be the closeout of the New 52. Now, of course, we did our book club for this month, which was about Darkseid War. And Darkseid War is really what the final story of the New 52 is in terms of what most directly leads into Rebirth. But it was a year before the conclusion of Darkseid War that we got stuff like Convergence, and a little more than a year before that we got Earth 2 World's End and the New 52 Future's End, which taken together are the close of the New 52 for everybody but the Justice League, pretty much. Now, were either of you guys reading any of that stuff at the time?
Oh yeah, I read Future's End. I read Convergence. Convergence was such a weird stopgap that came in, and you'll explain why it exists. But it was more like not watching a car wreck because I didn't know it would be a car wreck, but it was just a lot of weird books and reading them with like creative teams I haven't seen before. Like I know Doc Shaner was on a Shazam book, and like that was like, oh, that's interesting, cool. There was like a Batman book, but I think it was like the first Batman when he was like the Batman. He's had the purple glove still, and like he was in a world where it was like a whole bunch of other stuff. It was weird. It was weird. Don't know if I liked it, but it existed.
I tell you what, that Shazam book was phenomenal.
It was. Yeah.
And I definitely went out of my way for that. I think that might have been the only one I actually did read, though. I was like, oh, Captain Marvel, Shazam. I think they were Captain Marvel, or am I thinking of?
I think you're right.
Multiversity.
No, I think you're right. I feel like there was like, it was weird in the sense that like they were calling him Captain Marvel. Yeah.
Yeah. There was something special about that in particular. And then with Future's End, I picked up the first issue and I was already really put off by it. But seeing Black Canary's face stitch into Frankenstein or whatever had me go, you know what? Actually, I don't need this.
Forgot about that. Ugh.
Oh my goodness. There's a quote. I think it's from Dan DiDio. It's either Dan or Jim Lee, of course, who said, if you're a fan of the Arrow TV show, then you should check in with what we're doing with Black Canary.
I didn't know about that.
If you're a fan of thinking, you should check out this lobotomy.
That's good. So things kicked off with Earth 2 World's End. And this is this 3-part event deal is probably the most confusing thing about the New 52 to me. I didn't read any of this. By this point, I was pretty well seasoned in terms of like understanding what I would probably like and not like. And this just felt like some bullshit, you know. It felt like a cash grab and just something that I didn't care about. It was dealing with characters that I had no context for. Like, why was there an Earth 2 event? Why was a part of the end of the New 52 built around Earth 2? That's the question that I found myself asking a lot as I was putting this episode together. And I needed to understand what the reasoning was. Surely DC knew something that I didn't know, right? So Earth 2, the comic, debuted in May of 2012. So it wasn't a launch title. It was one of the second wave books that came out of the New 52. And it debuted at number 11 in units sold and 8th in dollars at $3.99. So already there was a $3.99 book out there from DC by 2012.
Yeah, wow.
Which, all right, fine. Those numbers are pretty decent, you know. Debuting at number 11 for an Earth 2 book, okay, that's not so bad. Skipping ahead to the end of 2014, which is while Future's End was being published, and Earth 2, I believe, had just wrapped up. The Earth 2 World's End event wrapped up, I should say. The Earth 2 book proper was on issue 29 and was number 81 in sales. So a book that just had an event wrap about it, that's sort of at the center of all this stuff that's going on, can't sell better than the 81st title. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
From what I remember too, there was a lot of with Earth 2, it was the JSA but modernized,
Sort of.
sort
Yeah.
of. But wasn't it also like? Didn't it also have like Batman in it and like a Superman of Earth 2?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Yep.
so in its like baked in is the other guy. You know, it's not the main one. It's not like it's I don't know, like how do you sell a book like that when
I'll
it's
tell you how. This is where they introduced the concept of Alan Scott being gay.
there's the modern take.
So, oh my goodness. So the readership wasn't sure what all this was supposed to be and what the big idea was, and that's certainly reflected in the sales of all of this gobbledygook. Dan DiDio, for his part, said, "What you're going to see is the potential of where these futures can be going and the direct impact it has on stories set in the current timeline in the DCU." Okay, so we're going to see the potential of where things could be going,
From
not where they are going.
sorry, that's with the Future's End event.
That's with the Earth 2 Worlds End, Futures End, because they're all interrelated.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I was perplexed by that,
Yeah.
but nothing was more perplexing to me than what I'm about to read to you, which is my summation of what I was able to understand about the Earth 2 World's End and then New 52 Futures End bit. So the New 52 Futures End was a 48 issue event. Not just the main series, but the tie-ins and everything else encompassed 48 issues. And the following is what I was able to gather about what this is. Future's End follows up after Earth 2, World's End. 35 years into the future of the New 52 timeline, superheroes have been turned into cyborg bugs by Brother Eye. Batman Beyond, who was canonized by this event, uses a time machine to go back and prevent this from happening, but he ends up 5 years in the future of the past. At this point, mainline Earth is dealing with a massive amount of refugees who've been stranded after the events of Earth 2 World's End, where their world was destroyed by Darkseid.
This is just a sign that the future of the New 52 was at its end, not just Future's End.
What the fuck, DC?
Wow.
How far are we into the show? Can I say that yet?
Past 20 seconds.
15 minutes in?
15.
What the fuck, DC?
Wild.
That's bizarre. Go ahead.
Surely it would just be easier to say Batman Beyond went back in time but missed.
Well, that was my.
That was your okay.
Yeah. That was my write up because that's what I gathered. I didn't read these events. I see. It's just convoluted.
Yeah.
Like
which is what I was getting at essentially. Yeah.
What reason would there be for Batman Beyond to try to go back in time but miss and end up 5 years ahead of where he was trying to go? Other than the fact that you don't want to have him directly interacting with the current timeline, New 52.
And when you say 5 years before where he wanted to go, that's so the book pretty much exists 5 years ahead of continuity of where we are.
Yes.
Yes,
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So similar to like Doomsday Clock, where it was like a near future.
Yeah.
But this is a more solidified timeline.
Sure.
But a similar concept.
Mm-hmm.
Before I go forward, I want to say what's up to Mike Elliott. Hey, Afro SF, Dan Trudeau, good to see you. Atomic Hound, always here. Thank you for being here. Scary Harpy, what's up? Get Shitty, how you doing? Hopefully not shitty. Rami Darwish, always happy to see you in chat. Amin Perez, my man, the almighty himself. Karsten K, what's up? Leatrix, how you doing? Those are just the names I can see right now. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Hit the like button if you enjoy what we do. Make sure that you are subscribed to the channel if you are somehow not. If you are not subscribed to our channel, do you want to know what that is, chat? That is a big old red flag. You need to hit that sub button right away. So in order to do this, in order to tell the story of Earth 2 World's End, DC thought that they needed to get a writer who was outside of the comic sphere. Somebody who wasn't so shackled by the trappings of traditional comic storytelling, and who could look outside the box to get the job done. So they sought out Dan Wilson. If the name Dan Wilson means nothing to you, that's okay. Because up until my research for this project, it meant nothing to me. Dan Wilson wrote a novel called Robopocalypse and had done some screenwriting by this point. And so he was tapped by DC to tell this story. And these are the words that he had to say about his experience writing the Earth 2 World's End event. They said, yeah, you'll essentially be sort of show running this weekly because there's a whole lot of stuff to get through. And they kind of laid it out to me. Honestly, I was just sort of coming at it from a place where this is what they wanted. They wanted somebody from outside comics to come in and do something surprising and do it in their own way. I had a lot of characters to deal with, so I put together a big spreadsheet. I had basically the whole thing planned out, the major beats of what I wanted to do and how I wanted to spread everything. So I went to New York City. I met with former publisher of DC Comics, Paul Levitz, and I sort of just had this immediate reality check where Paul was like, no, like, that's not how you do comics, man. I'm like, well, how else are we going to do it? Because there's so much I need to just lay this out. And he's like, no. We're going to figure this out issue to issue. I said, I'm not really comfortable doing that, Paul. And I'm the showrunner. So I kind of want to do it this way. Also, I've been working on this for months to figure it out. Paul was like, that's cool. I wish you luck. I'm out. It wasn't emotional or anything. He was just, that's not really what I signed up for. And I totally got it. Later, I was like, you know what? He was right. It wasn't what I expected. I managed to make it work, but definitely Paul was totally right. Everything evolved on the fly as you go, and I had to adapt to that. So that's interesting to me because the part that I didn't tell you guys is that all three of these events and Batman Eternal, which is the fourth event that was also happening at a similar time but had nothing to do with this other stuff, were all weekly comics. So think about what I'm telling you. DC sought out a person who had some experience in writing, but absolutely zero experience in writing comics, meaning that there's no possible way he understood the monthly grind of comics, let alone the weekly one.
Yeah.
So how could he know how to do this right? But you know who might have made sense to get to do this? Paul Levitz.
Hadn't he been
man.
writing Earth 2 previous to this too?
Yes.
Cool.
He's local to New
Cool.
York, right near where DC's offices were at the time.
Yes.
Good guy. I took a class with him once.
All that makes perfect sense. But instead, DC did the DC thing, and they got a random guy. All respect, they got a random guy to do this.
Like, Marvel's done it, but not for weekly events. They'll get somebody to do a mini series, then maybe you can get an ongoing. You know, like they put him in the shallow end first. Like a Ta-Nehisi. Well, Ta-Nehisi's got Black Panther when Black Panther movie is coming out, but that's a separate thing.
Yeah, still.
But even then, like,
It also gave him Brian Stelfreeze, by the way.
true, yeah. But just throwing a like maybe if Daniel, like, this is no offense to Daniel Wilson, but maybe if he was a showrunner's name that meant something, it's not Joss Whedon on X-Men, you know. Maybe that could bring people to it. I still don't know who his name is. You know?
Yeah. I don't know if, he ever like went on to bigger work. Sure, certainly he went on to bigger work than Earth to World's End. But I don't think in the comic sphere at the very least. And I feel bad for him. Reading his thoughts through the Polygon article, it was like, damn, dude, you got dealt a bad hand. And comics work is very stressful, even when it's going well, because there are just so many moving parts. It's one of those uh industries where I think it's probably hard to understand just how hard it is to do it if you don't do it. Like, you kind of just have to be working in it to understand. And he wasn't working in it. You're writing novels. You're sitting in your fucking room, right? Just typing your life away. You send a script back, your editor says this or that. You get your notes, you work on them, you revise what you did, and that's it. I'm sure novel work has its own difficulties, but certainly nothing like having to deliver scripts that are going to be torn to shreds, that have to be drawn, that are on a deadline as tight as week over week. That's brutal.
Yeah. I think comics are exactly as you described, but in the space of an hour. Like, and even TV, I think, has it has a longer timeline.
Oh, yeah.
You can hammer out an episode, and the episode is even contained within itself, right? Not a comic book.
Exactly. And on top of that, it's an event. Like,
A weekly event.
if you would have said he was one of the writers on Batman Eternal, sure. I think Tynan was working on that. Am I right in that?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Yep.
So there were certainly people there who he could have learned the ropes from and worked alongside. That's valid. I don't want to harp on it too long, but I just can't get over the fact that DC got a new writer to do this project. It's just bizarre.
It looks like Marguerite Bennett was also writing with him on the weekly. Again, she was still kind of new too. She had done comics before. She was kind of a hot, name out there. But Paul Levitz is what you needed there to kind of help shape things.
But to that end, Marguerite Bennett and James Tynion, both students of Scott Snyder, were Snyder in all this.
So, doing books people cared about.
Wow.
And also, why is this guy the showrunner?
And looking at his IMDb, he did not showrun TV. So this was I feel bad for the guy. That's rough.
Yeah, that's a shit hand. So all of that led into Convergence. Again, I understood not to read Convergence. Something told me it just smelled bad. I was like, yeah, this is old. This isn't it. And Convergence was, again, a weekly book, 9-issue series, and issue 0, and then 1 through 8. And then 40 2-issue tie-in books. 40 2-issue tie-in books. That means 80 comics. Plus the 0 through 8, that is an 88-issue event. I read the issue 0 for the sake of this, because I wanted to get a flavor and a feel for what this was, because I just couldn't believe what I was reading on Wikipedia and other websites. I was like, this is bugged out. I got to see this shit for myself. And I wanted to see how far I could get. Like, how much of this can I actually take? Before I tell you what I thought, I'm going to read a little bit of my words and then DC's words. So these are my words. Then, for whatever reason, Brainiac takes people whose worlds were destroyed and places them on a planet called Telos, where it's revealed that he has retained cities from various destroyed Earths from various timelines. That is what actually happened. That's what happens in Convergence, and that is the follow-up to what was going on in Earth Two Worlds End, where their world gets destroyed by Darkseid, but then I guess Brainiac saves a city from that world and puts it on Telos. It's kind of like a battle world type of thing. Like from Secret Wars that was happening around the same time.
The city of Kandor, but throughout the history of DC.
Yes, exactly. And so then what I'm about to read is from DC's own mouth. This is what they said about what Convergence was. This is it. The entire DC universe from the dawn of time to the New 52 must fight to survive against the threat that bends the multiverse to its will. Your favorite characters from every forgotten era are here. But are you going to say hello again just to say goodbye forever? The stakes have never been higher as every Crisis, Zero Hour, and Elseworld is brought together for Convergence. So, who's in Convergence? With Brainiac stealing cities from across time and space, it's a good bet you'll see more than a few surprises along the way. We are talking about infinite worlds, after all. To help guide you your way across the battlefield, we've put together a guide to some of the cities. Is your favorite here? DC 1 million? Check. Superboy in the 30th century? Check. Casey the Cop? Check. It all happens now in Convergence. Now, I've got a question. This is me talking. I've got a question. Does anybody know who Casey the Cop is? No prize to whoever can tell me who that is without looking it up.
I think Tom King's currently writing a 12-issue mini about them.
No, you know what? I think that's the character that Rom V said he was doing a series about that was so obscure that DC had to find out if they even owned the rights to that character.
Yeah.
Also, I want to point out that within our community, there is a community book club going on right now about DC 1 million. So a little plug there for the guys on the Discord server. Chat, do you know who Casey the Cop is?
Not so far. I'm waiting for Hound's response.
Someone has to know.
Rami says no. Phantom Flame says, wait, they had Casey in this? She was the DC representative, right?
Julia Raul says a policewoman from the 1970s.
That's Lady Cop, actually. That's a different cop.
DB
Danger
says
Street? Oh, sorry.
Casey the Cop was a character from Golden Age Spectre comics.
Whoa. Cool.
Yeah, it looks like an all funny comics character. Kind of looks like the cop from Frosty the Snowman.
Okay, now I have to look.
It literally looks like a Bazooka Joe character. I don't even know what, like, even on the official DC fandom wiki, there's no Convergence book that is listed in his appearances.
Oh my God.
Yeah. This guy is like a fucking Yogi the Bear character. He looks like he almost looks like the park ranger.
I deliberately didn't look up who Casey the Cop was because I wanted this moment to occur. Because I don't understand promoting a character that is so insanely obscure, tethering that to your event as if that's a selling point. It's nuts.
The DC fandom wiki says this version of Casey, Earth 1, of course, including all history of corresponding appearances, was erased from existence following the collapse of the original multiverse in the Crisis on Infinite Earths event, and later restored following the rebirth of the Infinite Multiverse during the Dark Crisis.
And somewhere within the depths of the multiverse is a person who gives a fuck.
Well, look, he's alive now, so we can all rest easy.
Right. Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the titles though, Sean, that are for this Convergence event. They're all over the place.
Well, before you get to that, in the back of issue 0, they give you a a checklist, but for all of the worlds that are going to be represented. And I was blown away by this. So I thought I would share a little bit of this with you. Pre-crisis 30th century Metropolis. First appearance, Adventure Comics 247 in 1958.
Wow. Okay.
31st century Metropolis. Bizarro World, Bottle City of Candor, 853rd century Metropolis. Atlanta, Georgia.
Of course.
Cap's Hobby Shop World, from Sugar and Spike.
Okay.
Central City from the Tangent Universe. Durvale from Strange Adventures.
Oh yeah, Durvale.
Are you familiar?
No, I was trying to be cool.
Oh. I think it's cooler not to know. El Inferno. Electropolis. Earth A, Earth C minus. Fawcett City, Earth S. Follywood, California. I'm sorry, California. As in fur.
Oh, I think I know what that's about, actually.
Oh, that'll be Captain Carrot.
I think
Absolutely.
it's Captain Carrot, yeah.
Wow. Maybe that should have been a game. You just start listing all these places and we have to figure out what character they belong
Right. Journey
to.
into Quistery is back with a new host.
This is the part that got me. This is where I was gagged. Pre-crisis Earth 1 Gotham City. Pre-Flashpoint Gotham City. Gotham City Gaslight Universe. Gotham City Injustice Universe. Flashpoint Gotham City. Gotham City Batman Beyond Universe. Gotham City Just Imagine Universe. Gotham City Post-Flashpoint Universe. The picture they use for that one is the new 52 Batman.
Yeah, of course.
Gotham City Red Rain Universe.
The Just Imagine universe they threw in there?
Yeah.
That's the Stan Lee one.
Sure is. Where he's a Batman.
Yeah.
Crazy. Why? Like, what could illuminate the problems of DC Comics more than explaining that there's an event where they took a city from all these different places across the multiverse and put them all together, right? And I just rattled off like 10, and they're all from Batman.
I mean, if you look at the publishing line currently.
That's a problem with DC. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's nuts. And if I decided to bore you by continuing, I would go on to rattle off about 12 Superman Metropolis universes.
Oh,
It's
well,
nuts.
At least there's that.
Yeah. Yeah. How many Themysciras are there? We'll never know.
Oh.
I didn't even bother. I stopped at Metropolis. I was like, you know what? I've seen enough. And I did not continue to read Convergence.
As he says, Crisis of Infinite Gothams.
That's what Batman Eternal should have been.
Yeah.
Wow. What a disaster. What a disaster. So Convergence was a fail. The sales were bad. It stunk of a gimmick. And you know what? It was. Because for those of you who are unawares, the only reason, I should say the primary reason that Convergence existed and was rolled out this way and was rolled out by the creators who were tasked with telling this story, which actually did involve some talent. Keith Giffen was involved. EVS was involved, who at the time had yet been canceled. There were some other players. I'm sorry?
Dan Jurgens, I remember, was involved.
Dan
specifically with
Jurgens.
a lot of the Superman stuff that actually was very good.
Jeff King. I've heard good things about the tie-ins for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Did you guys read any of those?
Well,
you said.
I read the Shazam one. I remember reading the Question one too, because it was Renee Montoya back as the Question, which hadn't been a thing in New 52 from what I remember.
Yep.
We were back to Vic Sage. So that I remember really liking. They were only like 2-issue minis though. Like you could barely even call that a mini. Like I don't even know how that gets collected. I think I remember that one, and there was. I think I checked out Infinity Inc. for some reason. I don't know why. I think because isn't Jade in that? But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
there's some weird ones in there, and I didn't hate them. I definitely didn't hate them.
I wish that I could go through, because I have a lot of my comics in storage at the moment, and I wish I could go through my boxes, my long boxes, to see if I have one single copy of any comic between Earth 2, World's End, Future's End, and Convergence. I don't think I do. But
Looking back on it now, Sean, do any of the minis interest you?
nope.
Okay.
It's hard for me to say yes, because the context of the event overshadows the minis. Like, without being in the present moment to say, oh, I'll try that one or that one.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the whole and I'm just like, why would I bother with this? Yeah.
Myers 1963 says, Convergence sounds like hot garbage. I enjoy. I will order it now.
Myers, don't do that to yourself. But if you do, tell DC we sent you. Maybe they'll hit us with some kickback. Yeah, right. Phantom Flame asks us, could Convergence have been successful with different writers or a different focus, but the same premise? I don't think the writers or the creators were the problem. I think Keith Giffen has proven time and again that Keith Giffen is a very talented creator, and so is Dan Jurgens. And even though the Convergence Zero issue was god awful, I think that when you saddle creators with, the task that they were saddled with, it's very hard to produce quality work. And by the way, the reason that Convergence was a thing was so that DC Comics could pause their line of books that was being published at the time so that they could move offices. DC Comics offices were like very close to Marvel's in New York City here for forever. But obviously they were owned by Warner Brothers, and Warner's, I guess, wanted them to be closer to where their headquarters were in Burbank, California, so that there could be more synergy and more oversight and everything else. That would go on to be a disastrous decision that we're not going to get into too much here, but it put a microscope on DC that they never really had before.
Yeah.
That now they had to justify themselves. And that's a whole level of pressure that, we've talked about over the years. And like I said, we're not going to dive too deep into. Atomic, go ahead.
Oh, please. That's what I was going to do.
Do it.
We got Atomic Hound cracking off a 10 spot on the super chats, which, by the way, are open. Hound says, this is about the time I started wondering how DiDio was going to survive professionally. It was dreary, dank, and just not very interesting. This followed Doomed in Superman, which was also bad.
Right. Yes. And Superman, we talked about in the first episode, like what characters won most in the New 52, and we all agreed on Harley, and I think we all agreed on Aquaman being the biggest winners of the New 52. But the biggest loser of the New 52, outside of characters who just didn't exist at all, had to be Superman, right? Like, you talk about getting done dirty.
Yeah.
Convoluted at minimum.
Yeah. Even within the first year.
Yeah.
They chased off George Perez.
Yeah. Chased him off, and then, like, Grant was so bored they just decided to quit writing Superman. Like, they wouldn't give them information. There was nothing for Grant to be done. So the most interesting thing they thought they could do was pair him up with Wonder Woman and have him start the George Report in his apartment I guess.
Rough.
It
And this was the Superman stuff was the stuff that I was the most excited about going into the New 52 because I had prior to that literally only read the Jeff Johns, Gary Frank Superman stuff and only a handful of those issues. And so I was like, yes, this is my chance to try to get and I had read Grounded, which was terrible, and I dropped that.
JMS, yeah.
Yeah. But I was like, okay, this is my chance to jump in with Superman, and I really desperately want to love this character, and they gave me nothing. They gave me nothing. They gave me jack shit.
And it was so much nothing. They had to bring back the old version of the character.
Yep, exactly. And so it was on February 6th of 2015 that DC would announce that the New 52 was ending. Now, they didn't say that. They didn't put that out there specifically in that verbiage. But they announced that there would be a new direction for DC. This is just shy, because this is February 6th, and the New 52 began with Justice League #1 in August of 2011. So this is just shy of 5 years. They announced through DC.com, they did a press release. DC Entertainment announces new books, new creators, broader focus for the DC universe. Iconic superheroes and supervillains universe is diversifying to make room for more types of storytelling and more fans. June's slate of titles includes long-awaited return to DCU of Brian Hitch, Garth Ennis, Gene Luen Yang, and Min Doyle, joint team of top talent. This summer, DC Entertainment launches a bold new direction for the DC Universe. DCU. Not DCYou, but DC, the letter U. That is even more inclusive and accessible to a wider group of readers as the publisher continues to evolve comic storytelling for its next generation of fans. Award-winning, critically acclaimed writers are headlining the June 2015 slate of DC Comics, and it's all the people I just said. Beginning June 3rd, the DC Comics line of comics will consist of 24 brand new series that will begin at issue 1, as well as 25 ongoing best-selling fan favorite series that will continue without a break in the issue numbering. The total number of periodicals in the DCU will be 49, with additional new titles debuting throughout the year. This heralds a new era for the DC Universe, which will allow us to publish something for everyone, be more expansive and modern in our approach, and tell stories that better reflect the society around us, said DC Entertainment co-publisher Dan DiDio. Whether you've been a fan of DC your whole life or whether you are new to comics, there will be a book for you beginning in June. Does that sound, well, to me, it sounds different on some level than the way that they talked about the New 52. Does it sound different to you?
Well, I was going to say it sounds awful familiar recently. But I guess, we've heard this, roughly this same speech a couple of times, even in the history of the time we've been doing the shows. So,
oh yeah.
But yeah, it definitely sounds different from what they're saying about the New 52.
There's a whole lot more verbiage in this article, but there was one last piece I wanted to hit on, which is a quote from DiDio once again, and it says, "In this new era of storytelling, story will trump continuity as we continue to empower creators to tell the best stories in the industry." Now, this was the lead-in to DCYou. I guess they didn't have that language for it at the time. They hadn't thought of that yet because they didn't promote it as such in this particular press release. But the language of that, story trumps continuity. Isn't that the same exact idea of the New 52? They cut away all the continuity to be able to tell new and fresh stories.
I think it's different because I think New 52 was, hey, we're restarting continuity, but it still was an emphasis on continuity, except it being restarted. It was a jumping on point because our continuity was so confusing, because there's so much of it. Here's a jumping on point that is clear. Yes, they redid all the continuity, but I think it was still a focus on it as being fresh and approachable. I look at some of the DCU books, I think of Prez, I'm like, Prez doesn't even exist in the DC universe, really. You know what I mean? That was more of a storybook rather than it existing at a certain point or place. Like Batmite came out then too. I think that was another one that was like, all right, continuity loose. So I can see the distinction, but I can see it after the fact. I'm not sure I could have saw it then.
Amin Perez says something that I wholeheartedly agree with. If everything happened, nothing does. Canon is important for never-ending stories. I think being clear and concise about what is and what is not is critical to the big two. And it's something that DC has struggled with for the longest time. And we've talked about that a lot here. DCU was an attempt to bring on new readers and people who felt alienated by the tone and tenor and lack of clarity of the New 52. Convergence essentially throws continuity out the window and says, you know what? It's all real. Everybody's here. But there's something that happened around this time that makes all of this make a lot more sense. There were 3 books that came out within the prior 2 years that represent some of the only successes that DC had launching new titles post the initial New 52 launch. And if you were reading at the time, you probably know what books I'm talking about. Because DCU was built aesthetically and conceptually around Harley Quinn by Jimmy Palmiotti, Amanda Conner, and Chad Hardin, Gotham Academy by Brandon Fletcher, Becky Cloonan, and Carl Kerschel, and Batgirl by Brandon Fletcher, Cameron Stewart, and Babs Tarr. That was a massive success. Batgirl by Burnside, like we all know that story.
Yep.
And DC saw the success of those books and said, "Oh wait, if we make books that target younger audiences, that target women, young girls, there could be success. Oh shit, let's pivot." Who would have thunk it?
And I remember the books like that were good. Black Canary was great. I love that Black Canary. Annie Wu, I think, is on that. And the Starfire book was real good too. That was Amanda Conner on that. At least writing and doing covers. I'm not sure who was doing interiors. But like even I'm looking at the list, like even the DC Comics, The Astonishing Art of Amanda Conner came out at that time. So they really were focusing on female creators. And like when I think back on it, that's what stuck out to me, and that's what I read too.
But isn't it funny how I guess just what 3.5 years earlier, DC had 1% women, and Dan DiDio was yelling about where the women at. He didn't have a binder full of women at the time to refer to.
TV said Dan DiDio found out about Tumblr. but Luna right in the chat says Burnside Batgirl is how I got into comics.
Certainly. I buy that.
And I wonder if part of this is looking across the aisle at what Captain Marvel was doing for Marvel at the time. Like the Carol Corps was huge.
A little earlier, but yeah.
I genuinely think that at this point in DC's publication, they were throwing shit at the wall.
Yeah.
And if you look at the sales, so by the last month of the New 52, DC's share of the comic book direct market had fallen to 26.34%, which is insane. That's down from 34.76% the month before the New 52 launched in 2011. And the direct market itself had grown in the intervening years.
Yeah.
So DC's market share shrunk while the actual direct market grew. Now you could make the argument, if Marco were here, he's a math brain guy. He would say, well, if the market grew, then it would make sense that their share of the market went down because the overall market grew. And okay,
Yeah.
there's some logic to that. I smell that. But you're down to a point that's below where you were before you launched the New 52 in the first place. That tells me it wasn't working.
Yep.
That many points down?
I'd be curious to see how much Image's market share grew in that time too, because this is the image boom of the 2010s.
I mean, it would have been astronomical because that's what was growing the industry.
Yeah. And then I would assume Marvel's would have dropped and Image's would have gone up at the time.
To be honest, Marvel's was probably going up too because of you had the Jason Aaron Thor, and then also this would have been heyday of MCU.
So I didn't want to bore you guys with numbers this episode as much, but I did the research for myself, and I can tell you that in 2014, December of 2014, the comics industry was setting records still. So the industry itself was on fire. And when you look at the sales charts, it is all Marvel. Marvel is dominant. I mean, obviously you have your Batman, you have your Justice League and things of that nature. But when you look at the New 52 titles, they're just languishing. And there are some Image titles that are doing quite well for themselves. And, certainly they're establishing themselves very much as the third, but DC just doesn't have it anymore.
Sean, you said this is 2014?
Yeah.
So this is right before Marvel even gets Star Wars comics, which blew up their market share probably.
Yep. This is like literally right before.
Yeah, 2015 would have been it. Yeah.
Yep. So I've got an interview here with Brandon Fletcher, who was one of the creators behind, as I said, the Gotham Academy book and also the Batgirl book. And he shared his experience with the New 52. This all came about because Mark Doyle, who'd come from Vertigo, had taken over the Bat Group and was looking to shake things up in that nebulous time period before the company moved out west from New York to Burbank. It seemed like there was little consequence to any potential failure of these new/updated titles, as DC intended to do a big relaunch once they were settled. We had a lot of questions from Mark and then Batgirl editor Katie Kubert about the status quo of Batgirl before we cracked our pitch. Chief among them was the canon age of the character in this New 52 continuity. When they told us she was meant to be close to 21, it informed just about every decision we made afterward. We wanted the book to appeal to new readers and particularly to young women. Aside from the tone of the series having a little slice of life peppered into ground them and give them broad appeal, we wanted this Batgirl to be recognizable in style and execution to the versions of the character that potential fans would have seen on screen in Batman 66 and Batman the Animated Series. That meant injecting some fun onto the page, as well as dealing with Barbara's trauma as honestly as we could. I think we felt really validated. Not just my teams, but so many of our friends who worked in comics and illustration. So many people who'd been trying to make books like this for DC and Marvel for years. We'd been pushing the notion, along with executives in other departments of DC. I would come to find out later that there were wider audiences out there for these characters, if only the company would create books for them. It took an editor coming in from Vertigo into the superhero editorial offices to make that long-awaited reality. We all have Mark Doyle to thank for his vision of what a DC superhero book can be and the strength to push those titles through the system and eventually turn up on the shelf. For all we know, creators have been pitching Gotham Academy for decades, but just not finding any internal support for the idea. to me, that validates the idea that DC just didn't care that much about whatever they were publishing at the time, because they already knew that they were going to sort of put the New 52 in a box and pivot from it on some level. They could see the tea leaves, they saw the sales. It just wasn't going very well. And so in that space, Mark Doyle was able to do what worked at Vertigo, which was to do something different, to tell different kinds of stories that appeal to different kinds of people. And everybody always talks about how much they love Vertigo. So he just applied the logic from there to here. And we saw that, there was definitely some success in that.
Quite literally, too, with like Constantine came back, right? Didn't Hellblazer come back during DCU as well?
That's
Ming Doyle
right.
and Riley Rosmo.
There was a Constantine book that was being published during the New 52, but it wasn't a part of the New 52. And it was then relaunched to become a part of the New 52. And then they probably relaunched it again at some other point.
This was the reintroduction of the Hellblazer into the title. That's what it was. Yeah.
Was this, I feel like it was Becky Cloonan, maybe? Or was that later?
Ming Doyle.
Oh.
Dan Trudeau with the 5 spot. Thank you so much, Dan. Really appreciate you, buddy. Says, it goes to show that even in bad times, some good books can get out. Some people know how to take advantage of the chaos. Dan, speaking the truth as always. Yeah, so I appreciate what Brandon says, and I think that if DC had more people around at the early days of the New 52 who had Mark's presence of mind and foresight and willingness to try stuff that didn't appeal to the same exact reader that DC had been trying to appeal to for 40 years, that maybe they would have had more success early on, more longevity, I guess. I wanted to catch this super chat as well. Maramoth Hans said, "Good morning, pals. Going to love this deep dive. $10. Thank you so much, Hans. Really appreciate that. I thank you so much for enjoying what we were doing here. And we've got more to go."
Gary Harpy says, I loved Super Dad with the beard. I was happy with 2 Supermen at that time. I should have known DC would not let it last.
Nothing good ever lasts at DC.
Well, I think we're seeing that with Spider-Man right now. Literally almost that exact scenario.
Oh, in reference to what Spider-Man specifically?
Like what 2 of them, and then one having a beard and kids.
Yes. Oh yeah, we literally are. You're right.
Yeah.
Oh god, so we can expect in 2 years the Ultimate Universe to collapse and then both Spider-Man merging into some form of the best of both worlds.
Well, obviously the Zell Spider-Man will go off and he'll re-become the Spider-Man monster, and he'll have to be absorbed, the radiation, the semen radiation, of course, will have to, reabsorb into Ultimate Peter Parker to make him our Peter Parker. You know how it is.
Keep going.
Oh no, that was the whole story.
Okay.
Atomic Hound asked a real good question. Was Image closer to DC than DC to Marvel in this period in terms of sales? I definitely would say so. I don't have the numbers in front of me right now to back up me saying that, but having looked over the numbers for all these years, I would say that, because Marvel's market share was massive at this time and Image was on the rise. So if DC had, what did I say, 26% of the market share, and let's say for argument's sake, Image even had 7%, okay? That's a 19-point difference, right? So keep that in your mind, a 19-point difference. Marvel probably had like 50% of the market. So that means that DC was 30 plus points away from Marvel at the time. So yes, Image and DC were closer to each other than Marvel and DC.
Wild.
Do you think that says more about DC or more about Image?
I think
Oh.
it says more about DC.
Hmm.
The reason I feel that way is because as much as I want to see other publishers thrive and prosper, DC and Marvel are the big two. DC owns some of the most recognizable, bankable IP in the history of the planet Earth. And you can't carve out more than 26% of the market. Heads should, if Marvel had that problem, heads would roll. It'd be scorched earth. All the shit we talk about Marvel not paying creators and, you know, the stories kind of being stagnant and all that would end. Because Marvel would see by money, by the only standard that matters, which is money, that they're failing. But when it happens to DC, it's not that big of a deal because they're used to being the loser.
Well, Marvel would obviously get well-known writer J.J. Abrams' son to come in and write a very popular Spider-Man title with a tremendous artist, and he'll save the day.
Maybe they could advertise that book with a commercial with music by renowned pop artist and daughter of J.J. Abrams, Gracie Abrams.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. Dan Trudeau says, yeah, but DC's outdoing them with creators now, and it still hasn't resulted in better sales. So the problem is, I don't want to linger on this too long because we've got more to get through, but the problem is that there's just DC has a stink on it that doesn't go away in just a couple of years. It just doesn't.
It's a thing of people always wanting to see DC fail.
But even still, from a continuity standpoint and from a trust standpoint, let's talk about the last 5 years, I guess. We've had Infinite Frontier, Dawn of DC. We're about to see DC All In, and they're launching an entirely separate universe with Absolute. I'm excited for that stuff, but if you're a person who's trepidatious about DC Comics, the constant new banner and new relaunch or, you know, whatever isn't, and it's not indicative of a company that's confident in what it is doing. It's just not. All right. So I want to hear from somebody who would know better than I would how DC was being perceived at the time and what the sales were like on the ground floor. This is someone who I love referencing here on the show, who's always speaking the truth and really has no filter, nor should he. This is Brian Hibbs. Brian Hibbs is a comic book retailer. I'm pretty sure he owns Flying Colors Comics out of California. And this is what Brian had to say in 2015. It was clear that many customers were getting tired of the New 52. Despite massive initial success with the New 52, large swaths of the audience were already starting to walk away, and Convergence, the publishing stunt designed to fill that 2-month hole, proved to be a great jumping off point. DC came back in June with DCYou, an initiative that launched 21, it really wasn't 21, it was 24, new series meant to spotlight character and creator diversity and refresh the line and to embrace new, younger audience that many retailers can tell you is actually out there. But DCYou is not connecting with this new readership, kind of at all. On the October sales charts, which represent the 5th issues of this initiative, only 2 of the 21 titles have sales over 30,000 copies. Very roughly the sales level where companies with big overhead start canceling books for a lack of sales. And a staggering 10 titles are selling under 20,000 copies, which marks nearly half the initiative as an abject failure. At the same time, the changes to the core titles, Batman, Superman, etc., appear to show the stalwart characters bleeding readers. And even the Hail Mary for DC periodicals, the weekly series Batman and Robin Eternal, is only selling at the end of its first month about where the previous series ended up. DC might be able to steal a bunch of market share with Dark Knight 3, but their core product and core market is clearly in big trouble right now. So what was the problem? That's a genuine question. What do you guys think the problem was? Because DCYou, people speak fondly of. I just told you that they relaunched the whole shit based on 3 titles that were successful. Everybody says Prez. Everybody says Omega Man. All these great books. What went wrong? Why didn't they sell?
Oh, I think that with the retailer, Brian Hibbs, you said, right?
Yeah.
I think what he said with like Convergence being a jump off point is exactly right. That is a hard stop to get over. And because comics requires such knee-jerk reactions, you know, could they even capitalize on DCU before they realized the numbers are bad because of Convergence? Do you know what I mean? Like, you talk about, you know, like comics not doing well in sales after their second issue and being canceled before they can even get an arc done. You know, it's hard to let comics cook because of the way the pre-order cycle works. I wonder if Convergence was such a bad move that it just hampered anything good that came after it.
So I do want to say that there were no books published with the New 52 banner that were canceled within 2 issues. They tried really, really hard not to cancel books, especially on the outset. But Convergence was a disaster. It was a jumping off point. And I think it alienated a lot of people. But who was it alienating? It was alienating longtime readers.
The meat and potatoes audience.
Exactly. People who were giving up because they didn't trust DC anymore. And DCYou was saying, all right, fine. You guys don't fuck with us anymore. Let's go find another audience. And I think what they learned through that was that other audience, for any reason, whatever it is, I don't know the reason, whatever it is, they didn't come to the table at DC. They didn't show up to the cookout. They didn't like what was on the plate. Omega Man is a great comic book, but that didn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Well, and a common complaint I've seen about the Batgirl of Burnside stuff is just that it didn't feel like, as much as they wanted it to appeal to young women, it just didn't. And it seemed like the women I've spoken to, so, you know, this is completely anecdotal. I have a friend who hates the Batgirl of Burnside. Very specifically because the costume and the way that the story changed everything, alienated everything she liked about Batgirl at the time.
And what were those things, if you...
As I recall, the big thing was like having a legitimate costume. And then a lot of it was like, you know, the bright colors and like the party atmosphere of the Batgirl of Burnside title that she didn't, you know, it took her out of, you know, solving mysteries and being a Batman level crime fighter into, you know, a YA book. Is me paraphrasing my friend's thoughts from years ago.
Sure. That is very valid, because I think like what that makes me think about is a splintering. It's taking the Batgirl audience that's already fractured, because there are people who are obsessed with Barbara Gordon, but splintered in 2 ways. Some of them love her as Batgirl. Some of them love her as Oracle, right? The Oracle audience is not getting served, so they're not buying the comic book. Then you say, all right, we're going to splinter them again. You have those who really loved what Gail Simone and others were doing with Batgirl at the time. And then this book, this new Batgirl book, takes that and makes it so that now she's a 21-year-old who kind of sort of feels more like a teenager than a 21-year-old,
Yeah.
and isn't dealing with the same kinds of things that she was dealing with during the New 52. And so then there's that fracture as well.
And this is directly after Convergence. It was Convergence, Nightwing, and Oracle, where they were adults and they got married. So it's like, hey, you get your happy ending in this 2-issue mini.
Yeah.
We're doing something completely different afterwards.
Yeah.
And Barbara Gordon was a senator at one point, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it's quite a long way away from, being that character.
I don't know who to attribute this to because I sadly don't remember, but I read somebody said this and it resonated with me, that Batgirl of Burnside should have been Stephanie Brown.
Somebody said that earlier in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I heard
Shitty
that.
just said it. Yeah,
ago.
as you were saying, it gets shitty. He said
Get
the same
Shitty,
thing.
yeah.
And honestly, the Stephanie Brown Batgirl book pre New 52 was sort of similar. You know, she was like at an all girls school for a bit, and there was like an assassin school. Yeah.
You know, DCU was something that I personally didn't read. I don't think I read a single book that was published at the time with that branding. I think I bought one issue of Batgirl from Burnside because I really loved Batgirl, and I just couldn't connect with that version. I didn't read Omega Men at the time. I've never read Prez. I just didn't trust DC anymore, and none of these new books felt like they were aimed at me. So I dropped out altogether. I probably have, since I started with DC, have never read less DC than I did during that particular era. I kind of came back with Rebirth.
I think there was a Martian Manhunter title.
That was a Steve Orlando, I think, right?
That's why I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's his best thing he's ever written.
Maybe I did. Is it Riley Rossmo on that one, or is that the lead
Yeah.
one?
Definitely Riley Rossmo, but was that not a little bit later on?
I'll look it up.
We were doing the show at that point.
I don't think that was the Rossmo one.
Oh, was there another one?
Yeah, I think this might have been
Oh,
a
okay.
follow-up of the Rossmo one. Hold on, I had it up here.
I don't think so.
This was
Okay.
Yeah, there was a DCU, Martian Manhunter, written by Rob Williams, with art by Eddie Barros.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. It was fine.
I like Rob Williams as a writer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Eric Simons, what's up, Eric? Haven't seen your name before. Says Batgirl's kind of similar to when they turned Goku back into a kid. Yeah, dude. It felt like they infantilized her.
Yeah.
And I didn't like that.
Yeah. Get Shitty says Babs is an adult, has been since she was a kid. That's why Burnside didn't hit for Babs fans.
Totally.
And it's funny because I wasn't a Babs fan at that point. Batgirl was kind of a blank spot for me. And that was my jumping on point for Batgirl. And I loved that book.
See, I liked it because it was something new. It was something fresh. I read a lot of Batgirl, but the Batgirl tone for me was the same as Nightwing, and it was the same as Robin, and it was the same as Batman, it was the same as Detective Comics, it was the same as blah 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 blah. And Burnside gave it something new and interesting. So it worked for me.
And to be fair, for what it's worth, at some point the book was doing pretty decently. And it represents, I mean, when you see a Batgirl costume nowadays, I feel like so often, maybe not today, but in those years, it was the Burnside costume.
Those Doc Martens are, tough
Iconic.
to they genuinely are.
I mean, it helps that, also Babstar was drawing that book too. And that Babstar is...
Well, and not for nothing, Cameron Stewart's version of the costume too was,
Yeah. Cameron Stewart draws like fashion really well too.
Yeah.
So what is the reason? What's the real reason why the New 52 didn't work. Some creators have spoken about this, and I wanted to read a few takes that I think create an interesting conversation piece for us. So, first up is from Judd Winnick. Some of these characters are 70, 80 years old. All of them need major reboots every few years. It's funny. Comics, which gave birth to these characters, are allowed to reinvent themselves when they change mediums, like a TV show or a motion picture. Everyone is a lot more forgiving about the changes that have to be made when it's in another medium, but you try to change it up in a comic book and people get crazy. I never thought any reboot wiped out my stories. My stories are still there. They are not going anywhere. They're collected. You can buy them in ebooks. They're right there forever. The fact that it might not be part of canon anymore doesn't bother me. Folks sometimes should take a step back and really look at what this is as a medium and realize that it has to evolve. And that's the fun part in a lot of ways. Before you guys respond to that, I want to read from Brandon Fletcher, who echoes a similar sentiment. To me, this was a chance to push their universe of characters forward in the way Julius Schwartz and company had done in the 50s, when the Flash evolved from helmeted Jay Garrick to super science hero Barry Allen. That evolution continued in an organic way over the decades in each title. Wally West as the Flash, Dick Grayson as Batman. But to my mind, the New 52 was an opportunity to throw down a marker announcing the new status quo of their popular heroes across the line of books, and to execute in a variety of styles appealing to a wider audience. To let a new potential readership know they were getting in on the ground floor of an all-new Superman and Wonder Woman and Batman, and that these characters would be the stars of those books for the foreseeable future. Not a gimmick, but the passing of the mantle in a new chapter of an ongoing saga. I'm happy to see all of this happening in the current line of DC Comics. That last line was said in 2021. And so that is not what ended up happening. But in any event, the idea of what they're saying, the spirit of what they're saying, and this is what I want you guys to react to, is the notion that the New 52 should have been an opportunity for new characters to become the figureheads of DC, for the old guard to kind of fade into the background the way Jay Garrick and Alan Scott did. And, their stories still get published. Like, I've read stories with both characters in them before, but they're certainly not the main character representing that particular mantle.
Mm-hmm.
Allowing new generations of people to say, oh, shoot, that's the version of that character that is for me, not the one with all that baggage who my grandpa read, right? Do you guys agree with that?
Agree with in the sense that it should have been that?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what the New 52 was.
But do you think it should have been?
What? Yeah, no, I don't even think that's what they were.
I do think that. And I think I've said all the way through this that the fact that they half-assed the relaunch, didn't quite know what they're doing, didn't close out the previous universe, in a way that was satisfying. They left Batman's continuity roughly intact, and Green Lantern, wasn't quite reset. Just little bits and pieces there. They should have started over. They should have, even if you keep Bruce Wayne, right? He's a new Bruce Wayne. I think there are ways that they could have made it new and actually new instead of continuing what they were doing.
Do you feel like that's what Absolute is?
I feel like it has potential. As I was saying that, Absolute Batman is what I had in my brain, because it feels like something different, something that is separate from what's come before.
I think it's a very complex problem.
Yeah,
certainly.
Because I know I'll probably get heat for this, but I don't think you can do with, the new the new characters like Hal Jordan, obviously not a new character, but you can't make Hal Jordan the OG old Green Lantern while, say, Simon Baz becomes the new Green Lantern that everybody follows and cares about. I think the world is different than it was in the 50s. And I also think that there isn't the same groundswell of attention to comics that there was at that time. At that time, millions and millions of people were reading comic books. And you had a near guarantee that with each generation, there would be a new crop of kids who would pick up the books and become familiar with these characters. So for the new generation, you could say, all right, kids, this guy, Barry Allen, is your Flash. That other guy, he's old. And they accepted that because they knew no better. And there were so many kids who were getting it on the ground floor that it was okay. But now the modern comics reader is not a kid. It's not a 10-year-old. It is a 18 to 34-year-old, or even more realistically, it's a 30 to 50 something year old. And they want who they want. They want who they've been seeing their whole life. By the time you're 21, you are very clear on who Batman is, who Superman is, who Wonder Woman, etc. is. And I don't think that you can snatch a new generation to accept something different than that in a way that's going to lead to the same sales they need to keep this whole train rolling.
And it's also tricky to do that full reboot or a full reimagining of the character, and it being the mainline one when those characters exist as IP outside of the comics.
It would have to be
Across
overall,
the board.
have to be everywhere.
Yeah, and how do you do that? You really can't at that point.
Someone earlier pointed out and made me think of this. Carson K said Jay Garrick and Alan Scott may have faded away more or less, but Barry Allen and Hal Jordan didn't, although they could have in the 90s when Kyle Rayner and Wally West took over their roles. Hal was at the, after he became Parallax, and wiped out the Guardians, he was a bad guy. And then he died and became the Spectre. And then he only popped up every now and then. And it was Kyle. And, his drama took over the Green Lantern title for a long time. And that's not to say that there weren't people absolutely clamoring for Hal Jordan. But it did happen.
The deed was done, and they stuck with it for a certain amount of time.
Same with Wally. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's like, I look at that and I go, well, yeah, that's comics. And they're always going to bring them back. And they did bring back Hal. And Green Lantern is so much more relevant post Green Lantern Rebirth than pre. Sure. We would all agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would argue that a lot of that has to do with the fact that they brought back the Green Lantern.
Because at a certain point, there was a time where they weren't going to do it, right? It was forbidden. Barry Allen was the line in the sand. They were never going to do it.
And Jeff Johns brought both of them back.
Right. It's like we always say, with the Marvel films, it's one good story away from reinvigorating. Johns had it, and maybe he was right.
Yeah, I think when you look at the landscape of comics right now and you look at who the readers are, most of us aren't looking for our characters to be replaced. Look at the insane uproar when Marvel had the balls to replace Wolverine, Thor, and Captain America, Steve Rogers, in the 2010s. People hated that shit.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of anger about it. Were they good stories? Yes. Were they top selling stories? Not necessarily. And this is an industry that needs to make money. And I think that the industry is aware, based on what our purchasing habits are, what characters they can make money with and which ones they can't. Now, you could convince me to buy a book about anybody if the story is right, if the idea is good. But even me, man, I'm pretty open, and I'll try something out. But you can't take Peter Parker off the board for too long before I get that itch. I'm not with it. I'll never accept anybody other than Bruce Wayne as Batman for a period longer than like a couple years. I can't. I can't. And I know that there are a lot of people who don't feel that way, but I think there are more that do. And until the comics industry doesn't have that problem, I don't know that they can make that choice. Tyler Steele says Miles is growing so much more popular than Peter. That's not true. There's no evidence for that whatsoever.
He's growing popular, but more than Peter is hard to say.
And I think if you even gave it 50 years, that wouldn't happen. The only way that there would be a possibility of that happening is if Peter was erased, like if he just didn't exist anymore, if there was only Miles. But you'll notice that a Miles comic doesn't sell anywhere close to as well as a Peter one does.
And look at all the Miles media, even outside of comics, Peter's still a character.
Yeah. Exactly. Peter's not going away. In the movie that is most about Miles, the Spider-Verse stuff, arguably the most popular character to come out of it is Peter Parker. Peter B. Parker. People love them some Peter. He's the guy.
Yeah. I think Izzy said it really well earlier. Basically that it's a matter of having their cake and eating it too. They want to be 100-year soap opera, but at the same time, they also have to continue to try to entice new readers and create new entryways constantly. Yeah. And that's the problem.
It's a tightrope.
It's tighter than that.
I don't envy the big two at all. I know it's unpopular to sympathize with companies. Fuck all that. I don't envy them at all. They have an extremely difficult situation that they're in, and I don't think it's ever really going to change. I mean, think about what Judd Winnick and Brandon Fletcher said. They would love to be able to write new characters, not a new version of Bruce Wayne, a new character wearing Batman's costume. And whether it's right or wrong, whether you agree with it or you don't, DC cannot and will not allow that to happen.
It smells more like 5G than anything.
Please don't go down that road yet.
Okay.
We will get to that. We will definitely get to that.
Michael Nadeau says, do you think fans hold back the medium? They don't want change.
Yeah, of course. Ultimately, it is the fans. Ultimately, it's us.
That's who's buying it. That's what matters. It's the money.
And they're not gonna risk something different so that, they can't pay the rent 1 month.
Yeah. And I don't think it's fair for people to expect that they would do that. It's very easy to sit on the sideline and dictate what a company should and shouldn't do, which we talk about parasocial relationships when we talk about creators, but we don't talk about it when it comes to the companies. Yeah. You don't have the understanding or the knowledge of the risks involved in doing what you think they should do. Yeah. Of course you can say, yeah, put your money on the table and get rid of Bruce and give us a new Batman. But your family doesn't get fed off of the amount of copies of Batman comics that sell.
Or the family of your employees and your subsidiaries and your merchandising rights and your toy rights.
Right.
I just saw the new Saturday Night movie last night, and it has Dick Ebersol is in it, and he's the money guy that has to deal with all these creatives wanting to spend all this money for their vision, and he has to kind of be like, well, we don't have money for that. So there's always that one guy in a company that has to make those calls, and they're tough.
Exactly. And it's easy to sit around and criticize the person who has to make those decisions, but if it's not you, then you probably don't get it. And that's not to attack anybody in the comments, or rather in the chat, that feels differently than me, but I mean, at some point you have to be ready to look at things objectively. Some things are bigger than your opinion. Now, there is somebody who we must hear from. It would not be a complete New 52 deep dive without the words of one of the architects of DC, one of the greatest writers of all time, and in my opinion, maybe the greatest DC writer of all time. That would be Geoff Johns. Geoff Johns deserves as much credit as anybody for the hot 2000s that DC had, and maybe even the idea that DC was able to build a universe of films comes because of the work that this man did. Geoff Johns is the golden boy of DC. As important to DC in the 2000s as Bendis was to Marvel in the same time period. He hasn't talked all that much about the New 52 in terms of what didn't work, but he did sit down with Popverse and discuss why he believes the New 52 ultimately didn't succeed. This is what he had to say. We talked about it, and Dan had used the word rebirth. And I said, Dan, if rebirth is going to be a theme, I want to go back to the original goals of what Green Lantern Rebirth were. It's not just about back to basics. It's about going back to basics and finding that emotional center of the character and then expressing that in a big, bombastic way externally, the best way that comic books can. Geoff Johns said that during the latter part of the New 52, the DC titles weren't focusing much on what the character is all about, what the character represents, what the character explores, the thematics, the metaphors, the storytelling, the reason that the character resonates for decades and decades in some cases. The heart of the DCU was missing. At the same time was legacy, because the legacies had been erased. The JSA did not exist. There were a lot of relationships that no longer existed. It was an emotional void that I think a lot of people felt. And in some cases, readers had their proverbial umbilical cord cut with the New 52, and they felt it still and felt it even more. Wally West was the heartbeat of the missing emotional relationships that had been erased in a lot of cases, and reminded us how important those are and how important he is. DC continuity, to me, is not just about the events, the stories, the costume changes, and all those things. That's all fine, but those things come and go. It's really about the emotional relationships and the stories that affect the characters emotionally. That's what's important. Another thing lost during the New 52 was the erasure of Green Arrow and Black Canary's relationship. That was what I was missing more than specific events necessarily that had been gone, because a lot of times an event happens and then you move on. It's not as at the forefront of the title, but the emotionality and the heartbeat for me was missing, and it was all about the relationships, people, families, and friends that cared about each other.
Bless you. Oh, good Lord, bless you.
That's what Geoff had to say. Thank you, Cale. That's what Geoff had to say. It's hard for me to believe you guys wouldn't agree with this, but what are your thoughts on that?
Part of me is like, it's that meme of somebody complaining about their Subway sandwich, but like, my brother in Christ, you made the sandwich, you know? Like, listen, Geoff Johns is one of the architects of the New 52, and he's the one that did Justice League.
So, go ahead. Yeah, I'll let you guys.
So I don't like it. Then saying, yeah, there's no legacy here. Why'd you do it in the first place? You know what I mean? Like if you're tapped into the DC universe that much, shouldn't you have recognized that early on? Why describe Wally West as the heartbeat of the DC universe, or Justice League, whatever he said? And
DC, yeah.
Him and DiDio were the ones that brought Barry back. Is this something that you don't realize until you do it? You're like, well, now I can see the error in my ways. I don't know. It just seems counter to what was actually done. Just what, 4 or 5 years later.
I would argue that Jeff was probably in Wally's corner. DiDio has a long history of being anti-legacy, right? He's got a long history of having a massive problem with Dick Grayson. The poster child of DC legacy, right? And I think that if DiDio, who was, the guy in charge, says we're starting over, Wally West is gone, that's how it is. Now make me a Justice League book. You can see it in Darkseid War. Jeff was doing those little romance character moments as best he could. So I don't know. I think he's right. And I think one of the things that Jeff excels at, and we say this all the time, Jeff excels at finding those moments and being able to find the emotional core of the stuff that's happening around. And it's the, Jeff knows that at its heart, these are soap operas. You can have guys punching each other all day, but if you're not coming back to the story of, two people in love, and are they going to get together? It's not going to last.
So it's really important to know that, at this time, co-publishers were Dan DiDio and Jim Lee, and the editor-in-chief was Bob Harris. Jeff Johns was a top writer, but he was a writer. The same way that Grant Morrison was a writer. Grant Morrison did not have control over what happened in Action Comics.
Yep.
Yeah, they wrote it, but they didn't get to choose all the bits. I would imagine if Grant were asked, would you have preferred for Lois Lane to be Superman's love interest? They probably would have said yes. The same way that I would imagine that if you asked Jeff Johns, would you have preferred for Wally West to exist or not exist? Jeff Johns would have said yes. But neither one of them was in the position of power to be able to make that decision. I mean, look at what they did to Grant's Batman run. Grant's Batman was sequestered to Batman Inc. Batman Inc. didn't even start until like 2013, which is 2 years after the New 52 launched. And it really kind of felt like it was a good book, but it didn't feel like the ceremonious ending it should have felt like for something that was so amazing for so long.
It also felt extemporaneous from what was happening in Scott's run.
I would say objectively it was. That's not respect for legacy. And that is Dan Didio's way. I wouldn't say that's Jeff Johns' way.
It's more a case of having to turn chicken shit into chicken salad.
Crass, but fair.
Like, giving grace, it seems to me like Jeff Johns was put in a position to have to tell stories. And those stories were being dictated, and he did the best that he could. I remarked during our book club on Darkseid War, which you guys should check out if you haven't, that it felt like Jeff Johns almost saying, here's what it seems like you want, Dan. I'll give you what it seems like you want. You want an edgier Justice League? Here you go. You want them to be godlike? Here you go. Like an FU. The same way that Jeff was forced to kill, or I forget exactly what they did to Nightwing in Forever Evil, but that garbage where you better believe that's a Dan DiDio call, because the same exact character ended up getting a bullet through his head not even 2 years down the road and then became the Grayson series. Whether you like the series or not, that is a shot literally at Nightwing, who Dan DiDio is on record as not liking. He doesn't like the Teen Titans. Look at the disaster that the Teen Titans was in the New 52.
Yep.
It's hard for me to give Dan DiDio grace in this situation because it feels like all the things that we don't like about the New 52 are things he thought was right.
Yeah. It's mistaking what people like about Die Hard, right? Like it's you know, seeing John McClane as this badass and kicking the crap out of Hans Gruber and yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, but then we forget why he's there. You know, he's walking barefoot in glass, crawling through vents because his wife is in there and he's got to save all these people.
The emotionality.
Yep.
Totally. Superman isn't cool because he's all powerful. He's not cool because he has red fucking eyes. He's cool because he's as powerful as he is, but he could walk into a diner in Metropolis and everybody says, "Hey, Superman." And he says, "Hey," right back. He'll shake some hands, take some pictures, kiss a baby, and then sit down and eat his bacon with eggs and pancakes and drink a coffee before, he goes about his day. That's what people love about Superman. That's the enduring element. And I don't think Dan got that necessarily.
I'd be surprised if he still gets it.
Amin Perez says, "Can't wait for a Comics Pals Dan DiDio interview." I've reached out. I feel comfortable saying that. I've reached out, and we didn't get a response. This, for what it's worth, this was not. I reached out to Dan while he was still at Frank Miller Press, or Frank Miller Presents, and we didn't get a response. I would absolutely love to be able to interview Dan DiDio. I said it last week. I'll say it again. My feelings about Dan are not negative.
Yeah.
This isn't about judgment for me. This is just about reflection. And Dan has been pretty open in his reflections about DC as well, and about his time with the New 52. And I really want to end this as we're nearing the end here. I really want to end this with his words, because Dan has been called to the carpet a lot about the New 52. And he's defended himself. Not in a defensive way, but, he's sober now in the sense of he's not in the midst of it. He can look back and say, well, yeah, maybe we could have done this better or done that better, but what about this? This was good. Come on, you got to give me that. So in a moment, I'll go back to his words, but I do want to say we've got nearly 100 of you with us. Make sure that you smash that like button. And if you're not subscribed, please do give us a subscription. If you enjoy what we do here, if you're a fan of ours, make sure that you're subscribed. Both of those things do help us out a lot. It's a free way to support what we do over here. Are there any comments that we should hit? Anybody saying anything good?
Tevia asks, in response to your thing about DiDio, he says, question, what about Jeff Johns? Did you get an interview with him? We've interviewed Jeff 3 times.
3 times.
Yeah. Just scroll up on our page. You'll find him. We make a big deal out of that because especially the first one, time of our lives. And we talked to him a bit about some of the New 52 stuff.
Yep.
Mostly, I think, about Green Lantern. But there's some gems in there for sure.
Yeah, he talked to us about Forever Evil. He talked to us about a lot of that, the New 52 stuff. But we didn't get into like the nitty gritty of the negative because that was our first interview with him, and we wanted to make sure it went well.
Right.
Get shitty ass in regards to Jeff Johns, having to work within the parameters of the New 52, even maybe though he didn't agree with them, said, but if Johns hated it, why not walk away like Wade?
I think it's probably, it's a love for the character, but I would also argue it's probably an interesting character exercise in trying to craft a new version of the long running legacy that DC had, and trying to craft those good emotional moments as best you can.
I also think that's a personality thing too. That seems like something Wade would do. He'd probably do it again too, if given that choice. But it's also like, I wonder if John just thought like, well, somebody's got to do it. Might as well be me.
DV says, I can fix him.
Oof, been there, DV. That
Marowak
does not work
says,
out.
money. Yeah.
I mean, it's another one of those scenarios, not coming at you, but it's another one of those scenarios where it's really easy from the sidelines when your money isn't a factor to say, oh, you should just leave then if you don't agree with the choices. Yeah. That's like people say, oh, you don't like America, you should leave. You don't agree with that's not, well, yeah, that's true. That's not realistic in many cases. Yeah, and also absolutely. Like a Green Lantern movie came out, right? That never would have happened without Jeff's run. His cachet was rising. Hollywood was calling him. This is around the time where they were starting to plan and formulate the movie side of things, which Jeff was heavily involved in. Why would he give that job up?
Yep. I especially when it comes to jobs and like opportunities like this, I will never shop with someone else's wallet. I can't understand what somebody is going through monetarily. And I will not judge anyone for having to get the bag.
And he even in his interviews with us, he said, I love DC. I grew up on DC. Those are my favorite characters. And I feel like anybody, if you saw Jeff Johns, like anywhere, and you said, hey, Jeff, can we talk about DC Comics? He would say yes.
He would drop what he was doing.
Yeah. You could have a down-to-earth conversation with him about DC Comics. Yeah. I spoke to him one time off the cuff, and he said to me, this is Jeff Johns. This is a guy whose comics I've been reading since I've been reading comics. He goes, hey, what do you think about the Flash right now? What do you think about the current Flash run? Like, is it good?
Nuts.
I'm not going to tell you what I said, but that's the kind of guy that Jeff Johns is. He doesn't have to ask me that. He knows the person who's writing the fucking book.
In our first interview, he talks about like how he came up in the writing industry through Richard Donner and Superman. Like it is
he calls him Dick Donner. I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, but Richard Donner, and like even during the interviews that he did with us, he is in Richard Donner's office.
Yeah, great big Superman poster right behind him.
So like that stuff's just in his DNA, whether he wants it to or not. Like it is part of him.
Well, and not only that, his sister is a man, is Stargirl. Like Jeff Johns and his family is baked into DC. Like he loves DC.
Yeah. DV, I'm not going to tell you that. Some things are not for the show, Karsten K says, on the other hand, that Green Lantern movie flopped and a lot of people really didn't like it. Okay, yeah, but what does that have to do with Jeff Johns? Like for him, that character is his baby. And okay, yeah, he had an ugly baby, but he, it's still his baby.
Still a baby. Like, what are you gonna do?
It happens like that sometimes.
Don't you hate when you see an ugly baby? Never mind. We don't need to go down that route.
You know what? I don't think I've ever seen one. I find all babies to be beautiful. I think it's a preconditioning thing.
Not me. No, I've seen some ugly babies.
Yeah, you're not running for president. It's fine.
I mean, but I've had baby fever for a long time. So like, I love, that whole deal. Julia Raul says, I feel like Marvel and the MCU got me excited to want to read their comics, where with DC, I have to be picky because from the outside, it looks like they only publish Batman comics and they're bad DCEU.
I mean, that's not fair game. It's not a terrible take.
Yeah.
From the outside, it kind of does look like that.
Amin says, blaming Johns for DC's failures has become an annoying thing the fandom is doing right now. Yes, absolutely. It's become trendy to hate on Jeff Johns over the last few years. A part of that has to do with the Justice League film fiasco. Another part of it is a misinterpreted quote from Alan Moore that continues to make the rounds. But if we're talking about a creator in comics, you really don't get too much bigger and better than Jeff. Just how it is. But all right, I'm going to turn it over to Dan DiDio, because again, he's addressed all of these things pretty much in great detail. And so I'm going to read right now for a little bit. This is what Dan DiDio has to say upon reflection. There are a lot of really valid complaints, but not the ones you think. I mean, everybody was so worried about offering digital releases on the same day as physical for the first time. And it didn't make any dent into the physical sales at all. It hit a certain plateau and never really changed in the 5 years of the New 52. I always thought that was intriguing, that everybody was saying, come on, digital comics is going to be where it's at. It might be a reading spot for some people. I'm not sure if it's a buying spot for people. Later, because people are rushing, you're getting superficial changes that almost feel like somebody is dusting something off. It's different, but not really. And that's what started to lead to the confusion. You started to get things that felt just slightly off from where you remember them. So why bother reinventing it in the first place? And I think that's the most valid argument you're going to get from everybody. The level of attention to the reinvention became less and less as they progressed. Therefore, you just got a jumbled mess, or a jumbled sense of past continuity, new continuity, and a mix with half-hearted reintroductions that really didn't work for the story and didn't really satisfy the long-term fans. That's the dead zone, where once you fall into that mud, you're trying to dig yourself out, but you're just sinking quicker and quicker. It's pulling you underground. Pause. That couldn't be more accurate. They would bring people back or do stuff in the New 52, and it was like, did we really have to go through all this reboot to get to this?
Yeah. What can you say that line again about there was so much attention paid to something?
The level of attention to the reinvention became less and less as they progressed. Was that the one you wanted?
That's the one, yeah.
So the idea of that in my mind is, the New 52 is essentially a reinvention, a reimagining of the prior era.
Yeah.
And they tried their best early on, allegedly, to give you a reinvention that really felt special and different. But in the later years, it was like, all right, well, Wally's back, and it doesn't feel tremendously different than the Wally that we had before. Like, why did we have to go through all this to get to this place? By the end, Batman still had 57 Robins. It didn't feel different.
It was because sales dwindled and they needed to go back to the well multiple times, which I think is emblematic of comics in general, really. Just having to relapse when you try to do something revolutionary. It shocks the system a bit, and that rubber band needs to snap back.
X-Men.
Yeah.
But the sin of that is that the X-Men have never rebooted. They've sure, we've seen a retcon here or there. They've said, okay, that era is over, but it's the same track.
Yeah.
The New 52 was supposed to be a whole new fucking railroad.
Yep.
And it wasn't.
Yep.
Back to Dan. Let's take a look at what folks didn't like about the actual content of the New 52 rather than just the existence of it. There were complaints that many heroes and villains were out of character, like Superman being a bit edgier and more brash, Captain Cold and the Rogues gaining superpowers instead of using the gadgets that they're known for, and the Teen Titans being formed by an entirely different group of characters as the usual crew were aged up and were never associated with the team at all. Wally West, who served as the Flash for 23 years, was sort of thrown out for Barry Allen to take on the title for the first time in a couple of decades. Romances like Clark Kent and Lois Lane's relationship, along with other character development, were completely reset. For longtime comic readers, there was a solid reason to be upset. What happens is we get to Rebirth, we reinstitute some of the things we felt were missing, but what also happens is you put in things that make you want to revamp the line in the first place and things get stagnant again. Everybody says don't change them anymore, but the whole purpose of storytelling is change and evolution. If you're not changing and evolving, you're stagnant. And when you're stagnant, the books become what fans identify as, does this even matter? I need to know which books to buy, and I want to buy the books that matter. Well, the only way they matter is if they're affecting change. Then you're chasing your own tail, and you can't get out of it. You have to do these things and starts and stops every once in a while to keep it going. Rebirth was just a statement on what the market truly was, as opposed to what we wanted it to be. The New 52 was what I hoped the market would be, with all these diverse comments. Here are my romance books, here are my war books, all that stuff out there. By the time we get to Rebirth, you realize there's really just a focus and a real hunger for the primary characters. So we fed that 2 times over. That's why when people do a direct comparison between the New 52 and Rebirth, they say, well, look, Rebirth sold better. I say, sure it did on paper, because Rebirth double shipped all your best-selling books. It took your top 20 selling books and double shipped them. That means publishing them twice monthly. Honestly, the mistakes I'm more concerned with don't deal with products, but people and relationships that I could have managed better. If I knew more at the time, or if I wasn't as headstrong as I was in certain places, I could have done better. You always hope that people understand that these aren't personal arguments. It's discussions with the best interest of the product in mind. Sometimes I could get a little headstrong because I only saw the books or the character. I didn't see the people, and I didn't realize the effect I was making. Maybe there might have been a better way to do things. Dan, at the end of 18 years, was a different Dan than started at the company, that's for sure. There's a maturation and understanding that comes along with it, but that's life. That's not just working for DC. I probably have more regrets in life than I do in work at DC. Do you guys think he's right about the idea that you have to keep reinventing and you have to keep changing and reinvigorating, or else it just becomes stale and stagnant? Do you think that is unilaterally true?
I think that is the nature of comics. I don't think it means line wide all the time, but I do think it's the nature of comics to have to put out new and all different. There's a reason why that's built into the idea of comics in their titles sometimes. You got to get those new number ones out. It pops sales. There's always a chance that it hits in a way that has some longevity to it. And that's just the nature of the game, really.
It's also storytelling. The whole purpose of a story is to show change over a period of time. And the trap that superhero comics and soap operas have is that they have to change in the fact that they are stories by pure concept, but also they have to stay the same so that people can still come in and find it.
In terms of the storytelling aspect, I think soap operas is a good example. Never ending narrative, and
Yeah.
so is wrestling actually. Wrestling. If we're talking about WWE, that Raw after WrestleMania is kind of that all new, all different every year. New storylines are, well, at least marketed that way in some ways. New storylines need to start. New interactions happen. There's the draft where things get thrown around and new people are met with each other. You got to shake things up when you have a never-ending narrative, and it's just the nature of how things work.
I think I agree that maybe the New 52 was just one big shake too many. It was too big of a shake.
I'm going to reserve my thoughts on that for a little bit later. I got to say, Ishmael, Munsif, and Last Young Renegade, I am enjoying your conversation. As long as you guys keep it respectful, I'm good. I love the points you guys are making. Talking about comic books is fascinating. There are just so many. It's like looking at a prism. There are so many ways you can twist it and turn it and look at it, and there's just different answers depending on the viewpoint you come at things from. I love it so much. Um, I'll go back to Dan now. The New 52 worked for a while. 3 years might not sound like a long period of success, but quite honestly, you got to remember where we started. Ultimately, uh, what I remember the most about the New 52 was everybody talking about, what did you do with Superman? What did you do with Batman? You forgot we had an iVampire book. We had a Frankenstein, Agent of Shade book. Those are the things that excited me the most. Those are the things that are missing from comics today. That level of risk taking with crazy ideas out there. The New 52 took 52 titles, out of which half of them were books that either nobody had heard of before or had characters people never even thought deserved the title. Maybe they didn't, but god damn it, man, it's worth the chance. I'd rather try a Mr. Terrific or a Voodoo or an OMAC book than I would double ship other things just because I know it's going to sell. The chance for the win on something else is greater. That's the type of product that always got me most excited. Honestly, the New 52, we're all very proud of that, regardless of whether it was up in 5 years or not. The audacity of that, what it stood for, and the success of that at the beginning is something to be very proud of. The biggest pride comes from the fact that you got a chance to be involved in these stories and storytelling. Somebody said to me, your name will be in the masthead, in the byline of thousands of books. I never really thought of it that way at the time, but that's humbling in its own right. It's a piece of history. I would say we got about a good 3.5 years of what I hope would have been 5 years. But I think just because of the sheer volume of material, the idea that you can do something and then leave it and let it run for a dozen years isn't a reality anymore. We've created a different expectation in the marketplace and this constant sense of reinvention. The outside world recognized the New 52 as a great jumping on point for them and latched on to our interpretations for the New 52 to make it their interpretations in other media, which was one of the goals, to align all these sensibilities and create one vision that people can really latch onto and move into other mediums as well. The goal was to see whether or not there was more direct market audience there. And yeah, I think we know the answer. Those are the last words from Dan DiDio. Those are the last words from anyone that we're going to hear, except from us at this point, because the deep dive portion of this is over. But those words have stuck with me since I first read them a month ago. I'm going to say it again. The goal was to see whether or not there was more direct market audience out there. And yeah, I think we know the answer. For a month, I have been twisting and turning that sentence in my mind. And right now, as I sit here today, I have not been able to determine whether Dan was saying that there is or is not more of a direct market audience out there. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that I don't know what he really meant. I have an interpretation of what I think he meant, but I really want to know what everybody else thinks, because it is a big statement to make.
I think his statement was purposely obtuse because maybe he doesn't know.
I mean, he has to.
He
He's
said
the
we
one
got
that-
our answer.
Yeah, he saw the numbers. He saw, the results of the 5-year experiment.
But is the result the highs or the lows? Is my question. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
I guess
that's Sean's
the
question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there might be, I think it's people. If you build a house, people will come. If you tell people this is the best starting point for Superman because it's post a reboot, you don't need anything to go in. This is it. You're going to get a lot more people than otherwise. And, even more than just your, wild thing to say, your average number one. A post reboot number one is a clean slate. That's going to attract a lot more people. And then after that, you had the Batgirl of Burnside stuff, which was built again to attract a different type of reader. Whether or not that, played out in the long run, is different, but it did show that there was interest. It did show that those people would go out willing to find a comic book that interested them. The problem became that it just didn't carry people's interest.
Where do you come down on that, Tyler?
I think the advent of the New 52 is a good indicator that it does exist. Do you know what I mean? Like the amount of sales that were there and the activation of the direct market, for better or for worse, it showed that it's there. Sure, that could be, some of that could be speculators hopping in all these new number ones, sure. But I got to imagine it was a lot of people wanting to get their foot in the door in terms of this grander storytelling. I think it's there, but I don't think they ever really were 100% into it. Green Lantern and Batman show that. And I think it might have been a little too much with, doing a full-on reboot. I think if they were going to do it, they needed to put their whole back into it, and they didn't. But I do think it shows that there is at least a direct market that can be that big, and we've seen glimpses of it since too. Star Wars #1 in 2015, huge numbers, and things throughout it. So we'll see if Absolute does something similar, but who knows?
This is a sad statement to me. I think that's where I've come down. It makes me feel sad. Because I think what Dan is saying, what I interpret him as saying, this is where I've sort of come, is that he doesn't think that there is a bigger direct market. And that all of the things that he tried to do, the books that he mentioned, Mr. Terrific, Voodoo, OMAC, Frankenstein, all those books died on the vine and were canceled within the first year or so of the New 52. Dan is a guy who grew up on comics that don't look like the modern market. Dan grew up on an industry that was very diverse, that had all kinds of stories being told. And that is the kind of universe that he was trying to create. Obviously, he knows that superhero comics are the bread and butter, but he wanted to introduce things that people alive today, in some instances, had never seen before. Romance comics alongside Superman, alongside Batman, alongside war comics. And we've lamented that era. When we did the history of the DC Comics explosion, we talked about how crazy their publishing line was at that time. And there are a lot of people that listen to this podcast who will tell you that they love that era. And Dan did too. And he tried. He tried to give us that. Ignore like continuity mess ups and flubs and ignore the creator issues for a second. Just look at the line. Why didn't we buy OMAC? Why did we not buy Mr. Terrific? Why didn't we buy the war books? Why didn't we buy Jonah Hex? Well, I would argue the reason is because the market that Dan wishes existed just doesn't exist anymore. And whose fault is that? Well, it's Dan's fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not exclusively, but it's the market's fault. The people will buy what you sell them.
Yeah.
And we haven't been buying those kinds of comics for decades.
So do you think that means that are you taking the direct market to mean the audience or the product?
In my opinion, when he says direct market, he's talking about the audience.
Yeah. So for me, the question is the audience there? Yes. But like you say, they weren't interested in a Mr. Terrific book. They weren't interested in a Voodoo. They weren't interested in a war comic. But they were interested in the other stuff.
They were, and I guess the waning sales is indicative of a combination of quality issues and all the stuff we've talked about over the last few months.
Yeah.
There's no way to cut it different. The New 52 was a financial success for a time. The problem is that we're talking about comics right now, and financial success, finances in general, is like a fucking a shell game.
Yeah.
You really can't say for certain why something sold as well as it did. Was it because it was good? Was it because of speculators? Was it because Marvel people jumped ship to see what DC was doing? Was it because people who never read a comic before decided to jump in the store? All of those are possible, but it's also possible that none of them are the case. It's so hard to know the answer. And I would argue that to this day, if Dan DiDio were here right now, he could not definitively point to one of those factors as the reason.
Yeah.
It's just too hard.
Yeah.
And especially these days with the way that sales are hidden behind a veil, we might never again be in a situation where we can definitively say what sells well and what does not. We have glimpses and guesses and things based on Bleeding Cool and, Comic-Con and certain others, but by and large, those are hidden details.
Which doesn't even factor in digital at this point.
No.
Yeah,
No one knows.
Amazon doesn't give those numbers out.
Yeah. Again, we have guesses at that. I wish I remembered what website it is. It'll probably come to me, but there's a website that will post like the graphs of sales within the industry and the dollar amount that each different, point of sale makes for comics, and digital is there, and it's always 10 or less %, but like attributed to who? Which company? Which books? We have no idea, and we'll probably never know. I put together a list of just sort of my overall final thoughts, and feel free to add to them or ignore them, whatever you guys want to do. Cale, go ahead, Cale.
I just want to point out Gavin has an answer.
Oh, please.
About when, a comic does well. He says, I know a comic I did has done well when a royalty shows up.
There you go.
Listen.
And I hope you're getting them checks very frequently, and I hope they are very nice. And I just wish that we could know.
Yeah.
I think it's fair for an audience to want to know. And I would also argue that people buy comics based on how they sell sometimes. If I see that a lot of people are buying a book and talking about it and there's heat there, I feel like I'm missing out. But if I can't see how a comic is selling, maybe it sucks. No one's talking about it. I don't know. Or maybe it's all fabricated. Maybe it's bots talking about the book. You know what I'm saying? How can we know? It's all polluted. Dan Trudeau with the 5 spot says, growing your audience takes deliberate planning, research, etc. We don't know if the market can be grown. We just know he wasn't the guy to do it. Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. And you know what? I would say as a very small case study, this podcast is that. This podcast has grown due to deliberate planning and research and everything else. In a given week, I feel pretty confident. I know what you guys want to hear us talk about because I can see what you respond to and what you don't. DC can too. Marvel can too. Go ahead, Ty.
I'm just gonna say it's just so hard with comics to know. I would even think from a publisher standpoint, it's hard to know because pre-orders are 3 months ahead?
Yeah, something like that.
Which is such a fickle timeline to have to plan for because you're essentially planning in 3-month increments in a way and hoping for the best outside of that. Which is just, when it comes to publishing, is such a tight window.
And to add to what you're saying, you're talking about stores, not people. Stores are the ones that have to pre-order with that type of timeline. And, we've got final order cutoff where Scott Snyder, for example, on his Absolute Batman promotion tour is pleading with readers to pre-order the book, to go to their local comic shop and let them know they want a copy so that the store knows to order it. But that store isn't just ordering that issue. They've got to order sometimes 2 and 3 months in advance They have no idea if you're going to like Absolute Batman #1 enough to come back for 2 and 3 or not. So how many should they order? He said that they've ordered upwards of 250,000 copies so far. Okay, that's great. Well, how many of those people are going to come back for the second one? If a comic book shop says, wow, you know what? 150 people came and ordered the first issue of Absolute Batman. That's a hot book. Let's get in let's order 75,000 copies for the fourth one, since they're ordering that far in advance. Yeah, but what if the book sucks? And what if people hate it? And what if that store only has 30 people that come in for issue 4? Now they're sitting on 45 copies they bought that won't sell.
Those pre-orders are not indicative of readers. When you're trying
That's phantom.
Yeah. And then as a publisher, if you're trying to attract readers, how do you do that when the numbers don't reflect actually what you're looking for?
That's the concept of a reader. That's not a reader. They're lucky if I have been reading comics for most of my life. I have never, ever, ever, ever pre-ordered a comic. Never. I probably won't. I don't need to.
Well, listen to Pals Polls and Sean Stack to see his trials and tribulations with not doing that.
Okay. Fair point. Fair point. But like, there are a lot of people who aren't on the internet. They don't know about all that. They don't know that they should pre-order. They don't even know that it helps the creative team. They don't know. Not everybody is terminally online. We don't know. Some people don't care. All of a sudden in the comics industry, it's not new, but like, what other industry is it that you can think of where the reader, the consumer, has the responsibility to help the book sell outside of just going and buying it? That's a crazy way to operate. So these are my final thoughts. The New 52 is one of the boldest things that either Big Two company has ever done. It was a grand experiment in a lot of ways that many on the inside feel was necessary. I, at this point in my life, tend to agree with that, but I don't know if it was radical enough. It was lacking new creators with a spark and something big to say who were in touch with what modern audiences wanted to see. We talked in the first episode, they left out women and minorities, the new voices, the new people who hadn't had a shot at telling stories with these big characters. We see it now. It's not weird, right? Like, it's not weird for a Rom V to get a big book or a Kelly Thompson to get a big book. And we talk about how they're breaths of fresh air. Gail Simone, she wasn't new then, but she's writing Uncanny X-Men right now. How many women in the history of the X-Men books have had that same chance? And lo and behold, it happens to be good. I'm not saying it's because she's a woman, but I am saying that if you're leaving out a whole segment of the population, you might not be getting the best possible stories because you're not giving people a chance. I also think the New 52 is a bit of a conundrum because it was too much change for the old guard of fans and not enough change for the new guard. It wasn't bold enough for the readers who were like those people we talked about who want to see their new Batman or whatever, their version. But it was too much change for the person who said, wait, I've been following this shit for 30 years. What are you doing to me?
Yeah.
I've been reading Wally West for 24 years. Now you're saying he doesn't exist? It's a hard pill to swallow. It also ushered in a unified DC across comics, film, and animation, with many of the shows and movies we got at the time pulling heavily from the New 52. And I think that was a good thing. I think that was awesome. And how many people do we hear from on the Discord or even in our comments on YouTube who say, oh, what are your thoughts on these shows and these things that DC had done, the DC animated? I love that. There are a lot of people who only know the New 52 through that train, the New 52 animated stuff. That's valid. Ultimately, 5G, in retrospect, to me, seems like a synthesis of everything that Dan DiDio had learned about what worked and what didn't work with the New 52. It was prepared to be as bold and earth-shattering as any publisher has ever been, and for DC, it was too far. They walked back nearly everything he had planned from an overarching standpoint, and ultimately, it was the new crop of characters who suffered. Yada Flor, John Kent, and Jace Fox were meant to lead DC into the future, but after Dan DiDio was ousted, all those characters became lost in the shuffle. And 4 years later, they're hardly relevant at all. Maybe Dan was onto something with 5G. Maybe Brandon Fletcher is right, and it was time to pass the torch to a new set of characters who could be this generation's Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. But I don't think we're ever going to get that answer. Because I think the lessons that Dan DiDio learned from the New 52 are lessons that DC is not willing to put into practice. Absolute isn't bold. It's a good idea. It's smart. I think it's going to be successful, and I'm very excited for it. But what's special about an Ultimates rehash? We've been there, done that. Dan's plans would have really revolutionized DC. And in a way, I'm sad we won't get to see it. Ultimately, the New 52, was it a success? I think that's to the mind of the beholder. The biggest failure was what it did to the creatives, what they went through. That's the failure of the New 52 to me. Good books are, they come and go. Rebirth had good, it had bad. All New, All Different had good, it had bad. Every initiative is the same. But you don't hear these kinds of stories from every initiative. And to me, that is the original sin, the greatest sin of the New 52. That's it. That's all I have.
Wow.
I
gave it all, Captain.
So expect another deep dive for when DC relaunches again in 3-5 years?
To be honest, you could probably do a deep dive with all the stuff that's come out about Absolute now.
There's a lot to that, and I'm sure down the road that'll be something that I'm looking into as well.
Yeah. Great work.
Thanks.
This is so interesting to do a deep dive in an era that I was actually part of. And it a lot of this I feel like I knew or felt at the time. But to hear it, both backed up or contradicted, was very interesting.
It's also interesting to actually view New 52 as an era, because that transition was so almost nebulous. Rebirth, sure, you have a point right there, but it kind of just came, and the books just continued. So seeing that as beginning, end, here's what happened in between, behind the scenes, whether or not I knew what was going on. Even though I was on Twitter, I don't remember that Scott Snyder, Rob Liefeld fight,
That's right.
So sometimes being in there and inundated at the time, you don't see the forest for the trees. So it is kind of cool stepping back and viewing at it from a more macro lens.
I also think it's fair to say the same thing about Dan and all the people that we got quotes from over the last few weeks. For them too, it's a stepping back and looking at it overall and not from the perspective of a person in the grind. I felt like Dan was very sober and honest. Whether you agree with what he said or not, I believe those were all his genuine thoughts, and I don't think he attacked anybody. I don't think he shifted blame. There was never a time when I was like, you need to take credit for that. He took credit for everything he did.
Maybe that Comic-Con panel notwithstanding, but
sorry, I mean the aftermath comments.
Yeah.
I appreciate all of your kind words in the chat. It really, really means a lot to me. Ultimately, I do this for you guys. I had a lot of fun with this, but it's also a tremendous amount of work. Um, it takes a lot of effort and time, and you would be surprised if you knew the amount of things that I had to pass up on doing in order to focus on getting this done. So I really appreciate you guys, being on the hook for 4 weeks of this. I said a grand experiment. This was a grand experiment. I didn't know if you guys would want to hear about this for so long, and I'm glad that you did. So thank you guys. I thanked a bunch of people earlier on. The people that I want to thank most are you, because you guys make this possible. You guys show up for me, you show up for us, and this wouldn't be anything without you. So really deeply I thank you guys. Ishmael says, "Yo, Comics Pals, can you do a discussion about Marvel versus DC continuity?" You mean like the differences in the way they handle continuity? I'm sure we could do that.
Or is it the continuity of the Marvel versus DC crossover event?
Yeah.
That is a very short episode we'd be doing.
40 Faced says, "Exceptionally fun deep dive today." Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. If you guys could just grab a couple more comments so I can fall back for a
Yeah,
sec.
I'll jump to 40 Face comment. I wish the new 52 versions of the characters had been more compelling line wide instead of a bunch of mostly young action ready heroes. I think they could have picked a more interesting reboot point. And there is a part of me that feels like it was maybe a little rushed out, New 52. Yeah. I feel like it could have been fleshed out a little more. Even when Sean's talked about it, the timeline was rushed, especially for creators. Where I think what's happening with Absolute Comics right now seems like almost a lesson that was learned from that. We've known about Absolute Comics for over a year now, and it wasn't announced officially until this summer.
And they've been talking about it for a long time, even before that.
Yeah,
like if you read anything, if you read anything Snyder's said recently, he's talked about like the impetus of all this and how long it took and how long they talked about it before it was ever even presented. I think that if they figured out a way to close off the pre-52 universe and actually end that story versus using Flashpoint as a MacGuffin of an event to shift into a new continuity, I think it genuinely might have generated more interest in different ways.
A lot of people saying Marvel Now would be an interesting episode. I know Marowak Obscuro said a Marvel Now episode to compare would be awesome. It's hard because I do think there are very interesting initiatives that have happened at Marvel, but I don't think there's ever been anything quite like New 52 at Marvel because it doesn't need to happen.
Well, and I don't think I feel like the scuttlebutt around them, especially that particular era, Marvel Now and All New, All Different, were small. Like it was just sort of a creative shuffle more than, a full continuity thing.
And also, they're owned by the mouse, so things tend to come out less from behind the scenes.
Last Young Renegade says an all new, all different Marvel episode showing the behind the scenes and reaction of Marvel on the public outcry of legacy characters would be interesting. That could be an interesting angle for sure.
It would be, but I'm not sure how much of that stuff is out there. I mean, I guess we wouldn't know until we tried looking into it, but I don't remember, I remember what I would see on the Twitters and the internet, but man, a lot of those creators just kind of kept to themselves, really. There was no Snyder Liefeld at that time.
I'm taking all your suggestions for future deep dives. I'm gonna take a powder on doing them for a little bit. Like I said, it's a tremendous effort, and like as much as we enjoy it, it does sort of disrupt the natural flow of the show, and it takes away from the other guys' ability to do what they love to do here. So, it'll be a while before we get another one, but trust and believe that I love doing it, and there will be another one in the future.
Gavin wants to know when the new Shallow Dive is coming. Trying to break Sean's neck.
That's called pals pulls.
That's every week we do in Shallow Dives.